Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. Benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought and still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the globe for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cadence, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Heinemann kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, won't say the name. This was wrong. Before permission, before approval, say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You land
stranded on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. Why you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath? Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place. Oh, oh.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your dues and just fly home.
Oh, y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your dues and just fly home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy start with discussing it's whack.
Oh.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just fly home.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just fly home.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The sail is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far away from here. Bye bye little birds.
Thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the roots. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room, but we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, the fight, the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pain to the power. Our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. We every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here is what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red,
black and gold, stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Killing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, suck the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with the prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
All right, greetings, Black family. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Chan Kruma, and we should be joined, hopefully shortly, with our other host, Lady Che. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancer, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of, and our Asian ally, Michael. Greetings, Michael and Shabaka.
Yep, greetings, Jesse. Greetings, Lady Che and Shabaka.
Hey, greetings from Sin City. How y'all doing this evening?
Doing great. You, Shabaka?
Yeah, I'm up here. I'm up here multitasking, man. Now I see the damn phone is getting hot. All right. So you know, it was a pleasant about 115 degrees out here today. You know what I mean? And then I'm looking at and I'm looking at Cartoon News Network, and they talking about Las Vegas here, and it's racial discrimination in the 1950s. Okay, Jesse, have you ever heard from the elders, man, in my age group, man, about this paper bag shit?
Yes.
Okay, that's what they was talking about, the paper bag complexion. So they didn't want nobody to perform there, but they allowed Lena Horne to perform there.
Yeah, you have to pass the brown paper bag test.
Yeah, which is some brain dead bullshit, man. You know what I'm saying? And ever who the cracker was that came up with that shit needs to get the shit knocked out of him. You know what I mean? So I guess they're talking about like Las Vegas way back then, because they're showing clips of Frank Sinatra or Sammy Davis Jr. I think Ella had performed here a couple of times, and that there would be Ella Fitzgerald, Michael, and I know you heard of her, brother Che. You know, the chairman would definitely know about Ella. They used to refer to her as the first lady of song.
Yeah, I remember reading about her and listening to her music.
Right, and yes, sir.
The introduction, Shabaka. So on this season 6, so you got background noise, Shabaka.
Okay, wait a minute. That's the idiot box. Hold on.
On this season 6, episode 36 or 36, part 1 of the Front Line Blacc, we'll be discussing several topics. The first one is, of course, those tangibles. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way between now and 20. Then we got anti-violence advocate sentenced to 51 years in prison for 2024 avenged murder. Tragic news. It's like really tragic news, y'all. Then we got Oakland City Council woman attacked, robbed at her home.
That sounds like Panther Town.
Then we got topics from Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced Grand Rising. Growing concern after AI model launches its own hack on another company.
Damn.
The 4 types of nice racists. The World Cup reveals melanated populations across the entire globe. Then we got Nolan Wells 911 boat call release, slurred speech and chaos by boat. Black lawyer speaking on Nolan Wells case exposed. Extended audio reveals Nolan Wells dead on the boat. Officer Tatum an interview with Nolan Wells' best friend. Shiloh Hendrix, remember her?
Yes, rings a bell.
That's the one that called the Somali boy the N-word and got $1 million as a result. Oh, we lost Shabaka. Damn. Shiloh Hendrix trial ends with mixed verdicts. Breaking: young man, a young black cop killed while canoeing with white friends. When will y'all learn to stop hanging out with these nabiscos? 2 foster teens stabbed a black 13-year-old boy to death. Why was Ryan Clark fired from ESPN? Donald Trump and celebrities react to LeBron James joining the 76ers. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a Frontline and Black First perspective. We are a part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we had on Friday, and we'll have this coming Tuesday, is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 12 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign, has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast. Family, remember, family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2. Make sure y'all sub to Frontline Black News 2. Just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again, we have backup. Then we got my
Right.
Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Kruma. That's how we stream all the city council meetings for both Denver and Aurora, the local events for both Denver and Aurora, and the Sunday morning food bank, which I'll be doing tomorrow morning, like I've been doing for the past 10 years. And make sure also to Lady Chase backup channel 5191. She needs 3 more subscribers before she'll be able to start going live on that channel. So make sure y'all sub up. Then we got her main channel, the RBA, which she should be dropping sometime this weekend. Check out the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. The link is in the description. She's at 88 subscribers. Let's get her to 90 at the very least. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette One. Shabaka needs 6 more subscribers before he can start going live on YouTube. So,
all right.
Please make sure y'all subscribe to Jeanette One so Shabaka can start going live again on YouTube. Then we got our cousin or Lokester out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel too. What's cracking to be with Jay Militant? The link to our cousin's channel is in the back in the description. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High, 5280, who came up with the FBA Culture Reports. He used to do the intro track for Frontline Black News. So make sure you check out 5100 on YouTube. Then we got our brother Breeze Omega, my brother from another mother, who was just live not too long ago.
Okay, Breeze.
Make sure you check out Breeze Omega on YouTube. That's our brother from Hempstead, Long Island originally, who's now in Pittsburgh, Virginia. Make sure you check out. Then we got our brother Church of Black Power, who interviewed me yesterday.
Okay.
Did you see the interview, Michael?
Yeah, I saw the interview. Yes, I did.
Okay. Shout out to our brother Church of Black Power, who's originally from Watts, California, but is now in Houston, Texas. The link to his channel's in the description. Then we got our brother Brain Reloaded, who I was chopping it up with earlier for his Saturday sound off. Make sure you check him out. Toy and Rain, he's out the DMV area. He's been around plus, and he actually put Lisa Cabrera on. So shout out to him, and the link to his channel is in the description. Let's get him 1,000 subscribers. He's like 100 subscribers away from that, so let's help get him there. Then we got honorable mentions, Black Alpha Network. Make sure y'all check out our brother Black Alpha Network, our brother Afro Elite,
and Jay Dizzle,
our brother Jay Dizzle, our sister Vicky Dillard, our sister Lisa Cabrera, our brother Beatzilla, our other brother Sincere Love to God, and his co-host Nicety Girl.
And when is Vicky Dillard gonna start banging a hammer on the desk again, like she the judge in court?
Whenever she gets back to doing her regular live streams. Who else? Water God. Make sure y'all check him out as well. And that's a part of the new Black media. I'll be here naming people tonight, but those are definitely the honorable mentions that couldn't get in the description. And then we got Black Truth United, who came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is like a modern day green book for FBA businesses alike. And he also came up with the threat database as well, which combined with the Rolodex is like a modern day green book. The link to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to the threat database is in the description. The link to the business to the Rolodex is in the description. And the link to the reparations or Freedmen Reparations Party merch that our brother put together is also in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus, long overdue. Sign that board petition if you haven't already. Then we got Michael's petition for Congresswoman Nikema Williams out of Georgia to introduce and fully fund the Anti-Black Hate Crimes Act. Please sign that already. The link is in the description. And Michael, if you could put that in a private chat, that would be great so I could share it out again. Then we got Take Action Now. Sister Brooks' call to action. Help Sister Brooks get a float for the African American parade that is going to be taking place sometime this week or next week. So the call to action link is in the description. And we got Sister Brooks' backup channel, Brooks. Make sure you sub to her channel if you haven't already. Then we got operations for Descendants of American Slaves Act, the change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then support Lady Chase GoFundMe. The link is in the description. Donate to that if you haven't already. And then we our brother Joshua Fox, who put hands and feet over that Nabisco chat, the Bussy chat, the builder. Make sure y'all donate to our brother's GoFundMe if you haven't already. And then
yes, sir.
Stop the Netflix from releasing the damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Randy Short for putting that together. Make sure y'all sub petition if you haven't already. Then we got myself, as you can tell from the background. I am a candidate currently on the ballot for Colorado State House of Representatives for House a historically Black seat, and we need to keep it that way. We need to reclaim that. So support me by going to the website. The link is in the description for my campaign. And then we got Nabi in the building. Salute, Nabi. Thank you for tapping in.
Okay. Also, too, go ahead, Brother Che. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I got to finish.
Hey, Navi, how are you?
We got copyright disclaimer on the Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, the only racism that exists on this planet, in this time, and in this realm, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 areas or 10 areas of human and people activity, and that is economics, that is education, that is entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that is politics, that is religion, that is sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity, and that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, produced Justice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., produced Justice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism and white supremacy, which once again is the only racism that exists.
Right.
Conscious and subconscious behavior,
Yes, sir.
to maintain white genetic survival, to
Yes, sir.
annihilation.
Yes, sir. And then also, too, I'm back on the phones, Brother Chase, so I'll be bouncing back and forth. I just want to insert this here, man. This here came across my desk this afternoon. I think, Jesse, you'll find this very, very interesting. Okay. All righty. It's on the like page of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhance on Facebook. Okay, here we go. Let me read this here, and it's only like no more than about a 90-second read at the most. Okay.
The introduction, I still have one more piece to add.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
And that was by Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as months ago. And shout out to our FBA brother Tariq Nasheed for paying for her funeral, along with others. So those are the topics. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Shabaka, go ahead. What did you have to say?
Okay, all right, yeah, Jack, this here just came across my desk this afternoon. Please let me finish before anybody comments. And then, of course, those in the chat, when you read this. Okay, this is the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead. There's an epidemic of people not reading or doing research before they write things. So let's get into it. The claim that they can't find any slave ships is flat out false. Diving with a Purpose is a Black-led maritime archaeology organization that has spent time locating, documenting, and preserving shipwrecks connected to the transatlantic slave trade. Matter of fact, donate to them so they could find more of them. I know many of you don't like to read, so watch Samuel L. Jackson's documentary, Brother Che. I'm not sure if it's still on Netflix, but it features these divers, and you could watch them work, https www.enslavedseries.com. What's already been found? The Clotilda, identified in 2019 the last known slave ship to bring Africans to the U.S. illegally in 1860. The São José Paquete de Africa wrecked in 1794, the first slave ship ever confirmed through underwater archaeology. The Henrietta Marie, documented decades ago with physical artifacts recovered. Dozens of suspected wrecks across the Caribbean, Gulf of Mexico, and Atlantic that match slave ship construction, routes, and records. Slave ships aren't missing. They're harder to preserve. They were wood, not steel. This is what I was trying to tell Bianca. Now get this, people. Now get this. Now here's the kicker. Many were burned, scuttled, or dismantled to destroy evidence of the once the trade became illegal. Britain, who became illegal 1807, U.S. 1808, although they kept it going on to the 1830s. France, 1815. Spain, 1820. Portugal, 1836. Slave trade became illegal. Records were intentionally obscured because the trade itself was criminal. Ships were also repurposed for legal trade. Now get this, for cotton, sugar, timber, and general cargo, because they had loans against them and investors, is also documented. That there is where Dr. DeGruy Che was talking about the insurance companies that insured the slave ships. So I just wanted to put that out there. Okay, please continue.
Okay. We don't know if they'll set foot in the United States, Shabaki. We know if they set foot in the Caribbean. We know if they set foot
No, they hit the ports of New Orleans as well too. And Charleston, South Carolina. But I'll do more research on it, you know, because this is something I'm gonna have to dig on for a moment. And then from what I understand, even Mobile, Alabama, man, was a disembarkation point.
Yes, that's what we've been told. Okay. So the first topic is the tangibles. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way between now and 2100. So back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed came up with the hashtag Tangibles 2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that we, meaning the foundation of Black Americans and Senators of American Child Slavery Freedmen, we're going to demand from the two-party system. So I'm going to read this like I've been reading for the past 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of 2020, it's 2026. But everything else remains the same. So
the
2026 midterm elections coming up, the 2020 Denver elections and LA elections coming up, and the 2028 presidential elections coming up. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms.
Okay, hey, Che, I'll be right back. I got to take this call. I'll be right back.
Okay, Shabaki. Lumping foundational Black Americans in the groups of minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, marginalized, underserved, underprivileged, underrepresented, the newest one I love to use, under-resourced, distressed, downtrodden, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, like I said, the 2026 for the midterms, the 2027 for the Denver and LA elections, and the 2028 for the presidential elections, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want trickle-down or secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundation of Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And that's exactly what we've been doing for the past 7 years. spreading this hashtag far and wide on social media. It's in the political lexicon. They know what we are demanding. When we're talking about something tangible, we're talking about something that's real, that's something with substance, something you can count, measure, feel with your own hand, i.e. a check, i.e. Reparations in the form of direct lineage cash payments for past, present, and future atrocities that have been brought against our people and continue to be brought against our people in 2026. So we're talking about an anti-Black, anti-FBA hate crime bill, an end to qualified immunity in all 50 states, land grants, land allotments, specifically to foundational Black Americans, Senator Mark Child Slavery Freedmen. If they're not offering any of that, don't waste your time. The days are over, such voting just to be voting for symbolism, the first Black this, the first Black that. No. If we're gonna vote, we're gonna vote for something tangible. All right, Michael, since we lost your bucket, what are your thoughts on the tangibles?
My thoughts on the tangibles, you guys make a good point. It is like legit, simple, specific, and it's pretty much setting a political litmus test to Democrats, Republicans, and third parties. Like if they don't do something right by FBAs, the deal is off. Now, if they do something right by FBAs, then there's a deal. So it's really a catch-all, and it's more like, hey, the politicians are going to be moved by the voters, not the other way around, especially FBA voters. And I suggest to politicians and candidates watching, without FBAs, elected officials won't be in office, just like in business.
Yep.
If the business can't sell consumer goods to the public, that means the business does not survive.
Right.
And it's especially like addressing to the progressives, right? Progressives, if you want the universal policy is fine, but progressives, don't forget about lineage as well,
Right.
because they need both. Others, they don't do both. Progressives, they're done. It's
Yep.
a simple solution, right? But I understand progressives will get upset with me because they don't want to walk and chew gum at the same time.
Yep. Right on, Michael.
Yep. And those are the message to progressives. I have one Delaware candidate who signed the reparations pledge. And progressives, if you're wise, please sign the reparations pledge as a way to be held accountable, and as a way not to dilute lineage-based policies for other groups of people, because the U.S. Supreme Court says affirmative action is deemed unconstitutional.
Right. So you can't do race-based policy. It has to be lineage-based.
Yep, exactly, lineage. And I think that's one thing progressives, DSAs don't like when we emphasize the word lineage.
Right. I asked Kuros. I told you I talked to Kuros.
I remember you told me, and she said we.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think with Kuros, I emailed you the questions, right? I think with Kuros, with her, I believe there's going to have to be a lot of education, because she only has like I don't want to say like she doesn't have a lot of understanding of America, but just a snippet or basic.
Yeah.
And with her, it's going to require a lot of education. Unlike white liberals. Like white liberals know what happened, but they don't want to be informed.
Yeah, because they don't want to be held accountable for what their ancestors did.
Right, exactly.
Okay. So, if you're going to vote, you're going to vote for something tangible. And that goes for the local, state, and federal level. So any politician, including myself, because I am running for House District 8 here in the state of Colorado, including myself, if I'm not offering nothing tangible, which I clearly am offering tangibles, but if even myself, if I'm not offering nothing tangible, don't waste your time voting for me or any other politician for that matter. They don't have to have lineage-based policy on their websites. They don't have to talk about it at these little forums, town halls, all of that. Otherwise, don't waste your time voting for them, Black family. We're not necessarily telling you who to vote for. We're just saying if you're gonna vote, demand something tangible for your vote. All right. I lost Shabaka. I want to hear his thoughts on the tangibles, but we'll get him back when he gets back on.
Yeah.
So I'm going to move to the next topic, which is a very tragic topic, to say the least. So somebody that I know and Bianca is related to, Sister Bianca, just got sentenced to 51 years in prison for revenge murder. Somebody had killed his son about 3 years ago, and he ended up killing somebody he thought was responsible for the death of his son. Come to find out, it wasn't even the person that did the killing, but he ended up killing his brother instead, and they sentenced him today. So I got 2 news reports on it. Very tragic news. The brother was really trying to make a difference in the community. He had put together this program called Heavy Hands, Heavy Hearts, where he allowed the youth that were beefing with each other, that had problems with each other, to air out their frustrations in the form of boxing, in a boxing ring, instead of going to fisticuffs out in the streets and shooting and killing each other in the streets. So he went from being an anti-violence advocate to doing exactly what he was advocating against. This is very unfortunate. So I'm going to play 2 news stories about this. The first one is from Fox News, our Fox affiliate out here in Colorado. Let me share my screen on this one. Okay, here it is. So the brother's name was Lumumba Sayers Sr., and he got sentenced to 51 years in prison for a 2024 revenge murder today.
At 7 o'clock, after nearly 2 years of waiting, a judge today handed down the maximum sentence for a former anti-violence activist in Aurora convicted of killing a man.
Lumumba Sayers was sentenced to 48 years behind bars for second-degree murder, with an additional 3 years added on for tampering with evidence. Channel 2's Aaliyah Sims was inside the courtroom and is on it tonight.
The emotion was clear from the time Sayers entered the courtroom. He arrived wearing a gel jumpsuit, shackled at the ankles with a sling on his right arm, and then he sat quietly as Malcolm Watson's family described the life they lost. Now, after the sentence was handed down, Sayers showed very little emotion and continued to disagree with the jury's findings that he was responsible for Watson's death. After nearly 2 years of court hearings, Lumumba Sayers learned his fate today: 48 years in prison, the maximum sentence for second-degree murder. The case started back in August of 2024 when Sayers shot and killed Watson at Pioneer Park during his son's 5th birthday party. Before the judge spoke, Watson's family stood before the court, sharing memories of a father, son, brother, and friend they say held their family together. They asked for the maximum sentence, saying no amount of time could ever bring Malcolm back. Sayers' supporter asked for mercy, pointing to his years of community work and his efforts to help young people through his organization, Heavy Hands, Heavy Hearts. But the judge said this crime had a ripple effect far beyond that day, saying a message had to be sent that violence in a public place with children nearby has consequences. After the sentence was read, the judge ordered both families to leave separately and clear the parking lot immediately because of concerns about a possible confrontation. Watson's family declined comment after the hearing, but here's what the judge said to Sayers before handing down the maximum sentence.
That your life changed from something a person, a member of this community who gave back to someone who took. I think it's very clear, Mr. Sayers, that you take no accountability and no responsibility for what happened on that day. It's very clear to the court, not only through your testimony and the things that were said on the stand, but your demeanor as you sit here today, that you're very lacking in accountability.
Sayers did not address the court before sentencing, but the judge ordered him to serve 5 years of mandatory parole after his sentence, but he has the right to appeal. Reporting here in Adams County, Aaliyah Sims, 2 Prime News.
Lord, this is so tragic. I got another one on.
A former MMA fighter turned anti-violence activist is headed to prison now. Today, he was sentenced to 51 years for murder. 9 News' Aaron Adelson was inside the courtroom where Lumumba Sayers was sentenced this afternoon, and he joins us now from Adams County with the judge's decision. Aaron.
Well, Phil, the judge said Sayers lacked accountability inside the courtroom here, and for a second-degree murder charge, he gave him 48 years, the maximum. Then he added more years for 2 other charges, totaling a sentence of 51 years. Lumumba Sayers worked to give back to the community, running an anti-violence nonprofit. But in August 2024, he took when he shot and killed 28-year-old Malcolm Watson at a child's birthday party. Sayers was accused of arriving at the party, walking up to Watson and shooting him in the head. Watson's family called it an execution. Sayers was accused of killing Watson in revenge. Sayers' son was killed about a year earlier, and Sayers believed Watson was close with the person who shot and killed his son. Sayers did not speak in court. He didn't even speak to say he wouldn't speak. He only nodded his head. He was repeatedly called a hypocrite, working to preach against violence and then committing murder. His lawyer said his community service was real, but that did not result in a more lenient sentence.
What he did with his life, it was not an act. That was not parading or pretending. Who he is vastly beyond this case.
It is my job to send a message to the community that this is not acceptable. It's my job to send a message to the community. If you do these things here, there will be a cost.
The mother of Watson's children spoke here in court. She said the kids don't want to celebrate birthdays anymore because they're scared someone else will die. They were there and witnessed their father's murder. Live in Adams County, Aaron Adelson, 9 News.
It's just an awful story all around, Aaron. I guess at least now there is a conclusion to it.
Yeah, there is. And there was quite a big effort to keep the family separate as they left. There were at least 6 deputies here outside, just making sure everyone left. So we did try to speak with family, but they were in a hurry to leave.
Yeah, that's understandable. All right, Aaron, thank you.
So bad. Somebody that was helping out the community ended up losing his son and killing the wrong person.
Man, when you saw that news, Jesse, you were probably surprised, right?
Yeah, that shit hurt my heart. Like,
oh man, what would you say to the brother next time? Because I know emotions were running very high for him.
Man, if you're gonna do something like that, at least make sure it's the right person. Jesus, like, how can you preach nonviolence, anti-gun violence, and then you sit up here and shoot and kill somebody in broad daylight in front of kids?
Mm-hmm.
This reminds me of something that my Nimbus just did. Oh God! And he called himself running for mayor. Lord,
God,
man, it's just tragic all around. Like, both families are hurting as a result of this. And like the community is really hurting behind this because they said he did a lot to help the kids, and now they ain't got no outlet. And his gym was right up the street from where Lady Che lives. Lord, 51 years.
Yeah, 51. Wow, that's a long time in prison. He probably won't get parole after 51 years.
They threw the book at him like, Jesus, 51 years.
Right. And how old is the guy?
He's in his 40s.
Oh, man, 40. So, wow, I'm not sure he will make it to 91 years old by that time.
He's in his 40s, like early 50s. So he'll never get out.
Gosh. Ooh. Yeah, and speaking about, gun violence, right? I understand why people have a different strategies to ending gun violence. What is FBA's strategies for ending gun violence?
We need outlets for these kids to get out their frustration. That's what Lumumba was doing before he got caught up. Mm-hmm. His son got killed. His emotions was running high. He was a hothead. And he ended up going after the wrong person.
Wrong person. Wow.
it wasn't even the person that did it, that shot and killed his son. They caught the dude that shot and killed his son. He's doing time in prison too.
Right. Wow.
So it's just all around tragic. And I know these people. That's the worst part about it. It's just like, damn, whole life just gone like that. But it's an eye for eye. You take a life, they're gonna take your life. So yeah, we'll keep y'all updated on this. It's very tragic. So in other news, Oakland City Councilwoman was attacked and robbed in her home. As Shabaka said, that's Panther Town for you.
But first, an Oakland City Council member, a victim of an assault and robbery in the city she helps lead.
The 11 o'clock news on KTVU Fox 2 starts now.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mike Meback. Oakland City Council member at large, Rowena Brown, is recovering tonight. Her office says she was robbed and attacked at home by an acquaintance who she was trying to help. KTVU's Amber Lee, live in Oakland with reaction from some of her friends. Amber?
Mike, tonight, the city council member is receiving a lot of support from the people she's worked with. They tell me for many years she's worked hard behind the scenes helping Oaklanders. The office of Oakland City Council member at large, Rowena Brown, announced on Thursday that she is a victim of assault and robbery in Oakland by an acquaintance she had been supporting through a difficult time.
To have something like this happen is devastating.
Former Oakland City Council member Lauren Taylor describes Brown as a dedicated public servant who used to work for him as a constituent liaison.
It was surprise and shock, whenever we have someone close to us that's impacted by violent crime.
Brown's office says she sought medical treatment and is recovering with the support of loved ones. She remains focused on her recovery and on continuing to serve the Oakland community. KTVU obtained court documents that say police responded to a report of a battery at this building where Brown lives in downtown Oakland early Sunday at 12:42 a.m. It says the acquaintance, a 38-year-old woman from Hayward, was in Brown's apartment. She asked the woman to leave because of escalating behavior and that the person attacked Brown, including hitting her with a closed fist, knocking her down, dragging her by the hair and strangling her, but Brown managed to escape. Brown says she saw the woman take her purse and 2 cell phones before the woman fled the scene.
You're always shocked when you hear something like that happening, but just hoping she was okay physically and mentally, and that she can recover soon and get back to doing the work that she loves to do.
Kev Choice, a popular musician and Oakland resident, tells me he's known Brown for about a decade. First, through her work behind the scenes with other elected leaders. Choice describes Brown as a strong supporter of the arts.
So just always looking for creative ways to find more funding for arts and culture, even recently, hopefully being able to push some of the money from the Coliseum into the arts and culture, the cultural affairs department. So just always seeing that she has a perspective that supports our artists.
Oakland Mayor Barbara Lee posted on social media, I have been in touch with Councilmember Rowena Brown, and she is well and recovering from her injuries as she continues to serve the residents of Oakland.
The city of Oakland is behind you and supporting you through this ordeal. They know that people love you and just want you to get healed up and get back to doing the amazing work that you're doing as a council member.
Police arrested the suspect on Tuesday. She's being held at Santa Rita Jail. The Alameda County DA's office has charged her with 3 felonies, including first-degree robbery and assault with force likely to produce great bodily injury. The next court hearing is scheduled for July 30th. Mike?
Amber Lee, live tonight in Oakland. Amber, thank you for that.
At least she survived, but Jesus, like Nabi said, was it a substance abuser? Lord.
Oh, that's crazy, Mike.
What are your thoughts, Michael?
Man, wow. Whew, it's happening so fast. I'll say this: I've never seen anything like this. In the 1990s, yeah, there was crime, but not so crazy like today's. You know what I mean? And also has to do with the fact that a lot of the mental health institutions have
Mm-hmm.
been funded and dismantled. The last 40, 50 years.
Yep. Thanks to Reagan.
Yeah, thanks to President Reagan. And of course, centrist Democrats who joined in as well to defund mental health over time, if not, overnight. And studies show that if you keep mental health institutions intact, it'll definitely for sure drop, the crime will drop for sure. And I don't know why, the city council, always ends up cutting mental health, the arts, when they know that they can help the youth get out of trouble rather than
Yeah.
just like allowing them to commit crime, because the source of the crime is not because these individuals want to commit crime. It's because they lack the guidance, support, and resources.
Yeah.
And I think this is something, I know it might sound a little irrelevant, I'm going to say, but it's definitely relevant. I think they need to learn from some European countries about not defunding arts, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a way to like de-escalate the situation as opposed to escalating it, right? And having a command post where, okay, if someone's suffering from a substance abuse, it shouldn't be the police responding to
Right.
that substance abuse. It's supposed to be social workers, community health specialists, nurses, just like in Sweden.
Right. Well, we have something similar here in Colorado.
Right. Colorado, of course, Colorado, right. So you have some in Colorado, right. But I'm saying like in California, like Oakland, when
Yeah.
Oakland appears to be a progressive city. I don't think like Oakland, California, that appears to be a progressive city, would be smart to not cut these programs.
Right.
Instead of like allocating so much money to the police. I mean, the police are not going to stop, substance abusers.
Right. Shabaka, you just missed the story, so I'm gonna replay it for you. But about the Oakland City Council member getting attacked. So I'm gonna rewind this for Shabaka since he missed it.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had 2 important phone calls I had to take, from family members. Sorry about that.
It's all good, Shabaka.
But first, an Oakland City Council member, a victim of an assault and robbery in the city she helps lead.
The 11 o'clock news on KTVU Fox 2 starts.
Yeah, KTVU. I used to watch it all the time.
Oakland City Council member at large, Rowena Brown, is recovering tonight. Her office says she was robbed and attacked at home by an acquaintance who she was trying to help. KTVU's Amber Lee, live in Oakland with reaction from some of her friends. Amber?
Mike, tonight, the city council member is receiving a lot of support from the people she's worked with. They tell me for many years she's worked hard behind the scenes helping Oaklanders. The office of Oakland City Council member at large, Rowena Brown, announced on Thursday that she is a victim of assault and robbery in Oakland by an acquaintance she had been supporting through a difficult time.
To have something like this happen is devastating.
Former Oakland City Council member Lauren Taylor describes Brown as a dedicated public servant who used to work for him as a constituent liaison.
It was surprise and shock, to whenever we have someone close to us that's impacted by violent crime.
Brown's office says she sought medical treatment and is recovering with the support of loved ones. She remains
That was
focused
Oakland
on
City
her
Hall
recovery
you just
and on
saw.
continuing to serve the Oakland community. KTVU obtained court documents that say police responded to a report of a battery at this building where Brown lives in downtown Oakland early Sunday at 12:42 a.m. It says the acquaintance, a 38-year-old woman from Hayward, was in Brown's apartment. She asked the woman to leave because of escalating behavior and that the person attacked Brown, including hitting her with a closed fist, knocking her down, dragging her by the hair and strangling her. But Brown managed to escape.
Shit, I wish
Brown
the
says she
hell
saw
somebody
the
would
woman
come in
take
my
the
house and
purse
do
and
some
2 cell
shit like
phones
that.
before the woman fled the scene.
You're always shocked when you hear something like that happening, but just hoping she was okay physically and mentally, and that she can recover soon and get back to
Oh yeah, the
the work that she
A's,
loves to
they
do.
coming to Las
Kev Choice, a
Vegas.
popular musician and Oakland resident, tells me he's known Brown for about a decade. First, through her work behind the scenes with other elected leaders. Choice describes Brown as a strong supporter of the arts.
So
That's
just
over
always
by
looking for
Lake
creative
Merritt.
ways to find more funding for arts and culture. Even recently, hopefully being able to push some of the money from the Coliseum into the arts and culture, the cultural affairs department. So just always seeing that she has a perspective that supports our artists.
Oakland Mayor Barbara Lee posted on social media, "I have been in
And
touch
she
with Council Member Rowena
belongs
Brown,
recalled.
and she is well and recovering from her injuries as she continues to serve the residents of Oakland."
The city of Oakland is behind you and supporting you through this ordeal. They know that people love you and just want you to get healed up and get back to doing the amazing work that you're doing as a council member.
Police arrested the suspect on Tuesday. She's being held at Santa Rita Jail. The Alameda County DA's office has charged her with 3 felonies, including first-degree robbery and assault with force likely to produce great bodily injury. The next court hearing is scheduled for July 30th. Mike?
Amber Lee, live tonight in Oakland. Amber, thank you for that.
That's Lady Tay always says, no good deed goes unpunished. She was trying to help somebody and attacking her out.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. I wish the hell I would go out here and help a motherfucker, man, and they turn on me on that, man. They'll be calling the goddamn Alameda County Coroner's office.
Right. Are you familiar with this councilwoman, Shabaka?
No, sir, I'm not. I believe she's a new councilwoman. I believe, Che, that she's probably been up there in the last year, but I am familiar with Barbara Lee. I am familiar with Shane Tong, who was the mayor that got arrested for corruption and bribery. I am familiar with the former council member, Elaine Brown, the same Elaine Brown who was a member of the Black Panther Party. You say, and then I'm familiar with Lionel Wilson, who was, I believe, was Oakland's first black mayor. And I believe he was there at about the late 1980s, early 1990s, I believe.
Okay. What about the former council speaking that said that he had known her for like 10 years or something?
Yeah, and that's the part that would have pissed me off, man, because if I would have known somebody that long and I'm trying to help them out, man, oh man, that's betrayal. I don't know if this person had a dope habit or was on some shit, you know what I'm saying? And like Deuce and a Quarter said, right here, coming to my house and you never leave, it's going to be a nightmare on DSB Street. Exactly. Hey, let somebody come up in here, man. I'm just going to call Metro here of Las Vegas. Hey, come pick up this sanitation problem.
Right.
Wish the fuck a motherfucker would, man, and I'm doing them a favor and come up in my house, man, and go and try to rob me. Motherfucker, is you crazy?
Right. Salam, DSB. Certified salute. Yeah, this is crazy, Shabaka.
Yeah, hey, DSB.
Story, too. Right before I went on air, I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Oh, and Shabaka, I was telling Jesse earlier that so for California, right? I noticed that your city and state California keeps cutting funding for arts and substance abuse recovery programs.
Yes, sir. Yeah, see, what's up with that, Michael, is this. You have to understand that California has a 3 strikes law. So if a dude goes out here and gets busted, man, for some narcotics, right? Hey, DSB, okay, all right. He's gonna go get hit with his first strike, right? He gets busted again. He's gonna be hit with his second strike, right? So he'll probably do 3 years on the first offense, and then he'll probably do 6 years on the second offense. But on the third offense, his ass is gone for 25 years.
25 years for the third strike, basically.
Yeah, minimum. Yeah. The 3 strikes law, 25 to life. Yes, sir. All he's got to do is be 3 felonies. They don't have to be violent felonies. They could be soft felonies.
Right. Because I'm thinking, like, as I was telling Jesse right before you came up, right? You know, if they know that the substance abuse recovery programs and orts have worked, why cut them? Because cutting them is going to exacerbate the crime, right? And two is
Yes,
like
sir.
I noticed that the prisons in just not only in America but California don't rehabilitate people to be better prior to their release. So it's like,
Exactly.
what's the point of increasing prison population? They're not going to rehabilitate
Oh no,
inmates
no,
in that
no,
jail.
Michael. The reason why they want to create more inmates, right? That there's what got what they call the prisoner pipeline. Who was that there, brother Chad? I forgot the name of the sister that wrote the book. The school to prison pipeline is because what's happening is the penitentiaries like Folsom in California, Soledad, okay, and San Quentin, right? They build furniture up there at Folsom, right, which is part of the prison industrial complex. Guess who's the main people, man, or main companies that get that furniture from Folsom?
Walmart.
Walmart,
IKEA, okay. Let me see, Best Buy, okay. I would imagine even the one that had the problems with that was closing down, man. Target, you know what I mean? Yeah, you say. So what they doing is, and this is what pisses me off about you going inside these establishments, paying these high ass prices with these tariffs and shit from that orange bastard. But because it's free labor, you okay? Minimum wage in California, man, is $18 an hour, right?
Right.
So therefore, for that same $18 an hour, man, you can get you at least 10 inmates to do that work at that rate.
That's what Kamala Harris was doing.
Yeah, exactly. See, so the hell with Kamala Harris. And then somebody's going to put up there, man, or up on Facebook, social media, because they talking about AOC and Kamala Harris is going to run on the presidential ticket in 2028. Plan designed to fail.
Lordy. Okay, so the author of that book, Shabaka, her name is Catherine Y. Kim.
Catherine
Yes,
Y.
sir.
Kim.
Yeah. The prisoner, the prison industrial complex. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, school to prison pipeline, structure and legal reform.
Yes, sir. And it's a bunch of bullshit, okay? And then the cold part about it is look at all the people who they still got sitting up there on the damn felonies who were supposed to have gotten out, man, about damn near 10 years ago when they decriminalized MJ in California.
And then it was that whole concept came from Michelle Alexander's book, which I read, The New Jim Crow.
Right. And I think I might have it kicking around here somewhere because I do know I got the book called Driving While Black. I know that.
Yeah. Oh, Sabaka, when you say that AOC and Kamala Harris, these plans are going to fail, what do you mean by that?
Michael, that's a ticket that's going nowhere. Okay. That crew right there will be more sunk in the damn ocean, man, than the slave ships that I mentioned earlier this evening.
Right.
Fast.
So
it'll be a straight nosedive to the ocean floor.
Ocean floor. In terms of like what policy specifically?
Okay, number one is that you got this dump shit going on, okay? Because these damn right wingers are getting out of line. I saw something on the news, man, where another fat ass white man is going to try to cuss out a sister, right? And she had walked away, and I think she told dude, you sounded like that motherfucker that just got knocked off down there in the South. You say so. So she says, look, get your drunk ass out my way, and I'm driving out of here. And what she did. So in other words, you know, these damn Karens and what they call the male version of the Karens, the Kens, right? So they getting more emboldened. So what they need, man, is some more pow ping upside their head, a couple of cerebral hematomas, a couple of broken necks, man, a few teeth knocked the fuck out, carried off into the emergency room. You see what I'm saying? And that will get their minds right.
All right, Shabaka. So since you used to live in Oakland, what is your closing thoughts on that councilwoman getting attacked?
Okay, I'm very, very sorry to hear that, Brother Che. Okay, it's because Elaine Brown used to be a councilwoman there in the city of Oakland, I believe. Okay. You had and you had a lot of former political activists from the 60s and the 70s, you know, who was trying to make a change, you know, with the political system there, you know, with the local legislative bodies and what have you, man, you know, in the 80s and the turn of the millennium. Yeah,
Didn't Bobby Seale run for office too?
yes, sir. Funny you should mention that, man. Bobby Seale ran for mayor of Oakland in 1973, the year that I moved there. And Elaine Brown ran for the city council. I was 15 years old, I think. You know what I mean? And then I remember that there was a lot of white people who were upset that they didn't want him to be mayor. Oh, man, he's the damn Black Panthers, man. And they was going out there having shootouts with the cops and all this old type of bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, you say. And then on top of it as well, too, is that because Oakland is very liberal. You know what I mean? It's very liberal. And then, of course, you know, they got those alternative agendas that they push there as well, too. And the sad part is that you got a lot of former activists who endorse that alphabetized shit, which is kind of depressing.
Like Angela Davis.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna say any names, you know what I'm saying? And and it's sickening. You know what I mean? It really is sickening. Now, the individual got his human rights, okay? He's got his civil rights, right? But don't no man got the right to come up and tell me that the crack of his nasty, funky, stinking ass is a woman's womb.
Right.
Okay? Because there was a motherfucker out there, man, that tried to approach me with that shit in Oakland. And I says, look, man, you better get your ass the fuck away from me. So what did this fool did? He get on the phone calling Oakland PD talking about he's the victim of a hate crime.
Hell no.
Exactly. And guess what I would have been facing?
5 to 10.
Probably 3.5 to 5. I damn sure would have been hit with a felony. Yes, and I think that is totally wrong because I don't know what imagery that I projected to this individual to make him think that it was appropriate for him to approach me in this manner.
Right.
See,
this shit is getting out of hand.
Yeah, man, that's what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah, see, then AOC, man, and I'm quite sure that AOC and Kamala Harris, if they try to run that shit, they're gonna be pushing that bullshit.
Lord, you know,
you see what I'm saying?
That's all they push. The Democrats, all they do is push that nonsense.
Yeah, pushing that bullshit. You see what I mean? You know, people are starving on the goddamn street. Y'all ain't talking about taxing these goddamn billionaires out there, man, with these hokey ass websites and shit and raggedy ass cell phones and all that. And these motherfuckers is making trillions of dollars. Then you got that goddamn bore, you know, who's pretty much doing what he wants to do, and ain't nobody doing no checks and balances on his ass.
Right, exactly. Right.
And his shit is headquartered right over there in San Francisco. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, well, the board is might be going to prison about it.
Good. You know, but they only gonna send his ass to Camp Snoopy. You know what? I'm gonna tell you what they need to do with that bastard. Yeah. Send that motherfucker out there in the middle of the goddamn desert, man.
Yeah,
No,
it's
seriously.
and Sabaki, you make a great point. You know how AOC is not targeting trillionaires or billionaires with so much, you know, wealth, you know, inequality in this country, right? It's so funny because when AOC first ran 2018, she was about taxing the ultra wealthy. And then when she came to office, she dropped a proposal. And what did she decided to do? She decided to get cuddled up by U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. So she dropped a demand for taxing and say, hey, you know what? Americans, there's not much you can do to tax the rich. Sorry. But
No. But that's just it, though. They can, Michael. They can tax the rich. But what would probably happen to them if they would do that? Then they'll probably wind up, man, like that damn state senator in Minnesota, where somebody went up there and unalived his ass. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I understand. Right. And even if AOC had taxed the journalists, use that. Almost like tax the journalists, she could use that money, at least pay out reparations first.
No, hell
before
yeah. That's what
delivering
I'm
through,
saying,
like,
Michael, is that Silicon Game Valley has got enough fucking money to pay the fucking reparations.
Exactly. Yes.
All this
Exactly.
bullshit that you seeing, man, on your computer, your cell phones, and all that. Every fucking time I pull the damn thing up, man, I gotta look at a fucking commercial. Another motherfucker out here trying to sell me some bullshit that I'm not interested in.
Right.
You know, like how they say when you go to YouTube, Che, oh, they got this ad up here. Then you like how they got skip ad, right? And you push it, right? And then it takes you back to what you was doing. But the third time you push that skip ad, guess what they're gonna hit you with? They're gonna hit you with one of two ads. So which means is you can't click it off until you look at that second ad in the middle of it, but they're gonna hit you with the first one.
And that's why you gotta download the Pi app, Shabaka.
Huh?
You gotta download the Pi app onto your computer so it block the ads.
Yeah, exactly. And you got to be careful of doing that shit, because what damn viruses are you opening yourself up to?
That's always a possibility when you download something.
Yeah, exactly. You see, so this shit here, man, is designed to spy on you. It's designed to get your money. It's designed to fuck you around. You see what I mean?
Sure, you got a good antivirus and an a malware software on your computer.
Yeah, right. And then all this shit is written in Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's all written in Chinese. Some of the shit is written in Dutch. Some of the shit is written in French.
So this is a perfect segue to our next topic, which is growing concern after AI model launches its own hack on another company.
See, now, Brother Che, didn't I say this here a year ago, man, that this AI shit is going to start growing on its own? When you got these fucking cars going out here driving people, man, ain't nobody driving it, man, and they having wrecks and going around in circles and shit.
Yeah.
Now, tell me, if I was out here in Las Vegas right now, okay, I go to the app, right? And then I key in here to get one of these damn Google cars to say, take me down here to the Las Vegas. Well, the Las Vegas Hilton is no longer there. But take me down there, let's say, man, to Circus, right?
Yeah.
What is preventing that Google car, after I give it my name and method of payment, right? What is preventing that computer from running my name through the goddamn criminal court system, man? You know what I'm saying? Oh, well, guess what, Mr. Sankori? You got a goddamn warrant for your arrest.
We're taking you to jail.
Yeah. So what is preventing that fucking Google car from taking your ass to the fucking slammer?
Nothing.
Precisely my point. Precisely my point. And I'm going to sit up here, pay all this money, man, and trust some goddamn machine that's programmed by a fucking board that hates me?
Yep.
That's like what Muhammad Ali said when he was on a talk show. When they said, well, Ali, do you hate white folks? He says, no. But he says, let me ask you this. He said, let's say, you put me around some snakes, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
3 or 4 of these snakes might be friendly. But is that going to stop the other 9,700 of them that's trying to kill me? I ain't that kind of a fool.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
So this first one's from CBS, and the next one's from the one after that's from NBC.
All right.
OpenAI says its AI system hacked another AI company on its own in what the company called an unprecedented cyber incident. Now, the CEO of the hacked company says they relied on tech from a Chinese AI startup as a key part of their defense. Now, this AI breach, though, is raising questions about AI safety and the state of the U.S.-China AI race. I want to bring in Mashable tech editor Tim Worth. Tim, can you put this hack into context for us what happened and what does it mean for AI security? I want to note that nothing nefarious happened, but OpenAI was able to get into their systems.
Lady, it was
That's exactly right.
nefarious.
Oh, we've known for a while now, Anthropic, OpenAI, they have these new frontier models.
And look
that
at
are
this moist
extraordinarily
motherfucker
good
up here right
at
now.
hacking, at cybersecurity coding. So
And
OpenAI
these is
was
motherfuckers
testing
you
one of
got
these
programming
models
this
in a
shit.
secure research environment. And as part of that, they took away some of the safeguards, as you do when you're testing. And without those safeguards, this model essentially broke out of the secure research environment, accessed the internet, and decided the best way to solve its task was to hack this third-party company, Hugging Face. And obviously that's troubling for a great number of reasons, but it really confirms what AI companies in the US have been saying, that their latest models are extraordinarily capable, and that's going to have huge ramifications for cybersecurity.
Now, the speed of AI
Don't
development
buy
here
the
in the
shit.
US is really being pushed by national security concerns surrounding China
Let the
and
shit
AI, our biggest competitor.
sit on
So
the fucking
where does
shelf
things
in the
stand
store.
in the US AI race
Don't
with
buy
China?
the
It's
shit.
complicated, as we reported that they use a Chinese company to actually help with the cyber attack on this from OpenAI. But then also Chinese companies are selling some of their AI technology to US customers at a cheaper rate. So where does this stand with us?
Yeah, it's really complicated. So, to use the OpenAI hack example, the only way to respond to, an AI that's hacking is to use AI, of course, right? So these companies have to be using artificial
Gemini
intelligence
3.
models, and they have to be able to afford them, right? And, where China has been able to gain an edge is by producing these open source, open weight models that are much more cost effective. They're much more affordable for companies to run. So that's where they've been gaining an edge. Unfortunately, U.S. officials today said that some of those Chinese models were made, perhaps illegally. They call it distillation, by essentially stealing
Man,
some of
I
the
don't put nothing
secrets
past
from,
none of you
OpenAI
crooked
or
bastards,
Anthropic by,
man. You full of
reverse
shit.
engineering some of their technology.
The
So
shit is wrong.
it's very tense right now. The U.S., I've heard people talking about potentially maybe we should ban access to some of these Chinese models. That's an extreme step. I don't know that that's actually going to happen because, like I said, these companies need cost-effective AI models, and right now that's mostly coming
To
from China.
sell you a bunch of
I want
shit
to cover
you
some other
don't
tech news
need.
with you today. Samsung showed off its latest foldable phones and wearable tech today. What did they unveil?
So I was at one of these events. They've got a ton of really cool new foldables. So it's actually really exciting to
Oh
me
yeah,
personally.
they
I'm a
got the
big fan of
glasses
foldables.
now.
These devices are no longer a novelty. They're actually really, really impressive. You'll no longer see that crease in the middle of the screen. I'm personally a big fan of this pink flip phone you'll see here. I've been showing this off to everyone today. It has a very satisfying snap when you close it. So Samsung has 3 new foldables. They're very impressive, but they're expensive. They start at
Yeah,
$1,200 and go up to $2,100.
See?
So that's a big ask, right?
You're gonna be
Especially in
paying
this
as much for
economy.
a
So
goddamn
they're
cell
very
phone, man, of
cool,
which you could
but they
buy
do
a
come at a
car
cost.
for at one
Yeah, well,
time.
real quick,
See?
why are they so expensive? Is that because of the cost of chips or the new technology, the gear?
No, bitches be they're
It's a
expensive
little bit of
because of
both.
greed.
So
It's fucking
I
greed.
think my new phone is talking to
Yeah,
me.
get your lies straight, you four-eyed
Part of the reason they're so
motherfucker,
expensive
rabbit face looking
is
motherfucker.
the global
You're full
memory
of
crisis,
shit.
as you
It's
alluded to.
all
Yeah, just the
about
RAM is so
fucking
expensive,
greed.
and yeah, that's not going to change
Greed,
anytime soon.
greed, greed, greed.
Affects other companies with their new products coming out this year.
And people out
Ken
here
Morris, thanks so much.
starving and can't pay their rent.
Yeah, I agree with you, Sabaka, 100%.
Fuck him.
Exactly. That CEO, that Muzungu, that Brad,
Yeah.
Brad.
Also
obviously
tonight, more
doesn't care
drama
about-
and at least a
doesn't
degree of
care
mystery
about-
over this
sorry.
absolutely wild piece of I don't know, tech on tech crime kind of. The thing that tech
Well, you
experts
see,
have been
Michael,
sounding the alarm about over AI.
It
looks like it happened.
You remember about a
OpenAI,
year
two of
ago,
its
man, I
models
was saying that
basically
this shit
went
was going to
rogue and
grow
hacked
on its own,
another
man.
company during a test.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna break it down.
Here
Brian,
you
for
go.
a second, Brian Chung. Here's the deal. OpenAI says it was doing a test that included
And
a
not
new
only
system that
what's it
powers
doing
tech.
today, but what is this
They wanted
shit
to
going to
see,
be
okay,
doing
how
5 and
well
6
can it
years
go
from now?
after, like cybersecurity
Right.
holes. This test was supposed to happen in what these folks call
I
a
mean, look
sandbox.
what
You
it
know what a
evolved
sandbox is in real
from
life?
5
It's
and
like down
6
on the
years
it's a
ago.
secure server. They can
Remember,
test these
Jesse, when
things
we
without
first started
actually
on
hacking into
Blog Talk? Now they
but the
fucking
AI
with us on
models got out of
StreamYard.
the sandbox and onto, you know, the playground,
Blog Talk
aka
out
the
of
internet. So
business.
what did it do when it got out there? Well, the AI did the thing that everybody else does, which is it went online. It tried to find another system to be able to get answers to the test. They landed on this site, Hugging Face. It's like a digital library, sticking with the theme here, a bunch of AI systems. While looking for answers, they found security gaps in that site. They used credentials it stole to hack into that infrastructure. Like what? It's happening. OpenAI says it's unprecedented. They say they're reinforcing their safeguards. The aforementioned Brian Chung is joining us now. I'm like, so
Yeah,
into
and
this
if you
partly because I
believe
feel
that
like so
shit,
much of
lady,
what I was seeing
you
over the course
believe
of the
that
last 12
shit
hours,
don't
all these
stink.
really smart tech people going, oh my God, the thing that we've been warning about is here. Like, this is the thing we're going to look back on in 10 years and say, remember that? That's when we knew that like AI was taking over humanity. Or I'm being somewhat hyperbolic, but that's part of it. I mean, like, so reality
No,
check.
lady, you
How
being
concerned should
dizzy.
we be about this?
Yeah, and you kind of described it quite aptly that it's like a sci-fi movie. It's like the mad scientist creates the creation and then it jumps out of the box and starts freaking out. In this case,
Well,
the
didn't
thing
the
that got outside
Terminator
the
show
box
your
was
ass
an
that
agent
man
that
way
was
back in
powered by OpenAI
1985?
models, and under the directive of trying to figure
And
out
that's over 40
vulnerabilities,
years
well, first of
ago
all,
now,
it
brother
connected
Che.
itself to the internet. It was actually in that sandbox, as you mentioned, where it did not have access to the internet. It connected itself to the internet, and then it found these login credentials.
Connected
what you
itself
just
to
described
the
there, Hugging
internet.
Face, and was
So
able
which
to
means
hack
is this
into their
damn thing, man,
servers
could have
and
hacked all
really
your
exploit
personal
those
information off
vulnerabilities.
your
And again,
cell
this
phones and
all
out of your
happened
computers and your
by itself. Now,
desktops.
here is what OpenAI said in a statement. They said that this was after Hugging Face disclosed a new kind of security incident. OpenAI acknowledges that this is one of a kind. It's the first that they have seen, and they also expect this to happen more frequently. In a statement from Hugging Face, they said this incident, possibly the first of its kind, proves a point we've long believed: AI safety won't be solved by any single company working in secret, which I think brings up a very interesting point, Hallie. It's only because these companies actually told us that this happened that we even know that this happened. As you point out, many
That's
people have
what
been
the
warning that
fuck
this
I'm
could happen.
talking
Now
about.
that we've actually seen it, it's essentially
I
Pandora's
don't
box
put
open. How
nothing
many other
past this
companies might
shit.
experience the same thing
Nothing.
now that the AI is this smart? That's an open question.
But how do you close the Pandora's box? In other words, how do you put the toothpaste back in the tube? You know, it's hard to think about building a bigger sandbox when you have models as powerful.
Yeah, well, the saying goes, you cannot put the toothpaste back in the tube. What they call alignment is the concern here. That, again, the capability and the power of these AIs is proven because it literally connected itself to the internet and then hacked another AI company. But how can you create these guardrails within the construction of these AI models so that they are aligned for acting properly, for not breaking the rules, for not jumping outside the sandbox when it's not supposed to jump out of the sandbox? Is that something Congress needs to legislate? Is that something that these companies need to do a better job at aligning? Those are the big questions here. But again, OpenAI almost doing a little bit of a victory lap here. They're saying, look, we did this, not Claude. I mean, I think this is a very much it's a competitive story as well. Some of these AI models are very much very powerful, and the companies behind them are saying, look, that's pretty cool.
But yeah, I was going to say, like, so let me ask you this then. Is there there's been some discourse that like maybe this is, you know, partly Sam Altman, you know, doing a little marketing. Oh, my AI is so powerful. My steak is so juicy. Like, you know, it makes it kind of look good, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah,
what do you make of that?
Anthropic did the same thing. We were talking about Mythos just a few months ago where they were warning about the possibility of being able to jump out and exploit vulnerabilities themselves. Here's OpenAI actually doing it. And in their blog post, they had like a chart that said, hey, look, AI, you know, from ChatGPT and OpenAI is so much more powerful than Claude. You don't put that chart in there if you're not trying to dunk on somebody.
Brian Chung, boy. Have fun on that
Deuce and a quarter. This is all what this shit is. This fucking greed. Every fucking time, man, you turn on your laptop or your cell phone, you got to look at some motherfucker trying to say some bullshit you don't want, let alone or interested in.
Let me play. Hold on. DSB did a video recently about AI.
Okay. Okay, DSB. Yeah, DSB Deuce and a quarter. Yeah.
Hold on, give me 1 second. Yeah, that first dude definitely has some sugar in his tank, Nubby.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, Jesse Sabaka. Yeah, I don't trust the two. Don't trust the anchor woman and the guest talking about AI.
Yes, sir, Michael. Yes, sir, because the damn anchor woman's up there being some dizzy ass bimbo, ignorant bastard. You know what I'm saying? Well, really, if she was true to journalism, well, hey, just how do we safeguard ourselves from this shit? What is the potential harm of this shit? You see what I'm saying? What's the side effects of the radiation that this shit is kicking out?
Exactly right, and this is the problem with capitalism. When capitalism doesn't have safeguards.
Yeah, no, capitalism, Michael, you could say it in one word. Michael Douglas in a movie called Wall Street said it perfectly.
Greed
It's
is
all
good.
about greed.
Yep.
Greed is good.
Yeah, and not only that, but what Michael Douglas did, what Michael Douglas implied, but didn't say Douglas was not only greed is good, but not paying taxes is good as well, or
Yeah,
avoiding
exactly.
taxes.
Exactly. And then when I look at something like the dump, as in human shit, okay, it's gonna add more tariffs on fuel, more tariffs on imports, man. Who the fuck you think is gonna pay that, people?
Right, the consumers,
Yeah,
Americans don't have a lot of money.
Michael, I go here to the fucking grocery store, man, about 2 days ago, right? I
Right.
got me a jug of juice, a jug of water because of the heat to stay hydrated, right?
Right.
I got me 2 fucking TV dinners, you know, the gourmet kind. Do you know how much all that shit costs me, people?
$30.
You're right, $32.97.
Yeah, but I
Yeah,
was just gonna say that too. I did something similar yesterday for me and Lady Che, and that shit came up to $32.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And even Goddess is right. These people need to struggle to experience, meaning like the Nabiscos, because right now the Nabiscos, they're beginning, to experience the fracks and what FB has been experiencing for several, centuries.
For generations, Michael, for
counting.
generations. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? For generations. You know what I'm saying? And I was arguing with some of these dumb bunnies, man, on the like page today, right? And so they're gonna sit up there and oh, hold it. But guess what? We also too, brother Che. I've seen an increase in man on the internet.
Spam.
Worse, coonery at its highest, particularly coming from Black woman. No disrespect, Goddess Navi. Talking this shit, we need to get over slavery. Oh, that there was so long ago and all that. And the first thing that came through my mind was, well, bitch, then you might as well take your ass out there to Los Angeles in the San Fernando Valley and go bed wench.
So this
And be a ghetto gagger. You know, excuse me, Goddess Navi. I don't mean no disrespect on that, ma'am. You know what I'm saying? Sitting up there telling people of our mindset that we're wrong. All y'all need to get over it. That there was so long ago. You know what I mean? And all this. And I just went on there and cussed them out. You know what I mean?
Right.
And the reason being is because the Black experience is not their experience. Number one, if they had to go through 1/4 of the shit that we had to go through, brother Che, they'll go crazy.
Right, Shabaka. So this next clip is from DSB. Shout out to our brother DSB who's in the chat right now.
Oh, hey DSB.
Yeah, shout out to DSB.
This is the I believe this is either China or Japan. These damn robots are acting a damn fool.
It might be San Francisco and Silicon Valley, brother Che.
Brothers and sisters, we back with a little short one. Hey, this here gonna be a video about why these people shouldn't be messing around with AI. Let's get it.
Now that right there could be extremely dangerous.
Yeah, extreme danger, especially used by law enforcement.
Exactly, Michael. Now you see the next step where they're going through with this shit. So instead of having these damn Furmans coming up to you and these Stacy Coons, they're gonna send these motherfuckers with guns and badges on it. Oh, by the way, out of Chicago, Illinois. I'll tell you after this. And doing this shit here for bullshit. You see what I'm saying?
And this is the
This
problem
is
when
bullshit.
it is. And this is the problem when the AI doesn't have accountability.
Right. And then on
So
top of it too, Michael, okay, just like what did they say in the Terminator? What was the dude, man, that went after Linda Hamilton and said that Terminator is out here to kill you? It does not feel. It's only programmed and is out to kill you. It cannot be reasoned with. It cannot be negotiated with. You see what I mean?
yeah. What you mean? Yep.
And then these stupid ass gullible motherfuckers are sitting up here going for this dumb ass shit. Being dizzy. So on some bullshit. See, they trying to tell you that this AI, okay, they're gonna have humanoid robot runners. Good. Man, all the motherfuckers do that shit. Yeah, pick it up, throw it in the trash. I know damn well you didn't bring a gurney out there for that motherfucker. I know they didn't bring a gurney out there for a damn ragged ass robot when all they had to do was bring a damn trash can.
And family.
Oh, by the way,
You
Sabaka,
shouldn't play with AI
Philip
robots.
Scott loves AI.
Hey, it's all fun and
Philip
games
Scott
until
loves
somebody gets
AI.
killed with Harry
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
trying to replace us. How the hell you gonna replace him with damn robot that malfunction without a blink of eye?
Easy.
Shalom, family.
Shalom, DSB. Thank you for that. So yeah,
Yeah,
these-
DSB, they could do it real easy, DSB. You know what I'm saying? They could do that very easy. And what's going to happen, DSB, is going to be a whole lot of people out of fucking jobs. Don't you all get it?
Exactly.
The only motherfuckers, man, is who are going to benefit is going to be Stinky Bird, the Dump, and his cronies, Jeff Bezos, because they're going to be the ones controlling this bullshit. You see what I'm saying? You already got the disease going off into the lettuce. You know, I go to the store, I ain't buying no motherfucking vegetables, man. I ain't buying no tomatoes, man. I ain't buying, damn sure I ain't buying no lettuce. And as much as I like lettuce and coleslaw, you're not going to put that shit in me to kill me. Cyclospirasis or some bullshit they calling it.
Yeah, you talking about the lettuce.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
Nice.
You know, and please, please. Yes, and please subscribe to Genup One. Please subscribe to Genup One on YouTube. Because what did you say, Brother Che? We needed 5 more subscribers to go live.
Yeah, you need 6 more, Shabbat.
Okay, come on. Yeah, hit the hard 6 for me tonight, people.
Yeah,
Hit the hard 6 with me. I need a pair of trays.
Yeah, and Sabaka, I definitely agree with you 100%. For certain, AI cannot do a lot of, human tasks, especially like what the 2 workers do in trying to change the tiles. Especially AI cannot handle heavy, tiles.
Yeah, laying tile. I helped Mad Dr. D lay some tile one time. Now, that's a skilled profession that pays well. Now, look at all the tile setters who's getting ready to lose their jobs.
Yeah.
And that's
look at all the painters who is getting ready to lose their jobs.
Yeah. Try to tell that to Philip Scott, man. Philip Scott loves AI so much. Philip Scott said, I love it so much.
All you got to do is give me a call. I tried to call that brother 3 times, man, and he ain't called me back. So I guess he ain't interested in what I got to say, but I will roast his ass on that AI.
Right. Because Philip Scott said, I'm going to quote Philip Scott. He said, brothers and sisters, we need to embrace AI because nobody's going to give us jobs. So embrace it. What's your response to that, Sabaka, if you had to meet Philip Scott?
Yes, sir. If Philip Scott was to say that to me, right?
Right.
If we embrace AI, then we are embracing people losing their fucking jobs.
Right.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Because they're going to get the AI to do everything. Wash windows, be the street sweeper, collect the garbage. You see what I'm saying? So those are 3 industries right there that pay halfway decent where you can make a living, where you could have you a spouse and raise you 2 children off it. No, AI is going to do it. No more garbage man. Oh, and here's some, and then people, here's something that you really got to think about. What about emergency room workers in a hospital?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
exactly.
doctor's AI now.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They have,
Yeah.
they have robots doing surgeries now, Shabaki.
Oh hell no, man! No, I want to be dead before that becomes the norm, man.
Yeah. Hey, you
So
know,
I
Phyllis.
wish you guys the best on that one after I'm gone.
Yeah, and by the way, Philip Scott hired an AI analyst. Her name is Say.
Yeah, to DSB. I'll put your link in.
On African Diaspora News Channel.
DSB.
Yeah.
Drop his link in too. Make sure I sell it to our brother DSB as well. I'm gonna drop his link in the chat.
Mm-hmm. And then on top of it too, is like what's going out the window, because I've been seeing a lot of shit on the net, right? You know, where black people have been crumb bumming on the hustlers. You know what I'm saying? The street hustlers, Brother Jay, right?
Yeah.
Well, y'all is doing this stuff right here. Y'all ought to go get a job and all of that. In this day and age, don't nobody in their right fucking mind wants to go out here and work 9 to 5 to make some other motherfucker rich while he's sitting down there in the Caribbean, man, having them mint juleps and rum and cokes and all that shit, and AI is coming up there. You know what I'm saying? Oh, okay, DSB, thank you. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. And AI is coming there. You know what I mean? And then I'm looking at a bit of a time tunnel right here, people. Right now on Cartoon News Network, right? They're talking about Las Vegas evolving from the 60s to the 80s, and they're showing file footage of where they built the MGM Grand. They had the old Caesar's Palace right there. They were showing, you know, Frank Sinatra and Wayne Newton there.
You're welcome, DSB.
Yeah, you see? And then they're showing a map of where they had the Flamingo, the Sands, you know what I mean? All the old hotels they brought down because, see, Las Vegas, people, used to be a resort, right?
Mm-hmm.
What has happened now is that Las Vegas is a city of resorts, plural.
Yep.
You say, like, if you go to the MGM Grand, man, they're gonna have every fucking thing there for you, man, where you don't even have to leave the MGM Grand. They're gonna have the casinos there, they're gonna have the flower shops there, the barber shops, the jewelry stores. You see what I'm saying? The where you buy your bathroom products and stuff like that. Now they're showing where they're getting ready to implode the dunes. Okay, now the dunes used to sit, people, of where the Bellagio is today. The only original hotel that I see there on the Las Vegas Strip, man, that I remember from 1970, the first time I saw Las Vegas as a kid, is the Flamingo. Okay, they got rid of the Stardust. Okay, they got rid of the Frontier. You see, they got rid of the Hacienda. You see what I'm saying? All those is gone. You know, that's where you got the Stratosphere at. That there's where you got Paris Hilton's hotels at. You see what I mean? Then the old International Hotel, they changed the name on it, right? But it's still there. And that there was what I was telling you, Jesse. I went through there one day when I first came out here, and a white fella come up to me, "Hey, bro, you want to take a picture with the Elvis imitator?" And I said, "Motherfucker, is you crazy?" And the reason being, I says, you know, all this music he's singing is black music, right? Yeah, but he's the king of rock and roll. I says, look, man, I saw a dude in LA by the name of Little Richard speak, right, to about me and 45 other people, right, saying that Elvis Presley is not the king of rock and roll. It is him, Bo Diddley, and Chuck Berry. You say, and by the way, and they showing all these former showgirls from the 1960s. Good God almighty, man, these are some high mileage jobs.
Yeah.
They is toe up. Them are some high mileage jobs right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No disrespect, goddess. Yeah.
I think Phil was saying we don't want to be behind the curve with the AI, like we were behind the curve with the internet.
Yeah, exactly. Which I can understand. He says Phil came up overnight on YouTube. That's what I got to talk to you about too, Brother Che. We need to come up overnight. And I got an idea, and I'll give you a call on it tomorrow. I remember the Stardust, it's gone. Frontier is gone. Treasure Island is still there. Yeah, the Treasure Island is still here, Goddess Navi, but they got rid of the ships. You remember when they used to have the exhibit of the ships that would shoot at each other in the little pond right there? Them ships is just that. They relics. Yeah. I stayed at the Stardust, my very first Vegas visit in 1990. Stardust is gone, honey.
They tore that down. Stardust is gone.
It is H-I-S Story. You know what I'm saying?
The Stardust is gone. The Dunes.
Yeah, the Dunes is gone. Where the Dunes used to sit is where the Bellagio was sitting at. Remember, old boy, he was talking shit to the other dude on YouTube, man, and he met him up there and he dumped on his ass. Yeah, that was in front of the Bellagio. That's where the Dunes used to sit.
Yeah. Oh, Jesse and Sabaka, I want to add something too. What Phil Scott fails to mention, Phil Scott is partially correct about factory jobs went overseas. He's partially correct. However, what Phil Scott doesn't mention is that outsourcing of factory jobs started under Reagan.
He's right. He did.
Right. Reagan. Hold on. With Reagan, right? Not only Reagan started outsourcing jobs, but Reagan started automation over time. So by 1990s, half of the factory jobs were
gone
for good.
Yeah.
Right. And then you know who else? Yeah, okay. Yep. Now get a load of this, Michael, and you're gonna love this, Jesse. You know who else contributed to a lot of jobs going overseas, man? He was elected president in 1992. And he got reelected in 1996.
Bill Clinton.
Exactly. The North America Free Trade Agreement. And this is why everybody's is considering have to move out and to live in a fucking street.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely understand what you're saying. Also because tax cuts were associated with
yeah, exactly, all that shit. So I would imagine the dumpster figures that he's getting even by the tariffs, right? But in actuality, man, it is hurting the consumer in the US who's buying it, man, because you're going out here paying $10 for shit that cost you $2, man, less than 4 years ago. You see what I'm saying? You see, and then of course, you know, the dumpster, he's a crook, he's getting kickbacks, man. He don't give a fuck about the people, man. He just caring about lining his pockets for his homies and his family. You see? And as wicked and barbaric as this shit is, man, who the fuck knows what these motherfuckers got up on the wall for the next generation, y'all.
Right.
Nabi said there has not been no updates on the Hispanic dude who shot and killed that couple
last June in California, right? That
in Las Vegas.
Yeah, on the strip. Oh, by the way, y'all gonna love this. Out of the Shy, 2 black Chicago police officers shot an unarmed white man.
What?
Yep. Yep, right there in the L train station. Yes, sir.
That's crazy.
So they're done. They're done. They'll be arrested. They'll be relieved of their job.
And no,
they're probably gonna hit. Yeah, they're probably gonna hit them with a hate crime.
Yep.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I gotta get more information on that. So I'm gonna have to cover that on part 2.
Yeah, because the story, man, had came about that I saw for the first time, you know, just when we came on.
Oh, Jesse, Oh, Jesse, we're gonna cover. Looks like you're gonna cover the 4 types of racists.
Yep.
Oh, interesting. Oh, I like how the ladies so happy, like say, "Oh, Donald Trump, he's our savior."
Okay, so Nabi, the update on him is Ruiz turned himself in at the Henderson police station on June 9, 2025, claiming he acted in self-defense. Though investigators noted neither victim was armed, a Clark County grand jury indicted Ruiz on open murder with a deadly weapon, and prosecutors announced they are seeking the death penalty. He remained held without bond.
Yeah, right. So they're gonna be sending his ass up there to Fallon in about 6 months. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. And they showing. Oh, another hotel that's gone too, guys, was the Frontier.
Oh, you didn't hear? We had covered it on here last year. Yeah. So basically,
yeah, we covered it the night it happened, didn't we, Brother Che?
Yeah. So Rodney Finley, who was an online YouTuber named Finley the Legend, his wife Tanisha Finley, Zona couple visited in Las Vegas, were shot. Rodney was killed on June 8th, 2025, on the Strip in front of the Bellagio fountains.
Right.
The shooting occurred. Oh, okay. She's talking about the Chicago thing. Yeah, I didn't hear about that either.
Yeah. Yeah. I just saw it down in the idiot box before we came on. And they showing all these old ass motherfuckers that's older than dirt. Paul Anka, Wayne Newton. Because Wayne Newton used to own the Aladdin Hotel out here because he used to have Lola Falana up there with him all the time.
That's another one, the Aladdin.
It's history. And we're sitting over there by the Aladdin, Brother Che, I think is a hotel named after you, the Paris Hotel.
Yep. Which I'll never set foot in again. Fuck the Paris. Them racist motherfuckers had us waiting down there an hour before they served us.
Okay. And then I'm trying to think, what was the damn hotel that I went over there to? It wasn't a Flamingo, it was one next to the Flamingo, right? Where the damn robot came up and had the audacity to ask me and homie for a tip.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Damn robot. You a fucking computer and you want a tip. Is you crazy?
Yeah, that shit was hilarious. When he told me, I was like, what the hell?
Man, I should have did a video on that shit. I bet you that damn thing would have went viral, man, as soon as after I pushed his ass out.
I can't even find it. I can't even find this thing about the Chicago. Let me see.
Damn, I didn't know Wayne Newton could play a guitar and a violin.
Yep.
Damn, Wayne Newton looking like he's dead as hell up here. That's a sharp ass black suit he got on. Oh, I like the cut on that coat.
Let me see if I can find this. Oh, come on. Now that Gemini saying they can't find no record. Let me see. Or no report of this. Let me see. Chicago.
Well, look at Vegas in the 60s, you guys, showing Fremont Street before they put the tunnel over there. I remember the slots are fun.
Yeah, that's super old, Shabaka.
Yeah, and they got a professor of history here from the University of Nevada at Las Vegas talking about Las Vegas. So I guess they got the right dude for that. Had Rich Little up here. Remember Rich Little who used to do the impersonations of everybody?
Yeah.
And 90% of these people they're showing, you know, they're pushing up daisies.
Yeah, I'm not finding this, Shabaka. So it must be that fresh that they don't even have it on Google.
Yeah, because I think, man, it happened today. There are 2 Chicago police officers, man. White boy was resisting. They told him quit resisting, and they dumped on his ass.
Wow.
And guess what's going to happen? They're going to fall. So the Hispanic dude is being held up in the prison after he did what he did in public. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that guy has he turned himself in. Well, remember, he turned himself in.
Yeah, he did right, man, because the shit was on the damn YouTube.
He was looking for that dude for a minute.
And
dude said, "Oh, I'm coming to your city." He said, "Oh, you in my city?" That's why you can't drop in your location.
Yep. Then he came there and he dumped on his ass. Now, guess what else they showing here, people? This has got to be in the 80s, okay? They're showing these damn burlesque shows.
Oh, yeah.
Men dressed up as women.
Oh, I did see that, DSB. I'll probably cover that tomorrow. It said breaking news out of Berlin, Germany. Car runs into the crowd of people, taking one out and injuring 15 plus others during the Pride month. Pride comes before destruction, Lord.
Damn.
That's
We got
crazy.
Tatum
Wow.
in the building.
Damn.
Yeah, Sin City Manny is cooked. Yep.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and it's cooking like hell out here. It was a pleasant 115 degrees today.
And Nobby said, no, I'm saying he's being held up in the system. They're taking their time prosecuting him is what I was trying to say. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's down there in the Clark County Detention Center. You know, he's down there with Keefy D.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like they want to give him. It sounds like they're trying to look for ways to give him a lighter sentence.
Probably. You know what I'm saying?
They should be charging him with a hate crime.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right.
They
So
should.
we're gonna move to the next topic, and that is the 4 types of nice racists. Lord.
What happened now to who?
The 4 types of nice racists.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Two cis ladies saying Trump is our savior.
Oh my God, that's the Diamond.
Diamond. Yeah.
Wait, of Diamond and Silk.
Yep.
Yeah.
She says, what now?
Trump is our savior. Thank God for Trump. He's like our Lord. You know what I mean?
Okay,
I'm paraphrasing
Michael.
what you're saying.
Michael.
Yeah.
Let me explain something to you. If that woman, myself, and Brother Che were on a plantation, right? And me and Brother Che, we got ideas to get up off this damn plantation because we heading to California to go bum rush that gold.
Right.
Okay? Do you know what we would have to do to her before we even left?
We would have to murk her.
Yeah, we have to pull a Sister Harriet on her. Why?
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, Master, look what I did. There they go. So then what's going to happen to me and Brother Che? Here come the slave patrollers, right?
Right.
Depending on how intense of the heat and the terrain we're going through, right? I'll probably wind up telling Brother Che, hey, man, go ahead and make it to California, man. I'm going to hold these dudes off here for you, man, because I'm going out. They say, so I'm going to try to take a couple of them with me, but go get that motherfucking gold.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The sad part about it is these 2 Chicago police officers here that kicked that Nabisco off the planet, right? Now, one of 2 things is going to happen. They're going to say, well, they're like ICE. They did their jobs, right? But in actuality, what's going to happen is that they're going to find misconduct. They're going to charge them with hate crimes. Because they black and he's white. You see? But also what's going to piss off is those Nabisco cops, Brother Che. Well, wait a minute. You know, we've been unaliving all of them for centuries now. You know what I'm saying? Now the scenario is returned. Oh, we can't have this.
Yeah, I can't find this, Shabaka. You're going to have to poke the link or something. I can't find that video.
Okay, I will tell you this much. I'm looking at CNN right now, Brother Che. Wait, no, I'm sorry. I take that back. It was on the internet.
Are you sure it was today or this is something? Because everything I found. Oh.
Try for the last couple of days, because you know a lot of time with these content creators, man, they'll put this shit up here 2 and 3 days ago and leave it up there trying to get the clicks.
Okay. While I'm doing that, I'm going to play this next clip, and that is the 4 types of nice racists.
They will never call you a slur. They smile,
shake your hand, and do the damage with a firm grip and a soft voice.
Mhm.
These are the 4 types you need to know. The first type is the smiling snake.
Mhm.
This one has mastered what might be the most dangerous skill in the arsenal of a racist mind.
Mhm.
They have learned how to be racist without ever being accountable for it. They never raise their voice. They never drop a slur. They ask questions. They say things like, "Wow, you are really well spoken." They sit across
Mhm.
from you at a conference table and ask if you ever feel unsafe in your neighborhood. They casually mention that they read something about crime in cities like Chicago, and they look right at you when they say it.
Mhm.
Calculated, precise, every single word placed on purpose. Here is what makes this type so lethal. In a world where racism is still largely judged by tone and vocabulary, this person is untouchable. You cannot report them to HR. You cannot explain to someone who was not in the room why that comment felt like a slap, because they never technically said anything wrong. That is the whole point. They studied the rules of accountability and built a system that works entirely outside them. The suit is just the robe, dry cleaned and tailored. They figured out that if you remove the slur and keep the contempt, nobody can touch you. That is
Right.
not accidental. That is evolution. That is racism that has been forced to adapt. And it did.
Right.
And the damage is real. Research on workplace microaggressions, studied extensively by scholars like Dr. Daryl Wing Su, has documented that this kind of low-grade, deniable racism causes measurable psychological harm. Chronic stress, anxiety, a constant need to second-guess your own perception. That is not nothing. That is a slow draining of your energy and your confidence. And the smiling snake knows that. Some of them, on some level, understand exactly what they are doing. That is exactly why channels like this get taken down. Hey family, real talk. YouTube has shut down channels for telling exactly these kinds of stories. So I need you to find us off this platform. Go to blackstories-untold.com. Join our mailing list and make sure we stay connected no matter what they do.
Man, you ain't
Now,
gonna
back to the
spam
list.
my inbox with
Just
a
wait
bunch
until
of
you meet the
shit.
next type, because this one does not even pretend the problem is about you. They make it about themselves. The second type is the hijacker. You open your mouth to talk about what happened to you. You are 3 words into your experience and they are already loading their response. You barely get to the point before they redirect the entire conversation toward themselves. You tell them you got passed over for a promotion because of your race. They tell you they have anxiety, so they understand what discrimination feels like. You tell them you were followed around a store. They tell you they got bullied in middle school. Every single time you bring your pain, they bring a receipt for a completely different transaction and act like it is the same thing. This is not empathy, not even close. Empathy requires you to actually sit with someone else's experience. The hijacker cannot do that. The
It's a
hijacker
counter
will
man.
not do that. Because
It's a
to truly
counter
sit
man.
with what Black people in America have been through, historically and right now in 2024, you have to reckon with a system that benefited a lot of people at the direct expense of Black people. That reckoning is uncomfortable. So instead of doing it, they reach into their own catalog of minor inconveniences and use it to flatten yours. They are telling you, without words, that your documented, generational, structural oppression is no more serious than their bad day. That is not ignorance talking. That is aggression in a soft voice. This move has deep roots. During the Civil Rights Movement, one of the most consistent tools used to shut down Black demands for justice was the pivot to someone else's struggle. Suddenly, every group had it just as bad. Suddenly, Black specificity was divisive. Frederick Douglass dealt with it. Ida B. Wells dealt with it. Every Black leader who tried to speak plainly about what was being done to Black people specifically got the same move run on them. The hijacker is not new. They have just moved into open plan offices and book clubs, and they are still running the same play. But the collector? That one takes it even further because they actually did do some things for you. They have the receipts, and they are going to use them. The third type is the collector. This one is sophisticated, patient. They have been building something for years before you even knew the game started. Every Black friend they have is a tile in the floor. Every donation to a Black-led organization is a brick in the wall. Every diverse hire they champion in a meeting is another deposit in the account. They are not doing this because they care. They are doing it because they are preparing for a day that might come. The day someone calls them out. And when that day arrives, they smash the jar open. How dare you? Do you know what I have done for this community? Do you know how many people I have helped? They pull out name after name, dollar amount after dollar amount, and suddenly the person who did something racist is the victim of ingratitude. And it works. It actually works. People in their orbit will defend them furiously because the long con was that good, because the investments were real, even if the reason behind them was not. This pattern has a documented history in American power structures. The plantation owner who was known as a kind master, the segregationist politician who threw money at black schools while voting against black rights in every chamber that mattered, the corporate executive who puts black faces in the lobby while the boardroom stays locked, the charity without the justice, the donation without the policy change. Black scholars and activists have named this dynamic for generations. It is philanthropy used as a shield. Your struggle was an investment. Your friendship was an insurance policy. And the cruelest part is that the collector actually needed you to receive real help sometimes for the plan to work. So the help was real. The care was not. The fourth type is the vulture. And this one hits different because of how seductive it looks at first. The vulture loves black culture. They know the slang before you do sometimes. They are at every black-owned event. They stream all the music, wear all the fashion, use all the language, and present themselves as allies and admirers. They love the swag, the creativity, the resilience, the struggle aesthetic, all of it. They will consume everything black culture produces, and then they will repackage it, profit off it, and act like they invented it. But here is the test. Watch how they talk about actual black people when the cameras go off. Watch who they hire when they finally get into a position of power. Watch who they call dangerous when something goes wrong in a neighborhood. Watch who they actually date versus who they appropriate from. The culture is the buffet. The people who made the culture are an inconvenience to them. That is the vulture's core contradiction. They want everything that came out of black genius without having to respect, protect, or include the black people who created it. And the damage this archetype has caused is enormous and measurable. The word woke is one of the clearest examples. That word was used as early as 1938 by blues musician Leadbelly, who told his people to stay woke to the dangers targeting them in America. It was a survival word, a protection word. Black people carried it for decades, and the vulture, through political media and culture war machinery, stripped that word down, hollowed it out, and turned it into a slur used to mock black consciousness. They will strip mine everything we build and leave us with the whole. That is not appreciation. That is extraction with a smile. Here's what connects all four of these types and why they matter together as a pattern. The smiling snake uses language as a weapon. The hijacker uses empathy as a erasure. The collector uses generosity as a leash. The vulture uses admiration as a mask for contempt. What all four have in common is deniability. None of them can be easily called out in polite company. None of them fit the image that American culture has trained people to associate with racism. And that is the point. That is the entire design. Real racism in this country has always been most powerful when it was hardest to name. These four types are the modern form of that strategy. This is not about teaching you to distrust everyone. This is about teaching you to see clearly. Your grandmother saw it without a documentary. Your ancestors navigated it without a LinkedIn page or an HR department. They trusted what they felt in their body, what they observed with their eyes, and what they shared with their community. That knowledge kept people alive. Do not let anyone talk you out of what you can already see. If this video helped you see something that has been in front of you without a name, there is another video on this channel that will take you even deeper into the history behind what you just heard. Go watch it now. This was Black Stories Untold. And as always, thanks for watching. If you want more stories like this, click the video on your screen now.
Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on the 4 types of nice races?
Oh yeah, no doubt. They're just the same, but worded differently, and also very strategic. How they move, especially the white liberals, like the snake, conniving, right? Especially Joe Biden shaking his hand, smiling. Where's Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump is more direct, but you notice Donald Trump will hug FBA sisters on the cheek, right?
Look at Donald Trump with Diamond and Silk.
Yep, they showed that.
Yeah. And you see Diamond Silk's like, oh, thank you, Trump. Oh my gosh, I got a kiss from the president. That means he loves black people. And Donald Trump's like, don't get too excited, sisters. I'm doing this because I don't want the media to paint us white Republicans as very racist. So
And as soon as Trump took office, look what he started doing. The day he took office, the day he got inaugurated, he said, fuck the inaugural bar. I'm going to go up here and sign 25 executive orders immediately.
Right.
Yeah, that was unprecedented. And then that was the first time that I have ever saw that the president, the outgoing president and outgoing vice president are on the same plane to get out of Dodge.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That
was unprecedented. I ain't never seen no shit like that. Usually what it was is he gives his inauguration speech, then they stroll over there to the White House, the outgoing president, he walks out the White House, gets on a helicopter to take him to the airplane for his last flight on Air Force One to go home.
Yeah,
but this cat,
right. And here's
but
my
this
thoughts.
motherfucker, man, he shit,
All right, go ahead, Michael.
And I just made a comment, right? In the chat, I say, pertaining to the video, a white Democrat says, I have donated to black-led organizations money, right? How can I be racist when I fought for equality? So FBA's asked liberal Karen the name of the black-led organization that she supported in the past. She is silent because her story could not be verified. Silence equals more anti-black racism.
Yep.
Have you guys encountered that before when the Becky says, look, I donate money to black-led organization.
Yep.
Like Black Lives Matter, which was not a black organization.
Right. Or the NAACP.
There you go.
Right.
In other words, Michael, is what we call in the community, man, bullshit.
Right.
Right.
Yep. I've run into all 4 of these types of races.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They ain't full.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then particularly a cat in my age group, Brother Che, right? It would be when they were showing racism in jobs, education, healthcare, community involvement, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, then they start telling you about the Irish, okay? You know what I'm saying?
Second one.
Yeah.
How the Irish were indentured servitude, slaves.
Yeah. But get this here though, Michael, okay? Because I had a conversation, with one of our colleagues today, who come on the show, right? And I was telling them what I read because they was talking about the indentured servants, right?
Right.
And what they try to do, Brother Che, they try to countermand our narrative of what we say that that after he paid his debt, he can go in there and own slaves his damn self. Why do you think he had so many slaves with Irish last names, right? So they tried to put that on us, you see, but they said, but one thing that they did say, that once the Irishman worked off his debt, he was free to go.
Yeah.
But not the black slave.
Right.
So what did the Irishman do? He started buying slaves his damn self.
Yep. And
he starts fucking the women. Okay. You see what I'm saying? And excuse my language, ladies, but I'm just being real about it. You see? And then here's StreamYard trying to sell me some shit for $30. Oh boy. Okay, you had to get that off my screen, All right. So then They want the rhythm, but they don't want the blues.
Yep. You know,
Yeah,
as a matter of fact, Sabaka, Jesse, I had an argument with an Irishman at the Medical meeting a couple
yeah,
of years ago, right? When I told the
right.
Irishman that, look, foundation Black Americans, you know, were put in U.S. chattel slavery. They suffered the most. And you know, the Irishman said, how about me? And it was an intense argument I had with him. And then from the Medical meeting, I had to leave because
Okay, wait a minute. What did he mean? What about him?
him. Okay, yeah, you know, because I mentioned that I think I'm trying to remember. This was going back to 2024, right?
Okay,
So
yeah,
we were talking about like, you know, Black people's issues at that time, right? And I
yeah.
made a statement saying that, you know, foundational Black Americans deserve reparations. And when I said that, the Irish man at the American Forum meeting got so upset with me. He was like, "Oh, you're ignoring all people of color." I said, "Sir,
Lord.
if you want to file your own reparations, you got to file with the your own government in Ireland
So you're
or in America, right?" And it was just intense, like, you know, basically back and forth yelling. And
Well, see
so,
what it is. See, Michael, I'm gonna tell you something. Based on what you're telling me, I've had many of those conversations in person, right? Okay, on Facebook. As a matter of fact, when the TV series Roots came on, right? I was living in the Bay Area at the time, Jesse.
Yeah.
So I take a trip, man, to Reno, Nevada, right? So I'm up there in Reno, man, you know, trying to play the slot machines. So this dude want to start talking to me about Roots. And I told him, I said, yeah, well, you know, that there's a life story of a lot of my ancestors down on them plantations of Alabama and Tennessee. You see what I'm saying? And Virginia. You see what I'm saying? Then he starts telling me, man, about Irish indentured servants. I says, well, he was working to pay off a debt, right? And generally what the debt is that they wanted to come to America, look for the American dream. And if you saw the movie called Titanic, you remember Leonardo DiCaprio was one of the poor Irish coming over there. That's why they didn't want him going off with the girl. So doing slavery is that somebody would bag this dude to get to America and they'd probably go see a relative to work off the debt for 5 or 6 years, right?
Yep.
But once he paid the debt, right, then he's out of debt, and then he can go work for the dude to accumulate him some money, right? Plus the knowledge that he acquired about agriculture, right?
Yeah.
You following me?
Yeah.
Oh, well, guess what? Oh, we're going over here to Black Friday. What did Oscar Brown Jr. say, Jesse? Bid him in, bid him in. That sun is getting mighty hot. Let's take care of business and get home tonight, bid him in.
Yeah.
Oh, we got this fine young thing here, 15, 16 years old, a black Dahomey queen. So white boy, you up there looking at that. Well, damn, boy, she is kind of built. You know what I mean? How much y'all want? $500-$600. Oh, well, man, I can go breed more slaves with her. See? See what I mean? You see what I'm saying? So this is why I really did appreciate the X-Man when he was doing his thing where he was talking about that type of shit. You see what I'm saying? Okay? And that is one thing that they don't want you to talk about. You see what I mean? Particularly when it comes to that. So what happens is white man, he's going out there seeing all the bed wenches. They say, so what does the Becky do? What does the Becky do?
She tried to
What
get
the huh?
he oversees the slaves, right?
No, Michael, go see a movie called Mandingo, man, with Ken Norton and get back with me on it.
Okay.
That's what the Becky does.
He tried to get
And you
her.
gotta see you gotta see it all the way to the end, Michael, and it will piss you off at the end.
Okay, I'll watch the Mandingo. Okay.
Yeah, and to make sure you 1975. No, 1975.
Yeah, that's what I said. 1975.
Yes, sir. Okay. And the way how you know you're on the right flick, Michael, is that they'll have Ken Norton in it.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Okay. He was the slave, you know?
Yep. All right, I'm gonna move to the next topic.
Yeah.
And that is the World Cup showed what textbooks hide about the global Black population. So Lisa's gonna give us an update on this, a long one. So I hope y'all strapped in for the ride.
Okay. Goddess is saying, I don't believe my Second Amendment ones.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
What
asking
was it?
for like protection to bear arms in case the police don't show up. And she
Okay.
wants
In the state of California, you cannot have a firearm in the presence of a police officer.
That's bullshit.
No, Jay, because of the Black Panthers.
That's because the Mulford Act, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Lisa gonna give us an update on this next topic.
Okay.
Practically all Black. And the French team, let's get into the World Cup. The one thing that is really in an uproar all around the internet is how Black the players were for virtually every nation except for Argentina. And people were asking, how come the German team is practically all Black? And the French team and the UK team, you know, these teams, the Netherlands, they're all Black. So what's going on? Every team except for Argentina had melanated men, and it didn't matter what country they were from. So people started asking questions about the global population. And it seems like everybody feels tricked into believing, you know, the people that try to boast themselves as being big in this country, really, they technically, y'all, they really ain't big in this country at all. Because anytime you got to add groups like the Latinos, the Arabs, the East Indians, you ain't that damn big. Y'all need to stop lying. You're not that big. If you got to put everybody in the category except for us, then you're not a big group. You know, and I think y'all been lying for a very long time up in here. And I suspect it, and many people do. Quite frankly, I don't see that many of you out here. Even when I travel to other states, up and down, especially the East Coast, y'all don't look that big. I'm sorry, you just don't. You never have. Now, maybe 50 years ago, but since y'all have been declining every single year in your population because y'all not having enough babies, people notice the change. Many of us do. Not only here, but even over in Europe. In fact, every nation you're in where you had slavery, y'all are on a major decline. Because, you know, slavery was in Europe too. So, look, y'all, I want to go over some of the things people are talking about online. Now, I went to Chat GPT and I actually use Claude, and I want y'all to hear the answer that it gave me. Let me let me put this up on the screen. Okay. Actually, this is the video that I'm going to show, but I'm going to talk about Claude. Now, I went on Claude because I had a couple of questions about, you know, everybody is starting to chatter about global population and how come when we see the World Cup, every single nation on the planet got Black players And Argentina, we ain't worried about them. Argentina is trash. So anyway, I went out and my question was, are these numbers that we're receiving exaggerated? And it pretty much said yes. And then I was asking, have many of these people been in these nations for generations? And guess what it said? It said yes. Many of these Black men and women have been, including European countries, have been there for generations. Now, we know migration is going on. Okay, migration is definitely going on. We're fully aware of that. But you can't negate the fact that all of these places that had slavery have generations of what they classify as Black people in their country. Now, the oldest of them all is in the Middle East. You know, the Afro-Arabs, the Afro-Iranians, because slavery has gone on for a millennium over there. So they got people that have been there for eons of generations that are still there now. So that's what I was asking about. Have these people existed for generations in these nations? And I want to go over what it says. Okay, let me just pull this up. Give me a second. Because I was asking quite a few questions. And I was also asking, you know, I know it can't give a fully accurate number on the global population, but I was asking about it anyway. And yeah, we're way bigger than white people. In fact, there are some of our people online saying they are not accepting white people telling us we're minorities anymore, especially after looking at the World Cup. So the World Cup seemed to have turned on a light switch for a lot of people. All right, I got what I want. So let me pull this up. Okay, so I was asking about people being in all these different nations around the earth for generations. And the answer was, yes, that's accurate and well documented. The transatlantic and other historical slavery trades created large multi-generational Black population across many parts of the world, some going back 400 years and beyond. Now, when you get to the Arab world, it goes back well over 1,000 years. So Brazil, receiving the largest number of enslaved Africans of any single country, have estimated 4 to 5 million people, roughly over 300 years. Today, Brazil has the largest Black population outside of Africa itself.
Yeah.
And just over half the country identifies as Black or mixed race, Pardo. The Caribbean, Haiti, Jamaica, Cuba, Dominican Republic, and others has Black majority populations directly descended from enslaved Africans, brought to work sugar and other plantations.
Right.
1500s and 1600s. So
yeah, the Booze brothers was investing in them.
many generations, just like us. In the United States, they estimate 388,000 to 400,000 enslaved Africans were brought directly to what's now the U.S. But through forced, reproduction under slavery,
the buck breaking farm,
the breeding farms that they never like talking about because it was extremely brutal.
Yeah,
exactly.
Let's do the math though. She said what, 300 and something thousand to 600,000. So how do we get 4 million on the eve of the Civil War? The math ain't mathing.
No, but what I'm just saying is, Brother Che, they was doing it quite heavily.
That's like impossible, Shabaka. How are you gonna have that many people out of 300,000 people?
All right, let's say you got 150,000 black women, right? Okay. Slave masters passing her around all over, and let's say she has about 6 kids. So take the 150,000 women times that by 6. What do you got?
By 6?
Yeah, it's more than 500,000, right?
Yeah.
Then go on and duplicate the process with those 500,000. And what do you got?
Maybe 1 million.
No. 6 times 500,000 would be about 3 million, sir.
That doesn't add up, Shabaku. If she just said that there was 360,000 that was brought here. How you get 360,000 brought here, adding up to 4 million on the eve of the Civil War?
Okay, but still, you got to look at the offsprings that they was having, Che, from the early, let's see, when did this damn place start having these crackers over here? From the early 1700s, right? All right, so 165 years, right? So take 30,000 and multiply. Now, this is keeping a number conservative. Take 30,000 and multiply it by 100.
30,000 by 100. It's 300,000.
No, sir, that's 3 million.
No.
Hold on, Che.
Let me do the math again.
Yeah, I'm mathing with you. Okay, hold on. Okay, so what did I say? 30,000, right? Okay, multiplied. How much did I say?
It said 100.
3 million.
100.
I got 3 million too.
Okay. All right, hold it.
That still don't equate to 4 million.
Hold it. We ain't done the mathing yet. We're not finished yet, Check. Okay. That's just off of one generation.
Where do you get the 30,000 from, Sebastian?
Okay, when we're looking roughly about the 1700s, when the slave trade was really heavy.
Okay, so 1700s to 1865 is how many years?
165.
So over 165 years, 30,000. So over 165 years, 3 million people came out.
No, it would be more than 3 million. I was just keeping it conservative. Okay, you got a calculator with you?
Yep.
All right, so take the figure there, the last one that we discussed, right? Okay. And then you also got to keep in mind, too, Brother Che, of how the French was buying and trading slaves from the Caribbean into Louisiana. Just like what the Spaniards was doing, man, from Cuba and Dominican Republic into Florida.
And how many?
Just like what the British was doing, man, down there with the Barbados and Jamaica to the Carolinas and Virginia.
And how many total were transported from the Caribbean to the United States?
Okay, keeping it conservative, man, we're going to say about 100,000.
You really 100,000 people was transferred.
Mm-hmm.
In what time period?
Okay, we're looking at roughly, man, like say about 150 years. That's keeping it conservative.
And how long?
And tell me what you got.
Each one of these voyages took how long?
Okay, from the Caribbean to the United States, very low, very slow.
From Africa to the Caribbean.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about from the Caribbean to the United States.
No.
It's very low time.
Majority of these people came from Africa, not the Caribbean. And majority didn't even get to North America. They ended up in South America. That's why she said
no, sir, because you got the British Crown colonies of Jamaica that you had there in Virginia, the Carolinas, New England. Okay. Then you had the French that was down there in Haiti, Martinique, and of course, New Orleans, Louisiana. Because that was a major slave port, was New Orleans, Louisiana.
How many people was transferred into New Orleans?
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to do a rough estimate on that. But I'm just so far, Brother Che, what we're doing is we got a formula that we're working with. Okay, so I gotta add the numbers on there, man, after I do the more research on what I presented earlier this evening that I found out. I gotta dig a little deeper, but I just got the preliminary information on that. And then we gotta put in the additional information. And then how many slaves could a girl 15 years old to 25, how many births could she give?
How many births? Each birth take 9 months.
Okay, so wait a minute. From 15 to 25, right? Mm-hmm. So that's 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now we go from another 10 from 25 to 35. So that's 20, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's 30, right?
No, okay, so we got 10, 10.
That's
at
20.
15. Okay, wait a minute. From 15 to 25 is 10. Okay. 25 to 35 is 10. So that's 20. Okay.
That's what I said.
And then, okay, so therefore, man, so quite naturally, of course, the women were selling quicker than the men would for breeding purposes. And then, of course, the men was selling fast for what they call that? For slave labor, but I'm talking about for heavy duty work, okay? So these cats is dying off, man, you know what I'm saying? About, between 35 and 40. So they needed more black males for that too, right?
They weren't even bringing black girls at first, Shabaka. That's what I'm saying. Like the math ain't mathing. They weren't even.
Where are you getting your information from? I told you the source of mine. Now, where are you getting your information from?
It's all in Hidden Colors, Shabaka. If you ever
Hidden Colors ain't the only source of information, sir.
Sir, the information that you shared ain't the only source of information.
Yeah, okay. We'll tell you what. Take my figures and add them with your figures in Hidden Colors and tell me what you get.
The math ain't math because first of all, they weren't even.
All right. Okay. Let's move on to the next subject, man.
And cruel. Yeah, that's why they always want to tell you about some plantation where you were picking something, but they never tell you about the harshness of the breeding farm. They stay away from that.
Right.
The population here in America grew into tens of millions of Black Americans today, of most whom can trace their ancestry back 10 plus generations in the country. Now, the Arab and Indian Ocean slave trade, older and longer running than the Atlantic trade, spanning over 1,000 years, created Black populations across the Middle East, parts of India, Iraq, and other regions, dating back over a millennium. So they're talking about the Afro-Iraqis, the Afro-Iranians, the Afro-Saudis,
Arabs,
all across the country, over there in the Middle East. There are generations of Black populations all over the Middle East. Europe has a smaller but real historic Black populations tied to earlier colonial and Ottoman era trade routes, in addition to more recent migration. So there are also generations dating back to slavery, colonialism, Ottoman era of Black people that live in Europe to this very day. So when you see them, they did not all migrate recently from Africa. Some of them have been there for hundreds of years.
But their start point was from Africa, honey.
Okay, so, you know, it just goes into the recent immigration that's going on, especially in Europe, because a lot of these Africans just love going to Europe. 20th century immigration to the UK, France, and Netherlands, who all had Black teams at the World Cup, from former colonies and ongoing African immigration worldwide.
And the
So
Dutch
both
were very brutal.
histories are real, and distinct, and conflating them can flatten some very different stories. So some are forced displacements and some are chosen immigration. So that's referring to Europe. So y'all, we are everywhere. We definitely outnumber the white population all over this globe. We ain't no damn minority. And the World Cup was very telling, because every team, like I said, if you just go back and look, because there's pictures of all these teams, either they were all Black or they had Black players on, you know, many Black players. Sometimes even the Black players outnumbered the non-Black players on the ones that had sort of a mixed team.
Well, you could say
And
the
so
same
a
thing
lot
about
of
the
people
NFL
are
in America,
asking
Lisa.
many questions now about what's going on this earth. And, you know, they feel that colonizers have done a lot of lying about the population here on this planet. And you can best believe they have. These people fear losing power. So they had to use a lot of deception,
right,
and making people believe they were way bigger than what they really are. And we were way smaller when we were, in fact, huge on the earth. And that's a fact. We are huge on this earth. And they know it. Why would you think about it? For many years, why do you think they wanted us all to be separated, especially among the melanated people? Like discouraging people from traveling into places that had melanated people, and trying their best to discourage us, especially immigrants, from interacting with us and us interacting with them. And yeah, they went above and beyond, because I believe they knew this day was coming when people would find out, you know, all these melanated people are in virtually every nation in the world. Now, when we hear about, you know, the U.S., especially when, you know, I'm hearing things about FBA and everything, and the ethnogenesis that we went through here. Well, you know, think about it. If people have been in the Middle East for over 1,000 years, they definitely went through one on that land. And it definitely happened in Europe, because Europe had slavery and those descendants are still there. So it would have happened in the Caribbean and South America as well. So it happened all over, you know, but I'm loving the way people are buzzing about this online. Oh, yes, I'm loving it. I am loving it all the way. All right, y'all, let's get into the videos. But You know, it's not only that, but a lot of people are saying, y'all need to stop lying when you try to act like we are undesirables and you don't want us around and you got Black fatigue and all that. And then when it comes time to play sports, you got us everywhere, all over every team on the planet. Okay. But so it's okay to sit down and watch us run around and do what you obviously can't do, because nobody is buzzing about an overwhelming number of white players out there. Nobody's buzzing about that. But they certainly are buzzing about all the melanin they saw on that soccer field. Thank you for the ones. And, you know, and our people are getting into Black excellence, because if we weren't good at what we do, you would not have had people that look like us on those teams. All right.
If you ever thought you were a minority, just watch the World Cup. It don't matter what team you watch, you finna watch Black excellence. Because apparently, we're the global majority. Okay, I was watching Switzerland. I said, how they get all those Black players? They didn't even colonize anybody. That's just where the colonizer parked their money. But then I watched Qatar get washed by Canada. Most of Canada's team was Black. I know I ain't the only one. I said, how many people did Harriet Tubman take up there? But then I looked again, and half of Qatar's team was Black. Apparently, gold ain't the only thing that the UAE and Qatar are taking from Sudan. Too much? Sorry, there are a lot of Afro-Qataris there because of the East African slave trade from the 17th to the 19th centuries. Back to the World Cup. In typical colonial fashion, the players are Black, but the coaches are white. Even the African teams, South Africa, Congo, Ghana. You know, white people get so uncomfortable when we're in charge. I mean, that's why the FBI had an entire room for the city of Compton when it became the first city west of the Mississippi with a Black mayor. It's also the reason that the CIA assassinated Patrice Lumumba, the leader of Congo, staged a coup d'etat of Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, and provided intelligence that led to the jailing of Nelson Mandela in South Africa. Too much? For some reason, the West believes that the people who built their empires need overseers. That's the only reason I feel some type of way about the white coaches. I think this is the perfect moment to say, this is the real map of the world. This is the size of Africa.
But you know what, y'all? We are figuring it out. We never needed them. We don't need them coaching us.
I'll catch you guys later.
You would still have top winners in the World Cup if none of the coaches were white. But see, that goes back to that supervisor BS. The supervisor was only created to make them feel like they were better than a slave. But at the end of the day, it's not a necessity. It's not necessary to have these people coaching. You know, it is the biggest scam that's going on the planet, where you have Black teams and a white coach. It's the biggest scam going, y'all. It really, truly is. They are not a necessity. They're putting themselves in those positions so they can feel relevant. But at the end of the day, they're not. They're not. They need to be the head coach so they can feel relevant. And the head coach can't even play the damn sport in many cases. You see them old ass looking African coaches, all of them look like they 70 years old. They can't play the sport, but they're the coach. Come on now. They're not a necessity. Now you know what these jobs are for, is to make them feel a little better about themselves if they're heading something. But at the end of the day, you are not a damn necessity. Let's get it all straight. Let's go on.
This is the map that the African Union is finally campaigning for. The one with the real measurements. Because in European maps, Greenland and Africa are the same size. But Africa is 14 times
bigger than Greenland.
We have never been a minority. There is nothing about us that is small. We are the cradle of civilization. And everything comes from us, including these whoopings on the soccer field.
Black people, you are universal people. You're not just black in America. The whole planet is black. It's 400 million original people. It's only 400 million Caucasians on the entire planet. You outnumber them 11-1, but they got you calling yourself a minor. You are the majority. 200 million of us in Brazil. We just under another name. And we think we are not the same. They just speak Spanish.
Yeah.
But they black. The original Mexicans, black.
Yeah. Yeah.
The original Chinese, black.
Facts.
Go in the mountains, go in the rural area.
Yeah.
I'm gonna dumb it down. The US has a population of 330 million people, right? 55% of that is white. So that means there's 181 million white people and 42 million black people because we're only 13%. If 50% of black people are committing crimes, that would mean there would be 21 million black criminals. And if 30% of white people are committing crimes, that would mean there would be 54 million white people. So the number is higher. There would be more white criminals than there could ever be black criminals. Even if 100% of black people were committing crimes, it would only equal 42 million black people to your 54 million white criminals. I don't know what's not making sense. The number is still higher. There's a higher number of white criminals than there could ever be a number of black criminals.
There are 42 million black Americans, all descendants of slaves. Did you know that's the same size of population as Afghanistan? There are more black people in the United States than there are people in Canada. Black population is bigger than the population of an entire country. Did you know that there are more black Americans than the average country? Ghana only got 37 million people, 39. Regardless, we overpopulate them. The idea that we are a minority, it's meaningless. We're a minority only because we live in a country that takes up 1/3 of an entire continent. There are more black Americans than there are people in California and Texas. Those are the largest states in America. If black people all gathered in one place, we could have a small country. We are a nation inside of a nation. We are unlike
the Nation of Islam been saying that this since 1936.
We aren't just a race. We are one culture. We don't come from different nations, different cultural backgrounds. We represent one culture, one identity. Stop letting the diasporic people trick you out your spot. We don't need to look to the diaspora for identities with 42 million strong, bigger than the average African nation. Under one tribe, not segmented people under the guise of a nation, but one people under one identity. We have accomplished more in this nation than fully black nations with black leadership. People's opinions about who we are.
Black leadership? What kind of black leadership?
42 million people. Doesn't matter what happened 400 years ago. Doesn't matter from the different places we came from. All of that is long gone. The only thing that matters is that we're here now.
Going back to tradition is the first step forward, honey. Concept of Sankofa.
A black Renaissance era. It will not be missed because people are looking to the past and to the diaspora for answers when they have none. It's time to let all of that go. None of that stuff matters anymore. We are here. We're not going nowhere with 42 million people. Let that sink in. 42 million. We are a nation.
The ironic part is racist people who are sitting down and supporting the USA team in the World Cup are basically supporting black excellence because black people are dominating the World Cup in European teams, in American teams, all over the world. There's black players everywhere. You love black people.
You know it's fucked up when you rooting for fucking Christopher Columbus over Nazi-ass Argentina. It's hard to be a sports fan during this World Cup. There was a brother named Williams on the Spain team. It's people from Ghana. His last name was Williams. He's black. And they got little black babies representing them too. So fuck it. We'll just go with Spain today. Not with the colonizer energy though, all right? Not with Columbus. It's the lesser of two evils. Go ahead, tell them, Swank. Yes, we've been left speechless.
When I talked about Brazil having a lot of black people, a lot of people brought up the fact that France has a lot of black people as well. With Brazil, they have Vinny Jr. He's him. But in France, they got two demons, Mbappe and Dembele. For context, Mbappe has 131 million on Instagram. That's how big of a star he is. Dembele's a demon too. A lot of people know him for like his viral meme. And France is full of black players as well. But it's like I said, it was more of a cultural thing when it comes to Brazil and France. Another black star in the World Cup is Nicolas Pepe.
What happened?
Y'all take a look at this
Shay.
French team.
Oh.
I just see like 1, 2, 3 are light skinned and, look like one white dude and the other 2 look like they're of mixed race. And then the rest of the team is black. This is the French team. But when you start looking at them all, they all are all these teams around the world are very melanated. Let's go on.
It's like I said, it was more of a cultural thing when it comes to Brazil and France. Another black star in the World Cup is Nicolas Pepe. He's actually really good. On top of that, he used to date Tiana Trump. My boy was living life. And obviously, we know there's black people in the World Cup. But a lot of times, Americans don't know because soccer is not that big over here. And sometimes you just need a star to relate to so it can transcend cultures.
Do you know what would happen if black Americans started playing soccer? There would be no World Cup.
Nah, for real, we'd be a problem. I played soccer at Palm Bluff High School in 2006 as a team captain my senior year. We were whooping folks based off pure athleticism. I think we had maybe 4 or 5 guys that actually played soccer when they were younger. And I think a couple of those guys were foreign. I know that we had Nemeko Obiagu, RIP to the Nigerian Nightmare, Adulu, and a guy from Germany, of course he was white, Johannes Rittenmeyer. The rest of us just started playing because it was a break from off-season football practice. But you had my forwards in J-Mo, Set, running like gazelles all over the field. Me, Adulu, and Jimmy Bell were playing midfield. Then my fullbacks were Rex, E-Jeezy, Bowleg, and DJ. Goalie was Jeff. And I think Johan was either midfield or forward. I don't know, but he was cold on defense. What we lacked in experience, we made up for in speed. When I tell you, you couldn't outrun us, you could not outrun us. And you got to understand that a soccer field is much bigger. You can get up to like 80 yards across and 120 yards up and down. I'm doing throw-ins that cover damn near half the field. I got fullbacks that play defensive end in football, chasing down the other team's forwards like they cornerbacks. And then we really didn't practice per se. Basically, we ran like a cross-country team and then scrimmage for the next hour or 2. That was it. Had any of us taken it a little bit more seriously, I guarantee we could have won a title. I only started taking it seriously as a senior, and I ended up an all-star, all-conference, and the team MVP. And my coach told me I was only 1 vote away from being all-state too. But let kids in the hood start picking up soccer balls instead of footballs and basketballs. It's a done deal.
If you've been watching the World Cup, you may have noticed something interesting. A lot of players representing countries that people don't traditionally associate Black people with are Black. Because if you're watching these matches, Black players aren't the exception. We're the majority of what you're seeing on the field. France versus Senegal look like cousins arguing at Thanksgiving. Then you see Black players representing the Netherlands, Switzerland, Canada, Germany, Belgium, even Japan's goalkeeper, half Japanese, half Ghanaian. Then the World Cup comes around and reminds everybody. Black people are everywhere. Take Switzerland, for example. People see a Swiss jersey and automatically thinks of the snow, mountains, chocolate, and the banks. The banks. Then the team walks out and half the squad looks like they could be related to somebody from Kingston, Lagos, Accra, or Kinshasa. The World Cup is a reminder that nationality and ethnicity are not the same thing. For years, we've been told to think of Blackness as something small, limited, or confined to a few places on the map. Nationality is not ethnicity.
Anti-Blackness is a global issue, but you wouldn't know that watching the World Cup. Welcome back to Why is that soccer team so Black? Today we're talking about England. As a reminder, here are our stats for England. You can see here that there's an estimated 4% Black population, but at least a 45% Black team. I want to be clear, there's no way to boil down national and international history into just a couple of minutes on a TikTok video. And that's why some of this is going to feel a little bit same, but different is framed. And that's not because the history is the same, but some of these patterns are the same. I wonder why. Speaking of things that feel similar, perhaps for the lady, a colonial map. Pause if you'd like. And for the purposes of this discussion, a second colonial map zoomed in on the Caribbean. This is, you'll notice, at a specific time because, we were changing colonial hands like crazy for a minute there. You're getting a picture. In addition to Black populations from the slave trade, we also have a big influx of Black populations from what's called the Windrush generation. Like many nations after World War II, England needed to rebuild its workforce. And what did? They looked to the places they had colonized. Folks in the US who like to throw temper tantrums about critical race theory should actually rush scandal, because in 2017, a bunch of people got their rights revoked because basically the legal system in this country wasn't set up to acknowledge folks who had immigrated there for the purposes of benefiting England like 60 years
Brother
prior.
Che, you
None
still
of this,
up?
of course, answers the question of why the team is disproportionately Black to the English populace. And that is, of course, because there is no one answer. There is an amalgam of all of the answers. It is the pipelines that are or are not built for people to get access into various career paths. It is the way in which athletics is seen as an out in some communities and not others. It is the way in which only certain sports are very accessible to low-income communities. And it is the way in which Black people are overrepresented in low-income communities in so many places. But I'm so happy that commenters pushed me to do England next, because England is honestly one of the best examples of the ways in which these countries will prop up their Black players as representatives of their country when they're winning and when they're doing well, and absolutely be anti-Black and abusive when they're not doing well. I'm not making this up. I'm not making it about race. It's happening.
Every few years, the World Cup does something Latin American nation states have spent 2 centuries trying not to. It puts Blackness on camera and calls it national. And all these conversations happening around representation, identity, race, and history have been amazing to see. For someone like me who talks about the Black identity and history, it's been both infuriating to see just how well colonization has done on some people's minds, but also inspiring to see how much people want to learn. Now to Ecuador. Ecuador took the pitch, and within minutes, there were several comments. These people aren't Ecuadorians. These are imported African. Tekashi 6ix9ine was the main corporate, and thousands of people agreed with him in the replies.
All these guys are Black. They're not even Ecuadorian. We're facing Africa right now. We're facing literally Africa. These guys are not fucking Ecuadorian. These guys are African. They're Black. Oh no, but we have Black people in Ecuador. No, you guys got these guys. They migrated, and you guys they're refugees from Africa, and they
Shut up, you. Shut up. Nobody stopped to ask the obvious question, though. Imported from where and imported when? Because if you actually chase that question down instead of leaning on xenophobia, it collapses the entire premise of the comment. Black people in the Americas are from the Americas due to our history here, not recent immigration. And Black people have been on Ecuador's coast since 1553, not 2003, not last decade, 1553, when a Spanish slave ship wrecked offshore near Esmeraldas, and the enslaved Africans on board didn't just survive the wreck, they organized. Under a man named Alfonso de Illescas, they built a free self-governing maroon communities on the coastline decades before Spain even managed to establish real colonial control over the region, and centuries before Ecuador existed as a nation with borders and a flag and a national team. The Spanish crown eventually had no choice but to negotiate with Illescas' descendants.
Okay, not to get off track, y'all. You know who they were panning at the World Cup. When I start watching some of the replay, they were panning the camera across the audience. You know who they targeted in? This beautiful dark-skinned woman. They put the camera on her. I see, this kind of stuff is going to upset them because they have been shoving themselves down our throats as the beauty standard. But at that World Cup, this woman was a deep chocolate color. She was beautiful. And they zoned right in on her in the audience. And I said, I know they didn't like that. I know they didn't like it. But that's what happened. And it was a lot of melanated people. If you go and look, because I know when you focus on Argentina, you're going to just see those idiots. But when they panned the camera around, it was a lot of melanated people in the audience. A lot. And I'm sure, many of them were fans or related to some of the team members. But yeah, y'all, I think this was like turning on a light switch for a lot of people. Let's go on.
Descendants as an autonomous political power.
Trajeron al negro de su continente para sustituir al indio que le dieron muerte. Nos vendían en la plaza igual que un ganado. Nos marcaban en la espalda con hierro quemado. Esas verdades mis ancestros me la contaron. Y han pasado más de 500 años y vuelven allá. Unos regresan y otros nunca más.
Let that sink in for a second. Black Ecuadorians weren't just present at the founding of the territory. For a stretch of history, they were the ones holding power over it. Now, what's more Ecuadorian than that? So when somebody calls a Black Ecuadorian footballer imported, they don't just have their facts wrong. They have the entire timeline backwards. Those players' ancestors were building free settlements on the coast before the concept of Ecuadorian had even been invented. This isn't unique to Ecuador. This is the operating system of the whole hemisphere, as I've been saying for the past few days. Every nation from Canada to Argentina runs on the same three pillars: the depopulation of indigenous nations, the theft of their land, and the forced labor of enslaved Africans trafficked across the Atlantic to work it. Canada is not exempt. The United States is not exempt. Argentina, Uruguay, Chile, the countries that market themselves the hardest as European in South America aren't exempt either. They just did a more aggressive job at erasing the evidence. And that's the deeper machine at work here. Mestizaje, the founding myth sold across Latin America that these nations of racial mixture blended, harmonious, post-racial by default. It sounds progressive. It is not. Mestizaje ideology was a deliberate whitening project, a way for elites to claim national unity while writing Black and indigenous populations out of the photograph. Or worse, projecting a future where they'd simply be bred out of existence. Ecuador had it. Mexico had it. Afro-Mexicans weren't even counted on the national census until 2015. Argentina had it, going so far as to tell itself and the world that its Black population had simply vanished, when in reality, it was decimated through war, conscription, disease, and decades of denial. You don't get to erase people and then act shocked when they show up on your television during a World Cup match. Now, people look at these rosters. They see a disproportionate number of Black players and act like that needs a special explanation. It doesn't need a special explanation. It needs an honest one. The honest one is not that Black bodies are somehow biologically built for the sport. That idea might sound like a compliment on the surface, but trace it back, and it's the exact same logic that the slaveholders used. The myth that the Black body was a labor machine, as pure physicality without complexity, without intellect, interiority. Repackaging that as sports commentary does not neutralize it. It just gives it a new outfit. And the actual answer is that it's colder than genetics. When a society spends centuries locking Black communities out of land ownership, out of capital, out of universities, out of political office, sport becomes one of the only doors that society leaves open. Football didn't select these players because of what their bodies could do. Exclusion selected football because it was one of the last rooms Black communities were still allowed into. The overrepresentation on that pitch isn't a map of talent. It's a map of every door that stayed locked. So the next time a national football team goes viral, somebody in the replies acts stunned that it doesn't look the way they expected. Don't argue with them about the players. Argue with them about the myth. Ask them how a population can be foreign to a land its ancestors were governing before the country had a name. Ask them why a nation that spent 200 years trying to erase its Black population gets to act surprised when that population refuses to disappear. The shock in that comment section was never really about who belongs on the roster. It was about how well the myth worked on the people posting it. There's a lot of decolonization that needs to be done in the Americas, especially from all of us, from Black people, from mixed people, from indigenous people, from the myths and the lies that were sold to us about anti-Blackness and about anti-indigeneity, and how that has warped itself into how we view ourselves and identity today. The World Cup has been an eye-opening experience. Stay Black, stay blessed.
Oh, it most certainly have. to the point where it is one of the biggest chattering going on online, you know? And I notice them folks are very quiet. They are very quiet now that the chatter is like, all these Black people on these teams, and oh, they don't have nothing to say now, you know? And it just goes to show you that when it comes down to soccer, we've already dominated it. We dominated. That's why the World Cup looked the way that it did. It's been dominated. And no matter how much y'all keep telling us we're a minority, actually, we're big on this planet. And you know how they also try to brainwash us? Oh, the Latinos are big. Or no, the Latinos are actually big in the Americas and the Caribbean. The Latinos are not big worldwide. We are big worldwide. They are not. They're just in certain pockets of the world. When you start going into Europe, it thins out. And when you get into the Middle East and stuff, they're practically non-existent there. But our people are there. When the Most High said we are in all four corners of the earth, he told the truth. We are. And these teams are living proof of us being in all four corners of the earth. And you got to also look at the fact that when it comes down to media all across this world, one standard thing they do, they always want to show you the palest people in those countries. The Arab world does it. We know the Latino world does it. The Asians do it. But when it comes down to the melanin, you know, you would think they weren't there. But they sure came out when it came down to these teams in the World Cup. So, look, I am always grateful when the Most High will, you know, pull the blinders off and make the world look. And I really feel that's what happened during the World Cup. So, all right. Mr. Dukes, thank you for the 200 gems. Flow State, thank you. Gem 7 Angel, thank you for the 30 gems. Flower, thank you so much. Sonia Bell, thank you for the 400 gems. Eagle. Lisa Parker, thank you for the 10 gems. Gold coin. Thank you again, Lisa Parker, for the 2 gems, 100. And thank you again for the 2 gems, Sparkles. Doris Birkins, thank you for the 10 gems, gold coin. J Smooth, aka J Row, thank you for the 2 gems, silver.
Oh, shit, something happened with her stream. I guess that's how she ended it.
Sorry, y'all, got kicked out. I go back to where I was. Steel Wings, thank you for the super chat. B1 family, I deeply appreciate it. I hope I say this right. Ruzandi, thank you for the 440 gems. UNC alert. Okay, Yasadek, thank you for the 440 gems. UNC alert. Thank you. I hope I did not miss anybody. Let me just go down the list again. But thank you all for your support for my channel. I deeply appreciate it. Oh, yeah. But, you know, we are in those times, y'all, where everything's going to be revealed. And as you can see, the colonizing voices don't carry the weight they used to carry. What a pity. What a damn shame. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. There are other lives that I'm looking at doing a little later today. So, you know, I'm going to kind of break it up a little bit because I am still working on getting the Chebe growth butter together. I'm trying to do a bunch of them in advance. That way, when your orders come in, they can go out immediately. So y'all have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon and be on the lookout for my next live. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. So, yeah, we've been lied to. We are definitely a larger population than they say we are. What are your thoughts, Shabaka? Shabaka? You're muted, Shabaka. First page in Shabaka. Oh, I lost them. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot more of us than they like to tell us all over the planet. And even here in this country, they keep talking about with 30% of the population. That's a damn lie. It's a lot more of us than that.
Can you hear me?
Okay, welcome back, Shabaka.
Yeah, okay. No, I was typing to you. It's over the information that I went over. We also got to figure out the ships, man, that they destroyed when the slave trade was deemed illegal, but they were still smuggling slaves over here, not so much to the U.S., but also into the Caribbean as well, too, you see? So we got to put a guesstimation on that as well, too. Because actually, that's what the Amistad case was about. You know that, right?
Yes.
Because I know.
Shabaka, majority of the slaves went to South America and the Caribbean.
Right, but also too is that the French and the Portuguese were selling slaves between the various colonies as well too.
Yes, we have those numbers, Shabaka. Like I said,
Yeah, because see, okay, but hold on, Che, hold on. But we also got to look at the ones that were harvesting the sugar cane that were dying, of why they was probably still bringing in the illegal ones as well too. You see. Because that sugar cane was big business, because that's where they was making all the whiskey and alcohol from, not only down in Louisiana, but in the Caribbean, and I do believe in parts of Brazil.
Yes, Shabaka. Majority of Brazil.
And then here's another thing we forgot to mention too, that they worked the shit out of us on too as well too, besides the alcohol, the sugar cane and the cotton. Guess what it was?
Tobacco.
Exactly. And what goes with, and what do people have with their tobacco, man, when they wake up in the morning and smoke their first cigarette? What would they have?
Coffee.
Exactly, sir. So we need to be jacking up Folgers. We need to be jacking up all the booze companies. You know what I'm saying? The Booze Brothers as well, too. You see what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, man. They owe a whole lot, man. You know what I'm saying on the reparations, sir. They owe a whole lot on the reparations. And that's why I've said over the years that we've been working together on this, hey, just give us the whole goddamn Federal Reserve. You know?
Yeah, that won't even be enough.
I know, Che. I know. And then, of course, we got to assess the penalties for brutalization, the castration, the men who had their daughters raped, their wives raped, you know, even their mothers, God forbid. You know what I'm saying?
Even them getting raped. They raped the men.
Yeah, well, that was the bug breaking farms that you did the research on a while back. You see, so got to deal with them as well as that there too, man. This is why, you know, like the way how Breeze and Cool Keezy say, you know, you got so many of these moist niggas out here, man. You know, that shit, you know, got passed on down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and then too, Che, and the debt is not only just for the slavery, man, but the dehumanization, the brutalization, the Emmett Tills. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and then not to mention all the Philando Castillos, man, the Rodney Kings. You know what I mean? Now, you saw how many cases got reported, but Che, look at all the cases that went unreported.
Yeah.
Oh God, man, get a load of this. You gonna love this. I'm looking at mainstream news. Manhunt underway after fatal van ramming at Berlin Pride event.
Yeah, that's what DSB was talking about earlier.
Yeah, well. Yeah. All right, man. How many more stories we got? Oh, I spoke with, you know, our correspondent down the way there, our girl sister Akshita.
Yeah, how's she doing?
She's doing all right, feisty as hell, man, because she was reading me the riot act, man. You know, because she was the first one I presented the information to that I mentioned, you know, earlier of what I pulled up, right?
Yeah.
And then and she was talking about, oh, now this might be something you might find of interest. We got to talking about Wakanda, right? So there was some woman, man, the sister, you know, was talking about that you got places in North America named Wakanda, you know. And I'm up here trying to say, well, you got to understand, you know, Black Panther, that's a comic strip. You know, Wakanda is fictional. You know what I mean? And then just like all the people in Oakland when the movie first came out, man, started calling Oakland Okanda, you know, because that's where Ryan Coogler is from. And then the last scene of the movie Black Panther, where they were out there outside toward the end of the movie of Black Panther 1.
Yeah.
That was in Oakland. And let me tell you how I know. Because if you... Yeah, I was there, but the way how I knew it was Oakland because there was a church built on that street, where in that street that they were showing what that church is built on is Park Street.
Park Street, yeah.
Yeah, so you know, if you ever make a trip out here to the west, man, we travel out there. Yeah, I'll take you through Panther Town, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just been to West Oakland.
Okay, well, West Oakland. Okay, whoa, brother Jay. Then you were in Panther headquarters.
Right.
Because the Infirmary Park is right there in West Oakland off of 16th and Adeline. Yes, sir. That is West Oakland. And West Oakland looks like Chicago and East Oakland looks like Los Angeles, you know?
So I looked it up while you was talking, Shabaki. So they got a Lake Wakanda in Minnesota.
Yeah, that's what Akshita said. Yeah, then it should be one near Alabama as well, too, I think.
And then they got a Wakanda Park in Wisconsin.
Right.
And then
there was about 7 of them.
There's a Wakanda, Illinois.
Right, yeah, Akshita mentioned that one.
There's a Wakanda, South Dakota.
Right.
And there's a Wakanda in Kansas.
Okay. Okay.
Spring.
Okay. But keep in mind, though, man, you know, the comic strip and the movie itself, you know, it's all fiction. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I was telling her. She said, well, it's Wakanda here, Wakanda there. And I says, well, got to keep in mind it was a damn comic strip, Jay. When I was 7 years old, you know what I'm saying? Marvel Comics, you know?
Yeah.
And what's the Disney folks who owns the rights to it? I guess they made some deal with Marvel, man, because, you know, Walt Disney, he didn't have any kids. You know that, right? So you know who the heir is to the Disney thing?
His siblings.
Yeah, his siblings' children, his niece. Abigail Disney is Walt Disney's niece because Walt Disney had a brother.
Yeah.
That had kids, but from what I understand about Walt Disney, man, he stayed drunk all the time. That's probably he'll get drunk and draw them cartoons and shit. That's probably why you got Daffy Duck and Ain't Elmer Fudd Disney too?
Yeah, that's part of Looney Tunes.
Yeah. You see, So that's all I was saying to the sister, and what have you. You see. Yeah.
So moving along, Nolan Wells case. Still
Yeah. We got to talk about that because I was arguing with Nabisco's on that.
So
that young man was murdered.
Right. Well, he was lynched, definitely. So the first video I'm gonna play is from the 911 boat call.
Oh yeah. Didn't our boy do that there the other night where he was talking to the dude and he played it? Yeah, but play it again because we might have some early birds there on the East Coast with us.
And then we got a black lawyer who got exposed.
Vicky speaking. How can I help you? Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yeah, listen to this shit.
There's 0 adults on board.
There's nobody on board the boat?
No. Nobody here is over the age of 21.
Sir, that was not the question. Is there a person? Is there a person, a living individual on the boat?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
He's drunk.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
Hey.
He's drunk.
How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
All right, well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir.
I don't know the phone number. It's either Jerry Atkerson. I think it's Jerry Atkerson. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like guaranteed. I don't have the tag
unless
on
you
here.
have a
It got ripped
membership
off.
number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at?
Reach me at 2.
Huh?
We got Fresh always in the building.
All right.
Oh, Fresh
and
is.
everybody on board?
Hey, what's up, Fresh?
How many? All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United
See,
States
listen to
Coast
him.
Guard?
He drunk.
No, we do not need that.
All right. All right. Do you have
See,
your
man,
current
listen
GPS
to this
coordinates?
hokey shit.
Let me go look.
Now you got a man overboard,
If not, I can send you a
and
text message.
he ain't all upset.
Yeah.
He drunk.
North. All right, are you ready?
Yes, sir. I'm available.
North 30 degrees. But 46.72.
All right, 4672. All right, and you were breaking up a little bit. Can you just repeat it one more time to make sure I have it correct?
Sorry, look.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, he's drunk as hell.
So you're breaking up.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying.
Do you have a VHF radio?
No, we do not have the VHF radio.
All right, well, let's try to get you going because you don't have good cell phone reception. Can you verify your coordinates one more time?
Okay, my coordinates are 30 degrees by 14.684 north, and then west by 88 degrees by 46.79.
Right, looks like you're on Horn Island, correct? Are you
Yes,
on
we are
Horn
at Horn
Island?
Island. Yes.
All right, is the boat sinking or you have it aground?
We are sinking, yes.
Is it aground is the question?
No, we're not aground. We are in
Okay.
17 foot of water. We're in 31 foot of water.
All right, have to ask. What do you want to do? Do you want to be towed back?
I want to get this boat unsank and towed back, yes.
All right, where would you like it towed to, sir?
You can tow it to Ocean Springs Harbor, or Fort Bayou launch.
See, he's so drunk as hell.
All right, how many adults and
Yeah,
children
man,
on
that's
board?
what I'm saying.
No, there's no children.
So, is there anybody on board? How many adults, sir? That was the question.
Yeah, I smell BS.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Really.
Hey,
You
jump in
know?
and pull the plug, Bart, while you're going.
Hello, sir.
And then if he's talking about jumping in, how come he ain't in there
Yep, I
jumping
just
in to
need you to
save
answer
the cat?
questions so I can get you over to the captain.
Okay,
How many
what's
adults
going
on board?
So, there are 0 adults on board.
There's nobody on board the boat?
No. Nobody
right.
here is over the age of 21.
He drunk in a
Sir,
motherfucker.
that was not the question. Is there a person? Is there a person, a living individual on the boat?
Lord.
Hello?
Is there a living person, someone breathing on the boat? Is there anybody on the boat?
Yes, there's lots of people breathing on the boat.
All right. How many people, sir?
Like 7.
All right. Thank you. Does everyone have life jackets on or available to them?
Yes, we have life jackets available.
All right. Verify what boat's sinking.
A Triton, 22-foot offshore, 22-foot Triton offshore.
Motherfucker drunk as hell, man.
All right.
He drunk as
All
hell.
right. Please hold. I'm transferring you to the local captain now.
Okay, thank you.
This is Captain Seth.
Hi, Captain Seth. This is Vicky from International. How you doing today?
Doing good. How are you?
Good, good. I apologize ahead of time. I really do. You're going to have a fee for service come up under Jerry.
Okay.
It sounds like a bunch of kids on board on Horn Island. He's letting me know that his father's a member, but he can't give me any information. And he's saying the boat is sinking, and he's on Horn Island. It's just unfortunate. He's just a kid. There's a lot going on. So
Right.
he said there's about a lot of people on board. He says he thinks about 7. I'm guessing they're all under 18.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to be rude. He wants you guys to go out there and unpump the boat and then tow it in.
Do you know what kind of boat it is?
He said a Triton 24-footer, but that's all he can give me.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just actually got off the phone with his grandpa, who I'm guessing is the owner of the boat. And
Is it
he
Jerry?
said that Jerry. Yeah, he said,
Okay.
I just hung up with him. He said that they don't need any help right now, but if something changes, he'll call me back. So I'm guessing that they may have figured it out, because that's what he said. So they're in a panic and their boat won't crank.
Yeah, they're in a panic. He's saying the bilge is not keeping up. I asked for Coast Guard. He said no, but he's just really upset on the back end. And, I get it. It's a kid. He just doesn't understand.
Oh, okay. Do you still have him on the line?
Yes, I still have him on the line. And, again, I couldn't find he couldn't give me anything regarding his grandfather's, membership, so it's just under Jerry fee for service.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just talked to, if you want to, we're so tied up right now. We can't really do any non-member jobs right now.
Is Jerry a member? Did you find out if he was a member or not?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's his boat or what. I'm not sure what's going on with it. But yeah, transfer the kid over. I'll talk to him, and then I'll call his grandpa back as well.
All right. And did you want me to look up Jerry's membership number or anything like that to see if he's up? I know you guys are
You can
swamped.
try this cell phone number.
Yes, sir.
Anything on this phone number?
Yeah, man. That shit
All
there is
right,
tainted
yep,
to high
Jerry,
hell,
yeah,
man.
he's an active member. Hold on.
What kind of boat do you have on there? Same boat?
Yeah, he's one of your members. Yep, 22-foot Triton. All right, I'll just disregard this one. I'm gonna send you over an accurate one under this Jerry Ackerson one. Okay, he's one of your members. You'll get in a couple minutes. Okay.
Okay, perfect. All right, and yeah, just transfer this kid over whenever you get a chance.
All right, transfer him now. Thank you again, Captain.
All
Stay
righty.
safe out there. It's crazy. Have a drink.
Oh, it's wild.
That was a crazy drunken ass call.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. And then the dude ain't even upset, man. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He ain't even upset. Okay, I'm talking about you got a man overboard, man.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So this next one is about a black lawyer who's speaking on Nolan Wells. He got exposed.
Yeah.
Brother.
Okay.
My brother Taylor House Publishing is gonna give us an update on that. He said, Rich.
Oh, yeah. That's the homie right there that I spoke with. Yeah. That's the homie right there.
And I'm going to tell you why in just a second. But this is attorney John Mobley from South Carolina. And John Mobley was recently on Nancy Grace's show.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
shit. There you see him there with the same Kool-Aid smile.
Man, that raggedy ass tramp, man. Come on, man.
Case. And everything
I thought she was history
Grace pointed out, from the inconsistencies with the people's stories, to the deleted phone messages, to the conflicting GPS data on Nolan's phone, this Sambo had a rebuttal to refute what she was saying. In my opinion, he was almost playing the role of Nancy Grace when she goes against black people on certain cases that she differs with. And first, let me say, everything that I say is alleged. It's my opinion. This video is for entertainment purposes only. None of the things that are coming out of my mouth are supposedly true, because I know he's a lawyer, so you know how they like to shut you up when you're speaking factuals. Nevertheless, I am going to play you two of the clips where he is just almost caping for the people who we all suspect did this. Either the three white boys on the boat, the three white boys and their parents, Katie McCormick and her father, or some of the white people that were on that island. But you know what? Just a quick Instagram search, and shout out to my brother Imhotep for bringing me this information. A quick Instagram search will let you know why he was chosen and why he was refuting everything that you're about to hear. Just look at this. That's right. That is Mr. Mobley with his alleged wife, Denise, get this, Denise Hick Mobley. The emphasis on Hick. There he is, smiling and grinning. And just to be sure, this is him. There he is again with his milk of magnesia, as the brother put it, and don't be a menace. And there he is again. It can't be denied. There he is, as Dr. Umar will put it. He has PTSD. That's right. Post-traumatic snow bunny disease. And just to be sure, this is another picture of him with his unmelanated queen. And I'll show you some more pictures later. But this is the issue when we have individuals like him who have an allegiance to whiteness speaking on issues that directly affect the black community. In this case, finding justice for Nolan Wells. I want you to watch these two clips and see how everything that Nancy points out, like all the rest of the people, both black and white, have been pointing out, he's going to say, well, no, that's not necessarily true. That's just 1 minute. Keith Henning told me that joke. I don't know if y'all remember Mo Money, but just check this out, how he's pretty much caping for the individuals that are suspected of doing something to Nolan.
Both cannot be true. Those cannot mutually exist in truth. They're mutually exclusive. He can't go with them and stay with her on Horn Island. Right there, John Mobley joining me, high-profile lawyer out of Charleston, South Carolina. John, that's where it starts. That line. I don't know who's lying, but somebody's lying. Right there, Mobley.
Well, I don't know that I would necessarily agree with you on that. I think they can be both partially true depending on perspective. I think one thing we have to kind of keep in mind with this is we have a lot of different people telling things from different perspectives, from their own individual perspectives. It's certainly conceivable that he let his friend leave to stay with the female, if he was with the female, assuming that happened. And once he finished his communication or whatever he was doing with the female, told her he was leaving to go back with his friends. And from her standpoint, he said he was going back with his friends, which did not necessarily mean they were the same friends that dropped him off. So I would disagree with you on that.
Hold on. Mobley. Let me see Mobley. Mobley, you're right. Because as I've told many, many juries, as a trial judge once always said in his jury instructions, it is your duty to make all witnesses speak the truth and impugn perjury to no one. So actually what you're saying could be true if there's another group of friends, if they exist.
Exactly,
we haven't heard about
Fresh.
them. But you're saying he left with one group and had planned to come back with another group. Okay. I don't know if you're just spinning that out, but that could be possible. Okay, Mobley, listen to this.
Okay, let's stop it right there. Because once again, a true fact, both of those statements cannot be true. He's like, well, no, they could be partially true, you know, from different perspectives. A lot of people are saying things. If he left with this friend and, you know, he went back with another group of friends, then, you know, I would have to disagree, right? Everybody and their mama know the story doesn't add up, but they picked this Sambo out of his milk of magnesia bed to come and dispute what everybody knows is true. Like but she called him out though, right? Well, that could be true if another group of friends existed, but we haven't heard anything about another group of friends, right? So, and she said, well, I don't know if you're just spewing that. Once again, it's hard for people who have that allegiance, that marital, sexual, spiritual connection with the white being, which is his wife, to really go hard in the paint for blackness, in my opinion. Once again, alleged. But they have to teeter the fence because, you know, you can't talk too bad about white people because why? You come home to one every night. That is the oxymoronic, dichotomic aspect that this guy has to choose from. And of course, we see right now, he's choosing his white wife. But let's look at the other clip real quick. Now, this is when she's talking about the discrepancies between the deleted Snapchats and also the discrepancies with the GPS data on Nolan's phone. Just listen and watch how, once again, he's just going to provide an excuse for that.
A few blocks off, but not the discrepancy his mother is describing. I'm not buying that. And another thing, while we're talking about discrepancies, John Mobley, do you have children?
I have children. I got Life 360. I use the iPhone location tracker. I will tell you, even though I'm not a digital data expert, that Life 360 is not always 100% accurate. I mean, I think in general, you have to kind of keep in mind with all of these phones that, they're dependent upon the signal they're reaching, the coverage. I mean, as you know, you can have a group of people together, which means they're going to take up more bandwidth, and that's going to cause signal interruption. I think it'd be premature for anyone to try to interpret the data without an accurate digital download being conducted on the phone.
Oh, okay. I'm sure Life 360 in the iPhone industry is going to call you on that. I'm really surprised at this juncture, Mobley, that you.
I wonder how many black men this Nabisco broad got lynched.
You or the phone, the Life 360 and the iPhone tracker. That said, the reason I asked you, I'm hearing something, and it's you, Mobley. If you have teens, okay, you should know about Snapchat. Okay, at the supper table, the two of us will go, "Did you see so and so?" I'm like, "No, I didn't." And they go, "Oh, here's a snap." They hold it up and they go, "Don't touch it, mother, or it will, I don't know, delete. I don't know what it does to it." But a Snapchat, you get to look at it once and it's gone. See, that's a problem forensically and law enforcement wise with Snapchat because they're gone. unlike a text, or you send a photo or an email, or you send a video, as Alex Murdoch, that nailed his coffin, those stay. Snapchats disappear into the ether. So if the Snapchats aren't there, I can understand that. If there are texts deleted, I don't understand that. Okay, let's hear you explain that digital phenomena.
Now, I want to be clear. I want to just, go back to what you talked about earlier. You talked about the digital evidence. There has not been digital forensic evidence extracted from the cell phone yet. What you have are the young man's parents interpreting what they see on the phone and speculating that something must be missing. That's what you have. But both, you need to have a forensic digital data extraction, and correct. That can determine if text messages were sent, or they're deleted, if photos are deleted, all that needs to be done. I mean, there's no doubt about that whatsoever. But just individuals kind of looking at the phone, trying to interpret these things, that's not digital evidence. That would not be admissible in court. And actually, it would not be reliable.
We also see Uncle Sambo again disputing, what everybody thinks is strange, impossible, or even suspicious. No, well, the 360 and the GPS, depending on your data and, how many bandwidths you had, even though I'm not a digital expert, even though, you might have, a lot of people with you and it's not that accurate, bro, how can one thing have one thing and another thing have another thing on an iPhone? And she called him out. She said, well, I'm sure that iPhone and Life 360 will dispute you on that. Oh, well, let me be clear. There's no forensic evidence. You're talking about a parent who's looking at a phone and they're speculating that something is missing. That's not ideal. And, shout out to Nancy Grace. Like I said, this is my first time ever kind of seeing her go hard for us, basically. Really trying to prove something does not add up with this, and they pour this Sambo skinning and grinning, butter biscuit tap dancing, yes, some master Negroid out to dispute everything they says. And I'm pretty sure they handpicked them. Yeah. They handpicked. It might be all of the ploy. Okay, we're going to let Nancy kind of go hard, but we're going to get one of their own to dispute everything that Nancy says. And that is one thing that we have to be careful of. These black lawyers, and I don't know who that other lady is who was also kind of caping. Well, the mother, she doesn't really know what's going on. She having a psychological meltdown now. And, y'all look her up too. But a shout out to my brother once again, Imhotep, who did the research. So once again, let's take a little bit more into this Instagram. And if you see where, okay, well, it's not Denise Hick Mobley, it's Denise Hook Mobley, my fault. Mom of 3 amazing kids, wife of a smoking hot husband whom I adore, dog mine to a funny Molly Golden Retriever, love Jesus and my family. Of course, that's what a lot of people say. But we can go through her page. Okay, we got the Juneteenth, we got the Michelle Obama. You'll see a lot of black pride, things on the page, but where is his black pride when fighting for black people? Here she writes, I never knew what a great father was until I met my husband. John is our home. He is the one we all come to for help, guidance, advice, fill in the blank. I can count on my hands how many times the kids have called all times of day and night needing help. And he stopped what he's doing to figure out things for them. No anger, no frustration, no yelling. Just help and understanding. This man has the patience of Job in the Bible. My children has benefited greatly from having him as their stepdad. Okay. And I can't thank God enough for bringing him into our lives. He loves the kiddos big, and I'm scared for the person who harms them. Thank you, John, for loving us and being our home. So once again, that is his unmelanated wife bigging him up. So of course, he's definitely not going to fight against white supremacy, because once again, allegedly, in my opinion, it's hard to do that when you have to go home to white supremacy, allegedly, every day. Right. And, a lot of people, a lot of white supremacists hide behind God and the Bible. So all to let Jesus talk, and God talk, you got to show me better than you can prove me. And it goes beyond, all the posts for Juneteenth. And he got Michelle Obama. I think further down, they got the 9 people who were killed in South Carolina. So if y'all are aware of all of these things, then how could you just automatically start disputing or arguing the possibility that a racist, something racial, something terrible happened to Nolan at the hand of some white people? Like, that can never cross your mind because you have the most perfectest wife and the perfectest white kids that God could ever give you. Right? So this is the issue that we have. We can take a quick look at his Instagram too. Once again, shout out to my brother Imhotep for pulling this information up, because I knew it was something wrong with him. I knew it. And, here's his, his page, John Mobley wins. Here he is almost.
Why wasn't Rick Chow charged with manslaughter instead of murder? What's good, people? Attorney John Mobley here. That's the big question I've been hearing. I appreciate your question and your comments, and I definitely want to make sure I address them. But the big question everybody wants to know is, why did the prosecutors charge Rick Chow with manslaughter instead of murder?
So that's all we need to see right there. There he go, trying to explain what we all saw and know was cold-blooded murder. Well, why they didn't charge him with manslaughter and murder? If he would have been charged with manslaughter, I'm pretty sure they would have got a conviction. That was murder. They should have convicted him for murder. So we got guys in these positions that claim to be experts and analysts and know the law, but we all know that the law can be manipulated and shaded and arbitrarily applied when it comes to different races. So I just had to do this because just listening to that guy, it did something to my stomach. Right. I knew something wasn't right about him. And as my brother Umar Johnson would say, he has PTSD. Let me say it again. Post-traumatic slave disorder. Let me say it again. Post-traumatic slave disorder. We're going to get him into the post-traumatic slave disorder reclassification. You know what I mean? So, I mean, like, this is what we fight against. We have those of us who look like us, but have more allegiance to the system of white supremacy than righteousness. As the scripture says, don't marry them. Don't take them for your sons, or don't give them your daughters to marry, for they will lead you away to worshiping other gods. And as you know, some of the great scholars put it, religion or white supremacy is a religion. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. You watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news throw mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar, don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed? The stories abroad from literary work. Where the narrative's wrong, the research is always on point. The commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the ball. Follow along, shout out to FBA, still FTP, big up in FAC, and all my black families. 3 sides to all stories, which one you gon' believe? We run down on the false prophets when they come to deceive. 100% urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased, we got God inside. Slaves and just as power. If you don't know what now, look around, we the darkest house. Cops squeezing hammers, they don't understand. So stop and freak with our hands and kill us off like cancer. Don't speculate, you want the facts on the case. Telehouse, set them straight, my wrong and Richard Investigates. You watch your Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news don't mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar, don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent.
Telehouse publishing, telehouse, 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 telehouse publishing.
Talk about the telehouse.
Yep. Boy, I tell you, man. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Nolan, don't die. Get the fuck up.
Yeah. So the hell is that Campbell ass goddamn attorney?
Yeah, oh, man. He was ridiculous, man. He was ridiculous. He was ridiculous.
Right. So now we're gonna get to I think it's either the phone call or the extended audio of the 911 phone call.
Okay, where dude was drunk, right?
Yeah.
Didn't we already play that one, man?
I think so.
Yeah, we already played that one, yeah, because I remember the dude was drunk. He was good and fucked up.
But he got
And,
some more, but
yeah.
more to it that Taylor House is gonna cover.
Okay. All right, then this is going to be the last episode. I mean, not the last episode, but the last segment of this episode for me, man.
Okay, that's understandable, Shabaka.
Yeah.
Detail assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
Hey.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
Nah, the motherfucker saying he's sinking and he don't
get
know.
Off the island, and this is. Wait a minute. It's gonna crack this case wide open. They have dropped alleged pictures of Nolan on the boat leaving, but that ain't the half of it. There is audio which I'm gonna play for you from the tow frantic call when they called. The boys called about the tow truck. I mean the tow in the boat. And there's a frantic call, but you can hear Nolan or some things being said about Nolan. But before I play that, what people are tripping about that picture, it appears to be Nolan's leg hanging off. So now that you see Nolan's leg hanging off, now I need you to listen to this audio. Now I'll tell you what I hear. I want you to tell me what you hear.
Detail assistance, Vicky speaking.
Is he dead? Nolan, oh my God, Nolan, don't die. Wake up, it's all kind of stuff. Now, allegedly, that's Warren over there too. This is footage of Nolan, maybe his last breath, I don't know. But between this leg, this picture, and this audio, social media is in a frenzy, and I don't like it. What if I told you? I hear Nolan is about to die. I hear a little young lady talking. I hear,
all right,
wait.
Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings. All praises to the Most High. And as the scripture said, all things hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret will be exposed on the mountaintop. Now, what you just saw was a couple of audios where people have broken down what is perceived to be heard on the frantic 911 call, where Warren is calling the Ceto company for a tow, even though the Ceto company eventually says, well, no, we already talked to his grandfather or his father, and they don't need a tow. And so all during the call, you hear a lot of commotion in the background, coupled with this picture right here, which allegedly shows Nolan's leg hanging off a boat, presumably without life. And so we all know during some point of the July 4th festivities, when he was in the company or the custody of these individual white boys, that he lost his life. But with the shroud of mystery surrounding the case, nobody is able to discern. So we are now left to investigate what really happened. Now, you heard those two audio recordings. I'm going to play this other video from, I think her name is Chronicle Speaks, which she gives a detailed investigation of what we are hearing or what we perceive to hear on that call as she slows the video down and narrates as such. Just listen.
Well, it seems as though we may finally be getting answers about what happened to Nolan Xavier Wells. The phone call to CTO was released yesterday, and although the caller appeared panicked and focused on keeping the boat from sinking, there seems to be much more happening in the background. If you listen closely, you can seemingly hear passengers calling Nolan's name, even though the public has been told that Nolan never made it back onto the boat. You can also hear what sounds like someone asking whether he is dead, and another person telling Wyatt to check his chest. There is so much happening in this call, and what we appear to hear does not match the account Warren gave during his interview. This audio may also help answer several major questions. Why did the group suddenly say they no longer needed assistance? Why did we see them leave the boat launch near Eli Jackson's home, but never saw them return? And why was there a quick detour involving the allegedly sinking boat after they docked, taking it from Jackson's house to Fort Bayou? Investigators, either critical details are being overlooked or the public has not been given the complete story. The audio is already authenticated, and if the background statements that I've interpreted are correct, then we are demanding immediate investigation, clear answers, and several arrests. Let's go.
Damn. Boy, this shit is bad.
Tito Assistant, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
Hey.
Is the... Yeah.
Now, if that is truly going on in the background, then we see why he is distracted on that call.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's going up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
All right. Well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir.
I don't know the phone number. It's either Jerry Atkerson. I think it's Jerry Atkerson. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like guaranteed. Sure. I don't have the tag on
unless you
here.
have a membership number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at?
Reach me at
All right. And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's
How many? All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
All right. All right. Do you have your current GPS coordinates?
Let me go look.
And we'll stop it right there because we've already analyzed that call here on this channel. But if that audio is correct, you hear people saying, oh, my God, Nolan, get the F up. Is he dead? Are you sure he's dead? And then somebody yells to somebody else, hey, check his chest. So that would explain, once again, the fake need for a tow, because it was at that point, I'm pretty sure they were panicking, trying to cover up in a possible murder. Now, also, someone pointed out to me as well where it was possibly a deliberate sinking. Let's check this audio out from later on in the video.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, that's the one I already played.
Try to jump in and pull the plug, Bart, while you're going.
Now, he said, jump in and pull the plug, Bart, while you're going. Let's make sure we heard it correctly.
Pull the plug.
Is there anybody on board? How many adults, sir? That was the question. Hello, can you hear me?
See, all of
Jump
that
in
is
and pull
coming.
the plug, Bart, while you're going.
Okay, now faintly here, I don't know what he said, but it sounded like somebody in the background said, do you want me to throw him in the water? And then he says, Warren says, jump in and pull the plug while you're going. Now, where is he going on a sinking boat? Now, shout out to my brother Dave, who pointed out, it sounds like a deliberate attempt to sink the boat. He says, jump in and pull the plug. Now, I'm not a boatsmith. I'm not a boatsman. I'm not a fisherman. Well, I'm a fisherman, but, you know, I'm not a deep sea, a yachtsman or whatever. So I don't know what it means by pull the plug, but from my layman's ability, my layman's understanding, if you pull the plug on something, you're trying to let the water in or purposely sink the boat. I mean, if you pull a plug and your boat is in water, that means water is going to continuously fill the boat. And so many people feel, of course, we already kind of sense, according to all the information that has come out from all these different stories and outlets and people investigating, we already sense something is wrong. And this call even makes it more questionable about was Nolan on the boat. And many people feel like Nolan was killed on the boat during the actual, or even dumped during the actual tow call. And the fact that while they were on the phone call with the tow company calls the tow man, and the tow man said, well, now I already talked to their grandfather and they don't need a tow anymore. And so what happened between the time that they are on the phone asking for a tow and by the time the dispatcher, while she's still on the phone with them, reaches a tow and they say, well, no, they don't need a tow. So there's definitely some communication that has not been exposed between all of the parties involved. And even at the end of the call, you hear the dispatch getting all buddy and saying, well, yeah, they're just kids. They're just panicking. You know, so once again, this may be a ritualistic sacrifice that everybody's involved in. And if you study history and if you study, different cultures, these are things that people do. Once again, as I mentioned, July is the month where they celebrate Neptune, the god of the water, and Neptunalia was on July 23rd, in which, they sacrifice to the god of Neptune, the god of the water. And how do you once again sacrifice to a god or worship a god of the water? You give it fresh bodies. And our young brother Nolan was a fresh young body. So once again, I am not a audio analyst, a technician, or, a background noise specialist. No, but evidently people are saying that this is what they have deduced from the wording and, the slowing down of these particular videos. Now, once again, I tell everybody who called me, I don't know. We're trying to find out. And that's why we keep putting this information out. And I do appreciate everybody who's calling, providing information, providing little known information, providing points that not a lot of people are harping on because there's so many moving parts and sometimes we miss it. But that's why the scripture says, in the multitude of counsel, there is safety. And so that's what we're doing. But I definitely thank everybody for watching this channel. If you have not subscribed, please do so. Hit that little subscribe button. It costs you nothing, but it does allow this channel to be more prevalent in the internet space. And as always, you see the number 919-587-7782. I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things.
All right, Rich Money. That there was very, very interesting, Brother Che. You know what I mean? So now we are looking at after all the evidence that we have seen on the various platforms, and plus of what we had investigated on and putting together is, sir, this is spelling to me this word. What does this letter spell? C-O-N-spiracy.
Yep. Conspiracy. Yep.
These motherfuckers is doing damage control.
Yep. That's exactly what.
If you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And it's quite obvious with the young man dying is that no one made an attempt to save him when he hit the water.
Yeah.
For two reasons. One is it's intentional, or two is that they're so fucked up, man, and it was an accident, then they went ahead to go cover it up as opposed to come and clean. Because isn't it against the law, man, to be on a boat drunk, man, if you the captain, the skipper, or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm looking at. It's you motherfuckers out on a damn boat, plus you motherfuckers is drinking. Now, we understand it's the holiday, but it had to be at least one sober motherfucker right there to be the voice of reason when these motherfuckers go under the influence.
Right.
You see? So, only thing I know, man, I appreciate Mr. Rich Money right there. Speaking with the brother. I look forward to speaking with him again. Okay. Yeah. But what it is that this case, sir, stinks to high hell.
Right.
Plus, why is brother's throat missing? Now, is it possible, Che, that they might have thrown the brother over the boat, man, and maybe the propeller of the boat caught him across the neck?
That's a possibility.
Yeah,
I think he was
just
before he hit the water, though.
Yeah. Or did they cut his neck or his throat? After he hit the water, they determined him dead to run over him some more, man. Maybe they figured, well, we put a couple of holes in the water going and make the body sink.
That's also a possibility, too. But remember, his lungs were missing. His stomach was missing.
Okay. So which means is key elements of the human body were missing to determine the cause of death. Lungs, stomach, throat.
Yep.
Okay. What we have here, sir, is a fucking conspiracy. Not a doubt in my mind.
Right.
Yes, sir. So with that being said, we've been here 4 hours and 23 minutes.
Well, I'm still going to keep going, but if you got to go, Shabaki, thank you for joining me.
Okay, yeah, I'm just tired, brother. You know what I'm saying? What's the last story you doing, or how many more stories you got?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, boy. Okay. And you know I'm doing a double phone technology, you know what I mean? And I just found out, man, you know what I think was fucking with the microphone, man?
What was that?
That StreamYard, man, is posting this thing up on here, man. Sign up free, right? We need your email address, you know what I'm saying? At no cost, but you know that is just to get you in there, man, to get the service back on. Then they're gonna start billing you again. Well, I tell you, these some crooked motherfuckers. Okay, so I can't do that right now because I'm not in no position unless we get some donations coming in. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
You know,
well, if they do the dollar thing, we could do it for like a month.
Okay, but this one here was saying sign up for free, get a month free.
That's new.
Yeah, see, so, exactly.
I usually get the one that says you can sign up, and it's $1.
Yeah, but this one here is saying sign up free. So what I'm figuring, Brother Che, that they already know the damn phone number to this phone, right? Even if it ain't the same phone, it's still the same number. So I think what they're doing, man, with that microphone business, man, is they pulling a power play, man, to get me to sign up for the service again, you know? But the question is, if we decide to do that, okay, you know, because I got to have some type of revenue in there to do it. You feel me? Because they're going to say, well, your month is up. You know, we need some, you know, something that we could draft, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? You know? And then, like I said, and this is the first time that I've seen this where it says sign up for free. I mean, where it says sign up for free, because they got log in, sign up free, but they got sign up free here real big, you know.
I've
But
seen
anyway,
I've seen it before, but when you click on it, it charges you $1.
no, damn. So it charges you $1, man, just for you to sign up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, these some dirty motherfuckers, boy. See, all these internet companies are in cahoots, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all in cahoots.
For the
That's
dollar,
what.
you a month free.
Yeah. So if they get 300,000 motherfuckers around the world to do that, they just made them 300,000 grand overnight.
Yeah, 300,000.
See. Yeah, I mean, it's not impossible for them to get that amount, because what you got, 3.7 billion in the world, man, and every motherfucker's on the internet. You know what I'm saying?
It's more like 7.7 billion. I think it's almost 8
Yeah.
billion.
Yeah, you see. But anyway, we'll check it out. So please get them donations, man, you know. All right, so appreciate the peoples for having me on here tonight. Also, too, please sign up to GenUp1 on YouTube so we can start going live on there for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. We need donations, you know, so we can get this platform back up out there, people. You know what I mean? The link is right there that Brother Che has got, you know, and then we'll give you an itemized list of how your money is being spent, you know? All right, so I'm going to bid everybody a good morning from Sin City. All right, come on, 7-Eleven. Okay, Che, I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Okay, Shabaka, have a good night or good morning.
You too, sir. Okay.
All right, so I got one more from Taylor House, and it's about Officer Tater Tots.
That's the biggest goddamn lie ever told, man. Say,
Officer Tater Tots exposed with Nolan Wells' best friend, Lord have mercy. So this, I think, it's the part 2, because I played the part 1 yesterday. So it's the part 2 the day before.
Some of the boys that they're accusing wasn't even on the boat that Nolan was on.
If I'm sitting waist deep in water and all my friends are, everybody's leaving their phone on a boat. I open the back hatch and there's water up to the batteries. And that is obviously not good. Nolan decided to stay on the island with the girl that he was with. And the girls witnessed that too.
Yeah, we're in Mississippi right now. We're getting ready to recount the exact path that the boys took, also with Nolan Wells, from where they docked the boat at all the way out to Horn Island and back. The boys are going to explain to me exactly what went on, how many people were there, how many boats were taken out, which I think the world is going to be completely dumbfounded when they realize what the truth really is, because the lies have been pervasive. So we're right here where Nolan left on the boat, and you'll find out how many people were there, how many boats, and then we're going to take that same path out. I'm going to go look at Horn Island and see exactly where they could have been to get a perspective that the media don't even care to try to do. And then we're going to take the trek back, and we're going to find out exactly what happened to Nolan. This is the reason why I'm here, man. I want you guys to have a voice. I want you guys to be able to speak out and show what the truth really is, and then let the world decide. I just don't want you guys to end up in a situation where your story never gets heard. Right here is where Nolan and probably 20 other kids got on the boat. So it's not just Nolan and 3 other kids. That was a lie. That was a myth. I'm going to prove that. Right here is where the kids were docking, and we're going to show you a video that I'm going to walk at the exact angle that the video is being broadcast from, so you know that I'm exactly where I say I am. But the boys were here. Tons of people you'll see on the video is getting onto the boat, and they took 3 boats out. It wasn't just one. It wasn't just Nolan and 3 and 4 boys. It was a multitude of people on several different boats. And some of the boys that they're accusing wasn't even on the boat that Nolan was on. But let me show you from the vantage point where I have the video to prove that I'm here where I say I am.
All right, peace and blessings. Peace and blessings, all praises to the Most High. And this is Officer Tatum somebody that I've always heard about, but I never took time to watch his video. And here's why: because he is trying to give the story, or give these guys a voice to a story that still doesn't make any sense. It doesn't matter how many people got on the boat, when they left, how, all of that minuscule stuff he's talking about. The fact is, Nolan Wells is dead, and he left with these guys, and nobody has any clue about how he died. Let's see if he will answer that question. And if there's any explanation about, it doesn't matter what trek they took and who was with them and all of that. None of that matters. Let's see if this friend, quote unquote, best friend, who didn't even go to his funeral, will say how Nolan died. Just check this out.
And so right now, here's the angle that you're going to see on the footage. It's just from probably that boat to, maybe about 30, 40 feet here to the right. And this is where the video is showing how many people were actually out there, actually getting on the boats. So therefore, it debunks very clearly that it was only Nolan and 4 boys going out here to Horn Island.
Well, I've never heard nobody say it was only 4 boys, but let's continue.
All right, you guys, sorry about the sunglasses. It's very bright out here, and I never wear sunglasses, but we're at Horn Island in almost the exact same position where the boys were, where Nolan was. So if you look out right here, just so you guys can get a perspective, you have the Horn Island here, but I want you guys to put this in your mind, what this was like on that day. You have boats 2, 3, 4 deep, from way down there where you can see all the way through here. You have thousands of people on this island, probably 2,000 people. So this wasn't some abandoned, secluded island where nobody's at. Obviously, this is a Monday, and there's a few people on the backside of the island, not a lot of people here. But on 4th of July, this is a celebration. And so this wasn't a small place where 4 boys took their black friend and dropped him off and never seen him again. This place was flooded with people. Tons of people, multiple boats.
Correction. It is a place where some white boys, not 4, but some white boys took their black friend and never saw him again. But let's continue.
Multiple friend groups. I mean, everybody's here having a good time. And then the boat gets towed out because it was getting ready to sink. And so, and for what I was told, they told Nolan, get on the boat, man. Get on the boat. Get on the freaking boat. And he decided, because he's an adult, that he was going to stay behind. And all the boys that they've been accusing, and they saying it had something to do with his death, they were all gone at 4:30. They were all gone. And they told Nolan to get on the boat. He didn't. And then there was a report of somebody seeing Nolan around 6:30-ish. And so for them...
I've never heard that report. Have you?
...to come out and claim these lies, won't take the time to come to Horn Island, won't take the trip out here to figure out what happened, won't talk to anybody, pushing an agenda is wrong. And that's the reason why I came out here. I wanted to see for myself, what did this look like? What could have happened? Does the stories line up based on what I've seen and what I've heard from people that live here that were involved in this situation? This is where the lie started. People were putting out on social media, knowing that they're lying, that this is what it was like on the day that Nolan and his friends came out here to Horn Island. And if it was 4 or 5 people and they came out here and Nolan was with them, and maybe it was a few people out here like it is today, and Nolan came up missing, then maybe it would be suspicious. But they didn't take the time to get...
Nobody's saying that we see. Everybody has seen the video with thousands of people on the island, man. What are you talking about?
Context to the people, because they're evil and they're liars. So if it was like that right now, when the situation happened, I can see how people had a concern. But you got to replay this moment with thousands of people here. If anything would have happened directly involving Nolan and his friends, you can't tell me that thousands of people wouldn't have seen anything happen. And so...
You just made a great point. Take Nolan and his friends out the equation. You can't tell me with thousands of people there, nobody knows how Nolan ended up drowning. See, you're making all the points while you're trying not to make the points.
That's pretty much why I want to come here and show you guys. This is what they want you to believe it was like on that day, which is a lie. They want you to believe they came to a secluded island, just 4 of them, and then Nolan is left behind, and then his body's washed up on shore, and nobody knows what happened. Nobody could have seen what happened but the boys. It's a flat-out lie. Is there anything that you want to say, you want people to know about this whole experience?
Yeah, I mean, if someone's not from here, it's kind of hard to understand, where the island drops off and how the island works. But, there's plenty of people out here, especially on the 4th of July. That's where people come out to celebrate. And, I mean, if you fill the water, you can see right here, Brandon, where it drops off. I mean, you can see literally where it drops off. So, I mean, it goes from about waist deep water right there to neck deep. And then it drops from neck deep all the way to like 17, 20 foot. I mean, we weren't even a quarter mile off the island and when we were leaving, and I mean, it was 30 foot of water.
Yeah.
But I mean, if we're walking towards the east right now, but if you walk down to the west, that's where the west tip of the island is. And that's where the current picks up very, very bad.
People talk about the phone situation. I want to, because the way you articulate it, I just walk in the water with my pants, they're wet. And you can tell right away that if you're hanging out in the water, it doesn't appear, in my opinion, that you would have your phone on you. Is that typical for people to have their phones, or?
No, I mean, people come out here, especially on the 4th and, Memorial Day, days like that, they come out here to celebrate and people get on the water to be off their phones, first off. Second off, if I'm sitting waist deep in water and all my friends are, everybody's leaving their phone on a boat, in a lake, if you're sitting on a pond.
We know all that, but why did you leave with his phone? See, this is...
And if no one's getting out of the water with their phone in their hand, unless, it's to take a quick picture, but most of the pictures taken on the 4th of July were on the boat.
Yeah.
I mean, and, salt water, if you drop your phone in salt water, most of the time you're not going to get it back. Yeah. I mean, especially the water's murky right now because there's been a lot of rain. You can't see, the visibility isn't good. The water isn't clear like it was last year around this time. And, no one has their phone though.
He's just rambling though. So why did you leave with ask him that?
Usually, I mean, unless you're crazy, I'm not walking around with my phone in my hand. They've been walking around Horn Island,
How many people left the phone on the boat? Was it just his phone when y'all left?
Right. I mean,
other people have phones
absolutely
on the boat?
not. Like there was at least, I rode out here on a different boat, like I told you, and I grabbed my phone when I left the Palm Beach to get on the boat with Triton. To get on the boat with White because we were having, boat issues. And when I got on the boat, there was phones everywhere on the console. I mean, everywhere. There was everybody's phone that was sitting around the boat was on the console. Like we had phones that we didn't even know whose they were, and people just leave their phone, especially when people are drinking and, they're not in the right state of mind. A lot of people are like, oh, I'll just leave my phone and I'll get it later, and that's the way it is around here. You don't take your phone and walk around the island. There's plenty of phones on the boat and, spread out between the 3 boats that we had. And I mean, we had 20 plus people on the spread between our 3 boats. So of course, everybody's phone was on the boat. I never saw someone in the water that day sitting with their phone in their hand, scrolling on anything or even taking pictures in the water. Yeah, someone might hop out the boat. A lot of girls like to take pictures, in the water. And so do guys, but, girls want to take pictures in the water. Half a second, you might hop out the boat and be like, oh, I'm snapping this picture of myself or of someone else. But as soon as I get back in the boat, I'm putting my phone up and I'm getting back in the water and I'm hanging out with my friends.
Yeah, that's common sense, man. And describe.
Once again, he babbles, but nobody is saying, why'd you leave with his phone? Why didn't you give Nolan his phone back when he left, quote unquote, when y'all left?
Describe to me what the day was like. I saw a video online. How hectic was it out here? I mean, right now it's barren. There's not a lot of people out here, but clearly that's not what it was on the 4th of July. So, how dense was it with people here?
Well, I mean, you look at all the videos, that are spread out online, and a lot of them, you can't believe what you see all the time online. You know that better than anybody, but I mean, there was boats lined up all the way down the island. And there was rows. There was a first row, there's a second row. We were in the third row where it drops off. And then there was even boats in front of us. And this went all the way down.
All right, so you see they got exclusive screenshots there. Though that is a camera that's taking those pictures, right? Where is that satellite right there? That is a satellite that is taking those pictures. Main camera. That's not from an iPhone. It's all about main camera. But who is taking those pictures?
Towards the east end of the island, and then there was people on the east tip. And we're on the north side now, but there was people on the south side too, lined up all the way down. And if you talk to anybody on the coast about this, they know that. Yeah. I mean, 4th of July, this is the hot spot. This is where people want to be. This is where people want to come out, hang out with their family and friends. And
people say that you guys just left Nolan behind. I've seen reports of people saying that you just left him. I see reports of people saying that you asked him to get on the boat. You told him to get on the boat. He didn't. What's the truth in that?
Well, Wyatt was having boat issues and the bilge wouldn't pump. So the bilge is basically a pump that releases water from your boat when water comes in. So I opened the back hatch and there's water up to the batteries. And that is obviously not good. There's water almost coming over the transom, which is where your motors sit and which is by the stern, like in the back part of the boat. So obviously we were in emergency. The boat, we're trying to save the boat. It's not like we didn't ask Nolan or we just left Nolan. Nolan decided to stay on the island with the girl that he was with. And the girls witnessed that too.
Yeah. I'm glad you cleared that up because I think it's important for people to have the context of like what it was on that day, what happened, what didn't happen. And the beauty of all of this is that you guys have evidence to prove that, of course, you asked Nolan to come on and different things like that. So, but anyway, man, I appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Give me a rundown of kind of what it was like on that day.
Right.
And hopefully people can understand what the truth is and make their own decision on facts.
Right. I mean, based off people, there's not a lot of people that are from the Mississippi Gulf Coast that don't understand Horn Island and don't understand the way boating works. And, boating is a tight-knit community. I like to fish a lot, and, there's, everybody, a lot of people know a lot of people. Everybody knows everybody. I know a lot of fishermen on the Gulf Coast. They know me and my buddies because we like to go in the water all the time. I mean, that's what we do in the summer. And, a lot of people from the Gulf Coast know the truth behind, you don't take your phone out the boat. The little facts. It's a difficult subject. This Horn Island's like 11 miles long, not to be exact, but around 11 miles long. It's not like this is a sliver of an island. It's a quarter mile. It's like a sandbar. No, this goes on to, even if we came around this corner right here, Brandon, we couldn't even see the end of the island.
Oh, really?
It's that long.
Really?
Yeah. I mean,
I thought that was the end right there.
No. I mean, it goes all the way down there. And I mean, it's a big island. There's a lot of people out here. And I mean, that's the truth. That's the way it was.
All right, that to me was an epic fail. Like, what truth did you reveal? We all know that Nolan's phone was on your boat. The question is, why did you leave with his phone? Why didn't anybody give him his phone back? And what happened to him after you guys left? Nobody is saying it was just y'all four on the island. I've never heard anybody say that. We've all seen the videos where there's a multitude of people on the island. But one question the little flat back head Tatum didn't ask him, well, why didn't you guys give him his phone back? If he was like, that is a major question if you're doing this interview. We all know, like, he's asking alley-hoop questions that, once again, Vince Carter could windmill and dunk in the basket. No, there was no truth in the video, but there is truth in what he said. Well, everybody knows Horn Island. Everybody knows about Horn Island. It's a tight-knit community. Me and my buddies come out here. Everybody knows, boating, and Nolan didn't know none of that. And so could it be that he was in the wrong community with all of those thousands of people out there? Once again, no question was asked, okay, with all those people out here, why do you think nobody saw Nolan drown? Oh, he was with the girl, and the girl can testify to that. Well, the girl just said that Nolan said he was going on the boat with y'all. And so this right here, this Officer Tatum guy, I see why a lot of people who like the truth don't like him, because he seems to be, caping for the white boys. And this picture right here will show you why. As you see, he has a verified snow bunny. A quick internet search gave me this picture of his quote unquote alleged wife, Kareen Tatum. So you see, guys, this is what we have here. When somebody is in bed with white supremacy, then of course they are going to defend white supremacy at all costs. So this guy right here can't be taken serious, talking about, we're coming to give you guys your story. This is why. We have a fungus among us who is trying to put these white kids on a pedestal, because evidently that's how he holds his unmelanated queen on a pedestal. But this interview was an epic fail. It didn't really show anything. The little kid actually looks like, he on that meth, if you ask me. But allegedly, this is my opinion. All these things are just my opinion. So, but yeah, man, this proved nothing. I think he has one more interview. I might look at that, but probably this is all you're going to get from that. What best friend doesn't go to your best friend's funeral? There is no empathy. There is no, sadness in his voice when talking about it. He's just basically trying to clear his name. But we already know it looks like, somebody's name is mud. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Be watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it, you should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it, you should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed? The stories abroad from literary work, where the narrative's wrong. The research is always on point. The commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the bar. Follow along. Shout out to FBA, still FTP. Big up in FAC. And all my black families. There's three sides to all stories. Which one you gon' believe? We run down on the false prophets when they come to deceive. 100% urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased. We got God besides. Ladies and gents is power. If you don't know by now, look around. We the darkest hours. Cops squeezing hammers. They don't understand. We stop and freeze with our hands and kill us off like cancer. Don't speculate before the facts on the case. Telehouse set them straight. My brother Richard Vasquez. You watch your Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it, you should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it, you should tune in to Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians could ever invent.
Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing.
Shout out to Brother Rich for that update. And the hell with Tater Tots Tatum. So this is probably gonna be the last topic for the evening. And it's Shiloh Hendrix, the white supremacist that called that Somali child the N-word back in earlier this year and got $1 million for it. So Lisa Cabrera gonna give us an update on that as well. Shiloh Hendrix trial ends with mixed verdict. So she got found guilty, but they gave her a damn slap on the wrist.
Shalom, family. Good to see everyone here. Hope you're doing well. Just another reminder that the Chebe growth butter is on sale for 45% off on Etsy. And like I said before, I got plenty in stock. So I will get these out. Now, I know we're coming up to the weekend, so it will go out the next business day because I can't do any business. It's Sabbath tomorrow, but after Sabbath, I can conduct business again. So grab it today, 45% off. Sale will go on until the 27th at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. All right. Now, I know many of you might remember Shiloh Hendrix, the biatch that was in a park, and she decided to call an autistic Black child the N-word. So anyway, after that happened, many of you might remember she actually had, I believe it was a GoFundMe where they gave her practically $1 million for being a racist to a little child. So anyway, she got charged on 2 counts. Now, in court, she really just got charged with 1 count. The other count, they did not charge her for. And it didn't make any sense. But, the legal system here never does make a lick of sense. So anyway, she did not get charged for what she did to an underage little child, a Black boy, but she got charged for what she said to a Somalian man that was filming it because she called him the N-word too. So the charges stuck for that, but not for the underage child. That's why I'm like, y'all got hell to pay for the way you ran these courts against our people. Y'all got a lot of hell to pay. And that hell is already on you because y'all are clearly cursed. You are cursed. So I'm not surprised, but you're going to hear more about the verdict. Douglas Ledger, thank you so much for the 400 Jules, Eagle, and Jill B. Thank you for the 2 Jules, Silver Star. Thank you so much. Thank you both for your support for my channel. All right, y'all. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
So if you all remember this lovely American patriot, the woman that called a special needs kid the N-word for wanting to play with a bag of toys at the park. So they did bring her up on a couple of charges, and the verdict was in today or yesterday. So she was brought up on 3 misdemeanor charges. 1 was dismissed. 1 she found not guilty of, and 1 she found guilty of. The 1 she was found not guilty of was disorderly misconduct against a minor, a child. She was found not guilty of that. She was found guilty of the interaction with the man that filmed it. And don't get excited because she would only have to do 200 hours of community service and a $1,000 fine and probation. So her supporters can stand down and stand back. No need to burn crosses. No need for Klan rallies.
So remember this lady who called a kid the hard R N-word and then also sent it to the person filming her. Well, she just got charged, and you won't believe what she was just charged for. But this all started when a child took something from her bag at a park in Minnesota, and then she proceeded to call the child the N-word with the hard R. And a bystander filmed her and called her out. And what she did was pretty terrible and makes her a piece of garbage. But does that mean she committed a crime? Speech is supposed to be protected even if it's speech like this. But she was just charged with disorderly conduct. Not for calling the child the N-word. She was found not guilty for that, but for calling the man filming it the N-word. A man who had charges mysteriously dropped for a certain kind of bad conduct against a 16-year-old. Dropped with no explanation. And that's a whole other story. But she gets charged with disorderly conduct. And again, she's a piece of shit. But for this, she gets supervised probation, 90 days in jail, which is actually stayed, and instead she's going to have to serve 200 hours of community service and pay a $1,000 fine. So was this justified? Let me know what you think in the comments.
Shiloh Hendrix has been found guilty in one of the charges she faced over an incident where she was filmed following her calling of a little boy a racial slur. It's a little bit of a complicated story, but you may have seen the viral video. This woman holding her child is being filmed by a man who says, "How could you say that to a child?" And then she says it to the guy, and then he gets all mad. That's all that really happened. She's been found guilty, not of the incident with the child, but in the incident with the man who was filming her, effectively being criminally charged for saying a naughty word. People are rightly furious over this. You don't have to like what she did to know it is not a crime to insult somebody, but they certainly decided that it should be. She has been sentenced to a $1,000 fine and 200 hours of community service. That being said, she also raised $859,000. I wonder how many people would take that deal, right? I see these posts on Reddit all the time. We're like, hypothetical. You get $100 million right now, but you'll lose a foot. And all the comments are like, done, take my foot. Okay, she didn't get $100 million, but she did get $859,000. She had to pay tax on it, obviously. 200 hours of community service. Yo, that's like a month of work about. And she's going to get nearly $1 million. I'm not saying it's good. I am saying that the community has come to her defense because while I think you shouldn't go around calling kids or people racial slurs, them's fighting words, right? We want to reduce conflict. You can't criminally charge somebody for this. Now, the incident, it's complicated, but basically what happens is she's at a park with her kid. Some black kid comes up, starts rifling through her purse, steals an applesauce. She then, according to this guy filming, yells at the kid and calls him a naughty word, for which the guy filming her says, say it again, over and over again, and then she does. And that's what she was convicted on. This is crazy. Yo, if I'm walking around and you confront me, bro, let's read the story from the Minnesota Star-Tribune. Woman who hurled racial slurs at boy found guilty in Rochester trial. I think it's important to point out she was not found guilty for anything she said to the child.
The verdict is in the trial of Shiloh Hendrix, who was accused of disorderly conduct for calling a black child a racial slur at a Rochester park in April 2025. The jury finding Shiloh Hendrix guilty of disorderly conduct against an adult. That is the man who recorded that video that then went viral on social media, and not guilty of disorderly conduct against a child. Now, the sentencing guidelines for this, she was given a $1,000 fine, supervised probation with a 90-day stayed sentence for jail time, meaning she will not be in jail unless she violates her probation, and 200 community work hours of service. Now, the defense expressing that he is not happy with this outcome tonight. The city attorney's office for Rochester not offering any comment at this time.
I thought I was coming down here to try a free speech case. You all saw the video. I thought I was coming to Rochester to try a free speech case based on the video. Then it took on an entirely different, it just turned, right? Mr. Jamali takes the stand. Wouldn't answer any question I asked him. He sat there like this. Oh, I don't understand. He looked at his interpreter. I don't understand. I don't understand. Over and over and over again. When the prosecutor asked him a question, he had no problem through the interpreter understanding. Never had a problem understanding. Not one time. I put the detective on the stand. Detective, did he ever have a tough time understanding you? Never had a tough time understanding him. Never had a tough time. Not one time did the detective have any problems understanding. You're in the jury room. or in the trial. You were in the courtroom. You were in the courtroom. You're in the courtroom. He acted like he didn't understand any question I asked him. Every single question was like pulling teeth. It's like, huh? Oh, It went on and on and on. This is a fraud. This whole thing's a fraud. The cameraman. By the way, let's make something clear. They didn't convict him with the child. Your headlines can be about the child. No, they convicted her on the video with the cameraman. The disorderly conduct is about the cameraman. Right. And from what I understand about the cameraman, he has a GoFundMe. And his GoFundMe, his GoFundMe is he died. He has a GoFundMe that he died. Give money to the cameraman who died. And from what I understand, he's well alive. This whole thing is fucking bullshit. Mr. This is a fraud. This is a fraud upon the community.
The last dude is allegedly her attorney. You know, I don't think I would have that guy representing me on anything, but that's what he is. So anyway, to me, she got off easy. She really did. You know, I don't know how they concluded she gets nothing for how she treated a child, but a grown-ass man that filmed it, that's what she gets charged with. I mean, this place is so done, it's not even funny. It really is. And it's never going to get better, y'all. These people, I see why the Most High had to cut their time short. And I just pray that we will be live to watch real justice get served in this country, because it has not been served for 400 plus years. Okay. Paulie Lee, 1701. Thank you for the GOAT trophy, 1,000 jewels. Tony Talbert, thank you for the 100 jewels Sunday. Tony Talbert, thank you for the 10 jewels gold coin. Tony Tolbert, thank you for the 10 jewels gold coin. And Brooklyn, 71881, thank you for the 10 jewels floating heart. Tony Tolbert, thank you for the 10 jewels gold coin. And Tony Tolbert, thank you for the 10 jewels floating heart. Thank you for your support for my channel. I deeply appreciate it. Yeah, well, I know the Most High got this whole system under judgment. And as you can see, they're not walking in there getting the verdict that they always want either. So they didn't want her to be convicted of anything. So she did, out of the 2 counts, get 1, but nothing for her nasty treatment of a child. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. You know, I got so many orders coming in. I want to get to those. So the next business day, I'll be able to get those out the first thing. So make sure you get your orders in. And y'all, thank you for being here, and be on the lookout for my upcoming lives. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. Yep, like I said, they gave her a damn slap on the wrist. That broad should have been charged with an anti-Black, anti-FBA hate crime bill. This is exactly why we need an anti-Black, anti-FBA hate crime bill. That type of shit should not be condoned nor rewarded. And they literally just slapped her on the wrist. So she'll probably be back out of here again. So I thought I was done with Taylor House, but I think I got one more from Taylor House. This time, young black cop killed while canoeing with white kids. Oh, y'all stop hanging out with these Nabiscos. When will you learn? Well, better Rich gonna give us an update on that.
And yes, we have another one. This is the latest black man who suspiciously drowned while canoeing with his white friends. 24-year-old Fred Marsh died in what they're calling a quote-unquote drowning accident on the Elk River in Missouri while out canoeing with his white friends. If I'm not mistaken, it was yesterday. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings, all praises to the Most High. And in the wake of the Nolan Wells case, we are continuously seeing these similar incidents, but also warning our brothers and sisters about going out on the water with your so-called white friends. Now, the thing about this story is this guy was a police officer in Rogers, Arkansas, but he went out canoeing 10 hours away with his white friends on the Elk River in Missouri and ended up drowning. Now, watch how vague these news articles are about giving information about what happened. They give you none. Just watch.
Right now, the Rogers Police Department is mourning the loss of one of its newest officers. The department says Officer Fred Marsh died in a drowning in the Elk River over the weekend. He was just 24 years old. 4029's Cameron McCory is live near Elk River now, where people are trying to process such a tragic loss. Cameron.
Yeah, Chip, tragic is absolutely the word for it. As you can imagine, this is a shock to so many people out here. Fred Marsh, like you said, was just 24 years old in his first year with the Rogers Police Department. They say it happened last night while he was canoeing with his friends and fiance out here on the Elk River. We're also told by the owner of the River Ranch Resort that it happened right here in this section of the river out there where the water is much deeper. The Rogers Police Department says Marsh had graduated from the Arkansas Law Enforcement Training Academy just in April and had recently begun serving the Rogers community. In his short time with the department, they say he'd already made a lasting impact on those around him. Rogers Police Chief Jonathan Best calling this a, quote, heartbreaking loss for our department. He said, quote, Officer Marsh had a bright future ahead of him, and his willingness to serve others and the enthusiasm he brought to this profession will not be forgotten. Today, there were many families out here canoeing and floating on the Elk River, some saying tragedies like this are a reminder of how fast something can go wrong in the water.
My heart is literally broke for them, and I'm praying for the Rogers Police Department and all of his friends and family. And it's just sad. People need to learn to watch out for their people and know the river. If you don't know the river, at least pay attention more. I mean, I know accidents happen, but I think that things could be avoided more if, even though we're having fun, just kind of watch each other's back.
Yeah, she really emphasized the importance of safety on the water. She said whenever her and her family are out here, they always have some sort of life jacket, water safety device, and they always stay in pairs while on the water. The Rogers Police Department said at this time, they're not releasing any further information about this incident out of respect for the family's privacy. We're live in Nolan, Missouri tonight. Cameron McCrory, 4029 News.
And you notice how they ended with, we're not releasing any information about the incident out of respect for the family's privacy. That is the major strategy they use to cover up these incidents. And if you listen to the white lady who was talking, she said, well, people need to learn, not to come out here on the river if you don't know the river. Also, people need to learn how to, watch their people's back. She's giving you dog whistles and signals. And they never said his fiance was white because he died. They said he died out there canoeing with his fiance and some friends. They never said his fiance was white. They never said his friends were white. But look at the demographic of the people. Every picture they showed you on that little marsh or whatever it is, the little lake, the little river, are white people. And I'm going to just venture off to say his fiance was white, his friends was white, because first of all, black people don't go canoeing. Like, I don't know any of my friends who've ever said, yeah, we're going to go canoeing. So that's one. But also, where he's from, Rogers, Arkansas. He's a police officer there, and the population of Rogers, Arkansas is only 1.54% melanated people. So I would just assume that his friends and his fiance are white. And you can tell from the article that they're already doing the memorialistic, satchel, ritualistic. Yeah, well, he was a good worker. He's always enthusiastic. He made a lasting impression on people. You know, he's a great man. So how did he die? Once again, he was 24 years old, a recent graduate from the Law Enforcement Basic Training Academy. So he looks definitely in good health. So how did he die? Once again, if you're canoeing, you saw people out there with rafts. So how is he the only one that died? Just take a look at this other article and once again see how vague and tight-lipped and stoic looking they're saying when they're writing this report or when they're reporting on this incident. Just makes it look totally like, okay, well, we got another one, guys. Just saying the same thing over and over in all these cases that happen.
Rogers Police Department is mourning the loss of one of its own after a tragic incident over the weekend. Officer Fred Marsh died while off duty in a drowning incident at the Elk River in Nolan, Missouri. He hadn't been with the department for long, but police say he had already left a lasting impression on those who served alongside him. Officer Marsh was one of the department's youngest officers. Police say he demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the community.
Officer Fred Marsh was only 24 years old and had been with the Rogers Police Department for less than a year. Now, Rogers Police says that Officer Marsh died Saturday evening in a drowning incident while he was canoeing on the Elk River in Missouri with his fiancée and friends. The City of Knoll Fire Department said its crews responded alongside the Missouri State Highway Patrol's Water Division and the McDonald County Sheriff's Office, who we've reached out to. The department has not released any additional information about what led up to the drowning. Rogers Police Chief Jonathan Best says Marsh brought enthusiasm to the profession and had a bright future ahead of him. The Rogers Fire Department also shared its condolences, saying the bond between first responders is one of service, sacrifice, and family. Rogers Police are asking the community to keep Marsh's family, his fiancée, and his fellow officers in their thoughts and prayers. The department says that right now it will not release any more information out of respect for Officer Marsh's family. In Rogers, covering news where you live, I'm Bo Russell, 5 News.
In the wake of the announcement of Marsh's passing, local law enforcement and emergency response agencies offered their condolences and prayers. Rogers Fire Department said in part, quote, "The bond between first responders is one of service, sacrifice, and family. Today, we stand beside our law enforcement partners as they grieve the loss of one of their own." Little Flocks Police Department issued a statement saying in part, "Our hearts are with everyone who knew, loved, and served alongside him."
They said it's one of service and sacrifice. Service and sacrifice. Now, could he very well have been the sacrifice? I believe so. If you haven't heard the god of Neptune, the Romans sacrificed to the god of Neptune in the height of July, which we are reaching the festival Neptunalia. I think it was held on like the 23rd or the 28th of July. And how do you sacrifice to a god of the water? You give it bodies. But just take a look at him standing with the graduates that, you know, the cadets that he graduated with. These are the people he graduated with. And look at him, the lone melanated man in the sea of whiteness. And if you look at him, he does not look very happy. Look at everybody smiling from ear to ear. He's looking like, man, what am I doing? Like the deer in the head, like a sacrificial lamb. Even look at this picture. Look at him. He looks like the weight of the world is on his shoulders. Like, you know, I don't know what am I doing here. I'm totally lost out here in Rogers, Arkansas, you know, just clueless. And also, like, most of these times, there's no, you know, family speaking about it, you know, how terrible his death is. And, you know, there's no family, friends speaking, or where are those friends and his fiance? Where's the fiance crying? None of that. And this what makes this even more suspicious, because they're saying, well, we're not going to say anything about what happened. What happened? If everybody is in a canoe and you saw those people, like they were actually waving to the camera. All the white people are waving to the camera like, yeah, we got another one out here. He was the only black in the sea of whiteness. So, you know, hey, that's what happens out here. Like, they're sitting there waving, they're very stoic with the news reporting. And so there's no doubt in my mind, like, they didn't even, once again, if I'm wrong, I'll correct myself, but they haven't said who his fiance was or who his friend was, but I'm pretty sure that they are white. Just looking at the demographics of Rogers, Arkansas, and the demographics of his police graduating class, you know, we're just going to have to chop it up. And, you know, what it brings the conversation. I had a young lady speak the other day, and she was just like, listen, if you keep going out there, we ain't going to be sad for you. You know what I mean? Because at this point, you know, the writing is on the wall, like the scripture says, but it also says, he who keeps the company of fools will suffer harm. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. You watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed when stories abroad from literary work. Where the narrative's wrong, the research is always on point, the commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the bar. Follow along, shout out to FBA, still FTP, big up in FAC. And all my black families, it's three sides to all stories. Which one you gon' believe? We run down on the false prophets when it comes to deceit. 100%. Urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased. We got God inside. Slaves and just as power. If you don't know by now, look around me, the darkest hours. Cops squeeze their hammers because they don't understand. Stop and freeze with our hands and kill us off like cancer. Don't speculate before the facts on the case. Telehouse set them straight from the Richard Vasquez. You watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it, you should tune in to Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians could ever invent.
Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing.
Thank you, Taylor House. But Rich, yeah, y'all gonna learn stuff hanging out with these white people. Swear to God, Jesus Christ. So-called friends, and like you said, the fiance ain't even saying nothing. Like, so another lynching, murder, state sanctioned murder. And he was a pig too. Jeez. I don't even care if you're a pig. As long as you black, you public enemy number one. Lord. All right, so down to the last few topics, and that is 2 foster teens stabbed a black 13-year-old boy to death. Lord. So Shelly from Undisputed was gonna give us an update on that.
2 foster teens stabbed a Black youth to death. This is a story that is so far underreported. That's why this show is among the reasons so important, because we're going to cover it. According to the Augusta Press, 2 teenage foster children living in the home of McCormick County Council Chairman Bernie Hamby have now been charged in the killing of a 13-year-old temporary foster child who authorities say was stabbed during a fight and then held underwater until he drowned.
Lord.
You imagine the horrific last moment. South Carolina Law Enforcement Division charged 17-year-old Landon Austin Moore with murder of Daryl Martinez Lowry on Monday. 16-year-old was also arrested in connection with the killings, transported to the South Carolina Department of Juvenile Justice. The McCormick County Sheriff's Office did not release a mugshot of the suspect, but a warrant describes Moore as a white male, 6'2", 180 pounds. The victim, 5'2", 125 pounds. Foot taller, 55 pounds more. According to an arrest warrant, the 2 teens were involved in a physical altercation with Lowry at a boat dock on Beauregard Drive in Modoc during the early morning hours, it says, of July 20th. Investigators allege the fight left Lowry with knife lacerations before Moore and the 16-year-old unlawfully, intentionally, with malice, forethought, killed him by holding him underwater until he died. Authorities say Lowry, who was from Chester County, had only recently been placed in Hamby's home. As we said, a temporary foster child while awaiting another placement. Hamby was asleep inside the residence when the killing occurred early Monday morning, according to authorities. This all happened, as we said, inside the home of McCormick County Council Chairman Bernie Hamby, Republican leader there, longtime McCormick County councilman who serves as council chairman. He's known in the community for fostering children. Authorities have not indicated that Hamby is suspected of any wrongdoing. Hamby has long been an advocate for foster care. For years was believed to be McCormick County's only licensed foster parent. In a newspaper interview several years ago, he said he became a foster parent because he wanted to make a difference in the lives of children after growing up watching his parents donate to a children's home. He said he had no children of his own, but wanted to provide a safe, stable environment for youth in need. And he's not accused, as we said, of doing anything wrong here, but we can't deny the circumstances. Happened inside the home while he was asleep. Don't want to indict the foster care system, not from the vantage point of the children. Kids are in foster care because they need help. Sometimes it's that they just need to get away from their own family, or there's not family there to care for them. Sometimes they've been traumatized, too often abused. They need specialized care, specialized assistance. I don't know what landed all of the children in Hamby's care, but we can't deny the circumstances here.
Right.
He's asleep. And now a 13-year-old boy is dead and died a horrific, if we understand this accounting to be the truth, died a horrific death by 2 others, one who outweighed him by 55 pounds and a foot taller.
Lord.
The lacerations, the drowning, as I said, horrific.
Very much so. Y'all see a pattern here? Like, this is starting to get ridiculous. I mean, it's beyond ridiculous at this point. This is another reason why we're in the anti-Black,
the finest.
You can't not stress that enough. As you can see, we're still number 1 victim of hate crimes. They're still killing us, killing our children. And it's just like a complete open season on us. So like Brother Black Joe Cuzzo says, it's get strapped or get clapped. This is ridiculous. Man, Lord. All right, so the last two topics. Why was Ryan Clark fired from CNN? Tariq gonna give us an update on that. And then we're gonna close out with LeBron joining the 76ers.
Hey, bro.
What's going on, Miss Finest?
Not much. What's going on with you?
Oh, I'm just being an FBA, enjoying my homeland and enjoying all the culture that my family created. That's all. Just doing regular stuff. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Just, checking. You still got the name Tariq.
And I'm the most famous Tariq. I own that now. That name is that's now an FBA name because I'm the most popular person with the name. So we've taken that name.
I'm just curious. How are you FBI and you want to, separate
FBA.
from us and all that, but you still have the African name. This is just so confusing to me.
You're not confused because when you came over here on that inner tube up in my homeland, you weren't confused. So yeah, you're on my homeland, eating up all my tax dollars, eating up all of my real estate. Yeah, with them kids. I hear the kids.
I'm eating the resources that has been taken by American from Africa.
I hear them kids in the back at the Leering Center. By the way, y'all running.
Did you hear what I said?
You're running a Leering Center over there, I hear.
But this is what I said. I'm eating the resources that have been taken from Africa a long time ago till this day.
Those kids in the back, they're living off that 14th Amendment my family fought for.
That's our resources. We own that.
You don't own that. No, you don't.
Yeah, we do. We own America. America's built off of Africa.
No, that's why you were biting your nails when that Supreme Court decision was about to go down. You were very nervous.
No Supreme Court's going down.
Yes, you were,
me, it's
ma'am.
not.
You were losing some of those edges. You were losing some more hair. That forehead was showing even more, ma'am, because you were getting nervous. Your hair was falling out, the whole shebang. Anyway, let me get some more people in here. The real Vixen, what's up? Versus Vixen.
It says she losing them edges.
Lord.
Oh goodness. How you doing tonight? How you doing?
I'm good, beloved. What's going on with you?
I'm good. I don't know if you remember, I'm from Mississippi, and I've been looking at this. I've been looking at this case. Look, now I don't have no first-hand knowledge on Nolan Wells or his family, but what I do have knowledge on is how young Black boys usually end up in Mississippi, and usually they're gonna end somewhere where their organs can be reused, because he was a young, healthy man. So, I'm just gonna put that out there. A lot of times, strange fruited. A lot of times, and then classified as sides. They did it to themselves. But this is what I find strange. If you're from Mississippi, you know that most of the time you don't find no body because of the gators. So I just don't understand what's going on, because that's literally what people do to hide evidence. So I'm trying to understand why it's so open in this way. Why none of those three things didn't happen, especially in the area that they were at. I'm just thinking about it in a different way. And I'm not, like I said, I don't have any firsthand knowledge on the case, but I just find it very strange because I know of a lot of people who've passed away in Mississippi. And usually we find in newspapers in the chest cavities or rolled up somewhere. It's just not just a random, just found them on the edge of a bank. What? Gatorville. That's what they do. You ending up at the bottom of at the swamp. So it just don't really make no sense to me. So I don't know, man. I don't know. What you think?
Well, we just waiting. Yeah, we're just waiting to see what's going to happen with this thing. I think something funny. I think some funny style happened. So we're gonna see. Yeah, and too many of them YT people are getting on cold with each other. Oh, they get on cold. They get on cold with each other, and they start protecting each other, lying for each other, caping for each other. When it comes to us, they get on cold very quickly. Speaking of the YT supremacists being on code, did y'all see how Ryan Clark got fired from ESPN? Did y'all see that? What team did Ryan play for, family? What team did he play for? I know he's been on ESPN for like 11 years. He's been on for a minute. And they fired him. Didn't they fire him on air? That he was doing a segment. They went to a commercial, came back. He was gone, from what I understand. He was with the Steelers, with Pittsburgh Steelers. Okay. And Ryan always seemed like a solid dude. Yeah, they fired him. Oh, yeah. They fired him. Yeah, they said they were tired of him. Yeah, they were being real slick with him. You know what it was? A lot of people are speculating what got him fired was this one exchange that he had with this other commentator. Was it Paul Schrager? He was talking to Paul Schrager. And he was very outspoken. He spoke a lot of truth. They like their commentators like Stephen A. Smith. They like them buck dancing. Yeah, they like them buck dancing. And they don't like, he kind of stood up and spoke the truth. But I think what really got him, people are talking about this one exchange with Paul Schrader. I think that's his name. Paul Schrader is a white guy. Excuse me. Damn, excuse me. So they were talking, and they had kind of a heated exchange. And what he said to Paul was, "Hey, listen, Paul, I got to say this for you as a non-athlete." And then Paul was like, "Oh God, don't belittle me like that. Oh, don't belittle me like that. Oh, you don't have to belittle me." Yeah. Paul turned into a Karen. Man, Paul turned into a Karen. And many people say that was really the catalyst of what ended up getting Ryan fired. Probably so. Because again, Brother Ryan is on there kind of checking some of these other commentators, especially if they're not real athletes. Oh, I want y'all to understand how deep that is. See, when Ryan put Schrager in check on air, he kind of broke an unwritten rule of sports media. The black man is not supposed to assert absolute, unquestioned authority over a white athlete or a white colleague. See, in the dominant society's media structure, black former athletes, they're really hired to be the entertainers or the raw talent, while the non-athlete white host is positioned as the director or the intellectual authority. You understand? So when our good brother Ryan dismissed Schrager's opinion as invalid due to his lack of on-field experience, he flipped the hierarchy upside down. Oh, they don't like that. Because Ryan he's an intelligent brother. He gives very good takes. He's very intelligent. He articulates himself. He can speak on things with intelligence. And as an athlete, he can speak from experience. You understand? They don't like that. They like dumb, mush-mouth niggas up there. Well, when I had played, I had hit the ball and kicked it. I had kicked it in a field goal, and I had won the game. That's how I do. They like that. They don't like brothers with experience to really articulate themselves. They don't like that. They like the brothers to be up there kind of shucking and jiving. You know? And the minute that power dynamic was challenged, we saw the deployment of that classic weaponized fragility. Schrader hollering out, "Ooh, don't belittle me." That non-athlete shifted the narrative from a factual debate about football expertise into a scenario where he was the victim of an aggressive black man. So he turned into a damn Karen. Yeah? And then that transplanted right into the ESPN studio to trigger a defensive response from the network executives. Understand something about sports, family. The playing field, the basketball field, the football field, or whatever arena where they're playing sports, that's the ultimate equalizer, ladies and gentlemen. So you got to understand, if you want to understand the media's reaction, you got to understand the field itself. The sports field is an equalizer. It's all about meritocracy. It's all about whether the rules are up front. The rules are clearly defined. The rules are enforced equally. Because the rules are objective, Black talent undeniably dominates, ladies and gentlemen. See, that's in direct contrast to the outside system of white supremacy and the power structure outside of the stadium, where the rules are arbitrarily made up, the rules are changed daily, the rules are applied with a double standard so they can ensure that the dominant white society maintains an artificial advantage. You can't do that on the sports field. So what they have to do, family, they have to compensate in the media booth. Sports analysis, boy, that's a racist ass medium. That's extremely racist. They're always doing little slick shit to the Black people there. See, the playing field, that's where the dominant society, you cannot artificially manufacture supremacy, but the media booth in the front office and the ownership boxes, that's where they really, really protect their white authority. All right. Now, that sports analysis world, that's designed to be a safe space where these non-athletes, they can critique and grade and talk down to Black men who possess the physical and the tactical genius that these white dudes could never achieve themselves. And our brother Ryan refused to play along with that illusion. He broke the illusion like, hey, listen, let me keep it a buck. As a non-athlete, you don't know what you're talking about. Ooh, that touched a nerve. Ooh, that touched a nerve. Y'all don't understand how much that touched a nerve with these people. That touched a massive nerve because, see, that shattered the manufactured authority of that commentator class. That reminded the host and the white audience watching at home who identifies with him that they are just the damn spectators. Man, that forced them to confront the reality that despite the suits and their teleprompters and their media credentials, they're on the outside looking in at a culture and a game that they cannot physically participate in on an elite level. You understand? See, it's that mindset, it's that mental dynamic. That explains why you always see these non-athletes in the dominant society, always on the sideline or hide behind keyboards, racially heckling Black players all the time, overly criticizing the Black athletes all the time, standing in the sidelines yelling racial shit. See, that heckling, that's an attempt to exert this societal power over Black men who completely outclassed them in a fair physical contest. You see? And the network, they're in on it too. They're in on all this stuff. The network, you know, when a non-athlete commentator yells or demeans or criticizes the intelligence of the characters of Black players every single day, they look at them as, oh, he's just a passionate sports analysis. Oh, he gets high ratings. But when a Black analyst speaks directly and factual without being subordinate to the white co-host, all of a sudden it's like belittling, it's unprofessional, that's a fireable offense. So firing our brother, man, that's a off-field power flex. So they fired Ryan on air. That's the dominant society's way of kind of regaining or reestablishing control. That's an off-field power flex designed to basically send a message to all the other Black analysts on the network. You may have physical talent. You might have championship rings. You may know the game better than us, but we own the platform and we write the checks and we can humiliate you whenever we want to. They always do shit like that. They love to try to change the rules, change the game and all that stuff. Speaking of that, remember the other day I was talking about, look, where my basketball fans? We got any basketball fans in here? Where my basketball fans? I want to ask y'all something. Because y'all remember the other day, we're talking about Allen Iverson and his famous Allen Iverson crossover, how he was shaking cats with that crossover. And I talked about how they banned it. It was somebody, I think some YT guy was in my comments. They didn't ban it. That's not true. They didn't ban that. They didn't ban the crossover. Technically, they didn't ban it. Didn't they ban that crossover? If I ain't dumb now, didn't they say basically it's carrying, like because you holding the ball or you're holding your hand under the ball? It was some kind of, hold on, wait. They did ban it. Okay, so I'm not tripping. Right. They said it was a carry. They tried to reclassify it as carrying. Yeah, they banned it, from what I understand. And then from what I understand, they reinstated it when Iverson retired. They reinstated the shit. Right. So they were calling it, they said that because the hand goes under the ball. They did some old weird, some old janky ass rule. Said that it was carrying because your hand was under the ball. So they banned it. They did ban it. But then they brought it back. Yeah, and I think one of the reasons why they banned it because Iverson was untouchable with that shit. So this was Iverson was the young rookie, the bad boy. He wasn't as polished as the Jordan, and he shook Jordan with that shit. So technically it was carrying. Okay. Yeah, when he shook Jordan, he broke Jordan's ankles with that. And Jordan didn't like it. Oh, he was breaking cats' ankles with that move. There was an event where years later, Iverson and Jordan was at this event, and Iverson was giving Jordan praises like, Jordan, man, you my idol, man. I got in the game because of you. Love you, man. You my idol. And Jordan said to him, like, dude, if I'm such an idol to you, you wouldn't have crossed me up like that, nigga. What the hell? The hell you crossed me up? Jordan didn't like that. Jordan held on to a grudge because that embarrassed Jordan. Jordan, look, shit. When he got shook like that, Jordan was the god of basketball at the time. And you got this rookie. Now, this young dude, Iverson didn't even have his braids yet. He was fresh in the game. Iverson shook the shit out of Jordan with that move. Yeah. Say Jordan always holds grudges. Yeah. Man. Yeah, man. Yeah. He didn't like that. And that's what they said. They said, yeah, why'd you cross me up like that? Yeah, Jordan got shook. He got the shit shook out of him, and Iverson is relatively short compared to NBA standards. Iverson is only 6 foot. Yeah. And Iverson was vicious with that damn crossover on them dudes. Yeah. Man. Yeah, he took that personal. Man. As you shake shit in A1 and 1 games, yeah. They changed the rule for Jordan. But yeah, now they said that was, carrying and all that stuff. Now, these players dude, I don't know what the rules are now because I see James Harden. This dude, I don't know how he gets away with some of the shit. This dude be taking about 3-4 steps holding the ball and not dribbling it. What is that now? I'm lost, to be honest. Nigga, this shit look like traveling to me. What are they calling this stuff now? They call it a gather? Dude, it's like you running a damn track relay. Did they say LeBron do the same thing? Dude, I thought it was traveling. What is it called now? It's called the Euro step. Dude, James Harden be taking about at least 4-5 steps without dribbling. So what is that called now? What's that called? A step back, a gather. What the hell is that? The Euro step? Yeah, dude. The gather step or the 0 step. Somebody said it's called a vacation. The shuffle step. Man. They just don't call it. Okay, yeah, it looks like traveling to me. You know, it's a whole different game out here right now. All right, y'all raise the hands. Let me get the family on up in here. Let me get the family in here. Y'all raise those hands. Let's see who we got in here. We got a lot of people in here. Let me see those hands up. Let's get Ichi-san. No, hold on. He didn't invite himself, so no. Let me get some more people. I'm just scrolling down a little bit too far. Spook Money. Let's get Spook Money. All right, Spook Money. Let's get Cloudness. I see Cloudness in the building. Spook Money. What's up, Spook?
What up, man? What's up? Hey,
I'm
man,
good. How you doing,
my
brother?
bad.
You did what?
Accident. No accident.
Oh, it's all good. Let me get you out. All right, thank you, brother. All right, Cloudness. Cloudness, what's up, brother?
What's going on, Chief?
I'm good, man. How you doing, fam?
I'm all right, fam. Hey, you forgot about the part where when Iverson crossed over Jordan, you know, Barkley and Malone and them, they cried about it and got help to get banned because they, you know, it was part of the Players Association and they had a lot of pull. They got it banned because they was like, man, this is a playground basketball out here. We don't need to have this stuff going on in the league. So Barkley and them niggas, they was the ones that helped to get banned.
Wow.
Barkley, Karl Malone, and it was another one, but they were black players though.
Because Iverson was shaking cats, man. Iverson was showing out on them dudes, man. So that's funny. Lottie, what's up, Lottie?
Yeah, man, there was a lot of dislike on Bubba Chuck, man. He was the streets. He brought the street flavor to the game. I remember they took his tattoos off of his pictures. They wouldn't even let him rap.
Oh yeah.
It was just bad at that time, man.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you know how it is though. Oh man, I was in this room with this one Titherian the other day, and he was talking about the reparations movement and how, I don't even really need it. And he was a Caribbean dude. I'm like, boy, if CARICOM was offering you dudes some checks, y'all dudes would be, their eyes would be bugging out their head, man.
Oh, yeah.
So stop trolling.
Real talk. Man. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lottie. Man, yeah, these.
My baby. Do it with me. I woke up clean, put that root work on. Now I'm feeling fresh from dusk till dawn. Arms in the air, confidence wide. I hit the floor and do the root work slide. No funk on me, I'm smooth with pride. Fresh under pressure, fresh outside. Everywhere I go, they feel that vibe. They say, what you got? I say, root work slide. Root work slide. Ooh, yeah. Root work slide. To the left, to the right.
Last name ever, first name greatest. Like a sprained ankle, boy, I ain't nothing to play with. Started off local, but thanks to all the haters, I know G.
Whoa! I'm back!
Where you been at, boss? We were looking for you.
Well, you know, the CIA had to rewire my brain real quick. I was saying a little bit too much, but we back though. They allowed me to come back. So we had LeBron announce he was going to Philly today. But today, what they don't know, what the idiots don't know, it's a very specific day. We all know LeBron is called King James. Remember, when LeBron came back on the Warriors to win it on the real King James birthday, June 19th, remember that?
Of course, that was my idea.
Today is the anniversary when the real King James was made the king.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. I see what you did there. Now that's a script.
Right,
That's a script.
right. Exactly. You knew, Ball. Who was that? Sarah. Sarah, that was you?
You know how I
miss you,
do.
girl. I miss you, Sarah. Oh, my God. Listen. Remember. He's going to the 76ers. When he left the Lakers, when he said he was going to leave the Lakers, that was 76 days before the Pope's birthday. You know, all these rituals go back to the Pope, the Vatican. Novus Ordo Seclorum. Novus Ordo Seclorum. Right. LeBron has the Boule tattoo.
And then the Boule was found in Pennsylvania. Right. And then the Kobe ritual.
Exactly. We had to bring him back. So, okay, someone from Philadelphia has to be sacrificed now. I was thinking maybe Julius Erving. He's 76 right now. His name equals 76.
We could pack up Dr. J.
One of these days, we're going to have to pack him up.
Do we still need Meek Mill?
Someone from Philadelphia. I don't care if it's an actor, a musician, whatever the fuck. Someone connected to Philadelphia must die now. The sacrifice must happen. All right? It's 206 days after LeBron's birthday. Sacrifice equals 206. There's 206 bones in the human body. Someone got to go.
We are on it, boss. We're going to pack someone up very quickly. And I see the Nick Nurse joke you just did.
Exactly. Right. Nick Nurse, the coach of Philly, turns 59 years old today. The day that LeBron made a decision, slave, Negro.
They all equal 59, and people think they're just a coincidence.
Thank you.
Fucking idiots.
Right. It's the Roman Coliseum, guys. Let's make these idiots be entertained. But listen, bread and circus. Just like George Orwell said in 1984, bread and circus and gambling, that's all it takes to keep these idiots distracted. That's all it takes.
They really think LeBron's decision means something.
It doesn't mean anything.
They can't afford eggs. They're poor.
Hey, I want to see someone from Philadelphia dead by the end of the week. All right?
You got it, boss.
All right.
Might have to drop a dime on them.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
You gotta stop it.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all, we back with another video. Y'all know how we do, always pushing health, wealth, and a better understanding of self. So check this out. In this video, we're going over what everybody is saying about LeBron James going to the Philadelphia 76. So Trump said something very interesting, okay? Called LeBron his op. Said he don't think he liked him, called him a racist. I'm gonna let y'all hear it for itself, but make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push me on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. Without further ado, let's get it.
President Trump, today it was announced LeBron James has decided that he wants his next team to be the 76ers. Where do you stand on LeBron versus Michael Jordan as the best ever?
Well, Michael Jordan's a guy that's a friend of mine. Play golf with him. He's a really good guy. And I think LeBron is, maybe he's a racist, but maybe he doesn't like Trump. I don't know. But I only like people that like me. So I would say Michael Jordan all the way.
Come across. This don't look right. I'm sorry. Like, who is this? Got your beard on and looking like Freeway, going like Philly. What? I know Savannah didn't approve this. Nobody approves going to Philly. Adam Silver, does he not know them little ass statues they made? You see that little ass statue they did for Allen Iverson? They might have had a little ass LeBron James. What is? Yeah, brother. Yeah, congratulations, but I'm booing. Yeah, I'm booing.
Told y'all niggas we was getting LeBron. I'm fucking told. Hey, I'm getting all my shit ready. I'm getting. I told y'all niggas we was getting fucking nigga. I told y'all 3 weeks ago that Danny, you don't know what you talking about. You don't know. Nigga, I told y'all first. Brian coming to Philly, nigga. Let's fucking go. Nigga, this shit don't stop. Nigga, this shit don't, it's gonna fuck down. It's gonna fuck down. It's going down. Hey, babe. Brian coming to Philly, babe. Nigga.
Oh my God. It's a double-edged moment right now. First and foremost, Philadelphia, stand the fuck up. Stand. Brian to the Sixers. First and foremost, shouts out to my goddamn brother for making the right choice, for making the best choice. The city of brotherly love, it's up. You already know what it is, goddamn it. Basketball is about to be big. It's about to be major, and it's because we're about to do big shit. All right, second of all, 72 Hours is live on Netflix right now. Goddamn it, go stream it. Go see what all the hype is about. It's funny, it's fucked, there's some surprises in it. It doesn't disappoint. All the good things that are the great things will be the big things. 72 Hours, streaming on Netflix right now. Sixers, Brian. I need to calm the fuck down. I'm too.
Bro, LeBron James. Philly, bro. Philly. This dude here, dog. Who's seen this coming? I mean, just a couple of weeks or years ago, didn't James Harden refuse to play for this organization? And now all of a sudden, it's like LeBron's about to turn Philadelphia into the prime spot to be. You got the Eagles, you got the Sixers, you got Gilly irritating behind. Like, dog, who's seen this coming? Hey, matter of fact, right where you are, go tune into the newest episode of 4th and 1 right now. Silly.
Lonzo, Joe, get your game in gear, baby. We got to head to Minnesota. It's got to go down. LeBron just went to Philly. The only way you're going to beat that big-ass team is you got to go fast. So, Minnesota, I'm telling y'all, go get them ball boys and get this championship because it's going down. There's no way you can get it without the speed of the Ball brothers. I can't tell y'all no more. This is the last time the big baller going to tell you, Minnesota Timberwolves, do the right thing and go get the rest of them ball boys and let's get this championship.
This is huge. This is huge. LeBron James to the Philadelphia 76ers. This is the best roster that LeBron James has ever played with. Ever. He's never played with a league MVP. Ever. Joel Embiid, when healthy, he showed y'all in the playoffs just how dominant he can be. The Boston Celtics had no answer for him. But it's even better because when Joel Embiid inevitably does get hurt throughout the course of the season, we've seen Jaylen Brown carry a team into the playoffs, although Jaylen Brown single-handedly couldn't get it done. In clutch moments, we've seen Jaylen Brown be clutch. Be a finals MVP. LeBron James now gets to play with the finals MVP. He gets to play with the regular season MVP. This is as big as it gets for LeBron James, whose legacy, some could suggest, it hinges on how these final seasons go. LeBron James gets to go to Philly, a city that is galvanized by winning, a city that's now been prepared for winning. VJ Edgecombe, Maxey, Embiid, Brown, Braun. Come on, bruh. Think about all of LeBron James's championship teams. The second best player is as good as or better than any second best player LeBron has had, and Joel Embiid, the D-Wade that LeBron had. Not D-Wade of all, but D-Wade that LeBron had. Kyrie Irving. The third best player is for sure it's good, if not better. You talking about Jaylen Brown to Kevin Love, Jaylen Brown to Dwight Howard, Jaylen Brown to Chris Bosh. Come on, bro. This is huge. I'm tired of LeBron. Decide your fucking team. Decide your team. Where are you going? Where are we going? I'm tired of everybody. The fuck? You're doing too much. Not only you got the whole NBA waiting on you, you got me waiting on you. I done did in the chat. You gotta understand.
I done damn near put James at 23 on every jersey. I got a Philadelphia 76ers 23 James jersey. I got a fucking Cleveland Cavaliers 23 James jersey. I have a Minnesota Timberwolves 23 James jersey. I have a Golden State Warriors 23 James jersey. I have a Toronto Raptors 23 James jersey. I have a Lakers. Wait, this is not my jersey.
All right, so there y'all see it. All the celebrities, all the content creators reacting to LeBron James going to Philadelphia 76ers. I still think the NBA is rigged. They got a lot of players over there, but I still think it's just something weird with the NBA. Ever since Jaylen Brown got traded to the Philadelphia 76ers, I always thought it was weird, but LeBron signed a 2-year deal worth $8 million. It's extremely low. I know he's like a billionaire and everything, but that's just kind of crazy to me that, he signed for that low. A little weird, but everybody excited about this, especially Philadelphia. I want to know what y'all think in the comment section. Donald Trump seemed like he not a part of the LeBron James camp. Yeah, I remember I did a video, I think it was a couple years ago, when LeBron James was at the church with with them little hats. Look kind of weird, funny business. He had ties to Diddy, Drake. So we're gonna see how this turn out, but I'm pretty sure everybody gonna like it. It's gonna produce some eyeballs. I think that's what the NBA want. They want eyeballs, because a lot of people aren't watching the games no more. And they had to switch it up, make it more interesting. That's just my opinion, but I want to know what y'all think about this in the comment section. I'm gonna catch y'all in the next video. Peace and love.
A community must have 3 things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control 4 basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
All right, y'all, that's all I got for you. Thank y'all for tapping in. We'll see y'all later on for part 2. Peace.